And welcome to Political Trendy Radio episode 42 for the 20th of November 2015. You can email at ellinthemood@gmail.com. Twitter's at ptradio666. Facebook.com/Political Trendy Radio is our Facebook page. My name is Elliot Lindmood, and his name is.
I'm Jim. I do my own crap on my own channel and other places whenever I'm invited, and usually defecate on people.
And I'm so proud I actually did the intro without one fuck up.
Yay. Are you on drugs again?
No, I'm just been awake all day, and my throat was killing me on Wednesday, so
I hear that.
when I did the show, because Monday I was like, I don't feel like it, so I did it Wednesday, and I was like, hi, welcome to PTR.
And now we will die.
Yes, so I have an idea for...
Which reminds me, I do have to bitch at you about one thing. Whenever we were drawing up that character and I asked you about what color hair you wanted.
Yeah.
You know, you're a fucking retard. You're being a fucking retard. I know that color means nothing to you. You cannot sense it, ergo, whatever. However, I know you've heard colors before. And you could have shouted out anything that was a color, basing it off a scent, basing it off of something that sounded weird that you heard before, or just some cool theme that you heard in music. You could have done that, but no, you had to take the pussy way out and just say, I'm blind.
Why? I couldn't think of anything. I was not at the... Sorry, I'm sorry I'm stupid.
That's okay. We'll just have to feed you drugs and see what the hell comes out.
Definitely. Hey, at least I admit I'm stupid.
That's right. We're all retarded. We all should ride the short bus.
I did.
So did I. So did I, motherfucker.
I also rode the short bus that actually stopped at my home.
Same here.
Yep. And then I finally got my sister to drive me to school, which was cool because I'd have to wake up at fucking 5:30 in the morning every day, catch the bus at 6:30 for a class that started at 8. I'm like, this is stupid.
Once I started going back to normal school, I had to walk in the snow, 3 feet, 4 feet, 5 feet of snow, uphill both ways, literally both ways.
Okay, see, that's well, you live in Pennsylvania, so I guess I can actually believe you. That's something my grandfather used to say, that he had to walk uphill in the snow both ways. I'm like, dude, you lived in California.
Well, it depends upon where at in California. Because what I hear, San Fran's like just a giant hill of death.
No, he lived over here. He was bullshitting. Well, he also claimed he got shot with a bazooka. So
okay,
he likes to tell stories.
I will admit that on the way home, the uphill on the way home was much shorter, unless of course I was stopping at one of my friend's buddies' houses that was way up on top of the hill, or we were going up to one of the parks up there. Then it would have been a lot longer going uphill on the way home. On the way to school, that hill was fucking killer.
Killer hill. Yeah, well, I've had some. There's one going up to Glen Helen. Not only it was weird because it fluctuated between steep and not steep, but it would not end. It would not end. It would literally. I'm like, does this thing have an end? I watched a documentary on the Holocaust yesterday.
Awesome.
And my friend was like, why are you watching that? That's so depressing. I'm like, because you need to understand history. If you don't understand history and how these... Because it wasn't just, here are some first-hand accounts and here are some videos. It also it's a 3-hour thing. It's called BBC World at War, The Final Solution. So it talked about...
the events leading up to it.
What led up to it, the theory surrounding so it wasn't just about, it wasn't just about what happened in the camps. I mean, of course they touched on that, but it was also about what led up to it and things like that. And I was like, yeah, basically they used Jews as a scapegoat for everything.
whenever they put the fuckers on trial, the people that were actually directly in charge of the fucking mass slaughter, like you hear them, they said you listen to them and they were talking like it was just another day at work, which it was to them. It's just the layers of like, how all the propaganda hitting them and then them fucking going all fucking balls in it.
Well, not just that, but I heard one interview with a guy who he worked in the office, but he observed because his friend was in charge of putting the Zyklon into the fucking shower, and he said to his friend, I don't really like watching this. I don't. Wow, this sucks. And the guy goes, I don't like it either, but it's my job. There comes a time when you're just like, if you were to have left, they would have shot you. I mean, yeah, enough people probably could have done something, but it didn't occur to them at the time. So they just had to kind of justify it. And some people justified it by just resigning themselves, and some people justified it by taking pleasure out of it.
Yeah. I mean, there was that other side, too. There was that one camp that, I forget the nationality that run it. I know it wasn't directly run by Germans. They were like, they only had like one or two rankers overseeing this other place that they annexed. And where they start the camps, they fucking did all kinds of fucking crazy shit, raping 13-year-olds and shit.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised. It was a very bad time. But yeah, it's an interesting documentary. I if you like history and you like hearing about how things happened, I suggest watching it. Several old Nazi films and things like that are included. It is on YouTube.
I'll have to check that out then.
Yes, you will. And then you got me thinking about tanks. And then you started making me look up tanks.
Oh, you said you were looking at tanks, and I decided to tell you about some of the tanks I saw.
Yeah.
Which just looked fucking menacing because they're crude. They were crude design because they were like early prototypes. There was that one that looks almost like it's just a giant harvester.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the tread on it, and it just extends over the cab. Then we find out it couldn't turn.
Yeah.
And we're both saying, "Damn it! All you gotta do is tie the people down, and it'll work that way. You don't need to turn."
Yeah, it was used to. It was thought. Okay, this could cut through barbed wire, but it was slow and couldn't turn, so they gave up. And I'm like, I'm surprised modern day tanks could turn. I mean, really.
Well, it's all about the logistics of which tank tread moves and which one stops.
Yeah, exactly. Tanks are fascinating.
Oh, yeah.
You said you had an article. What?
Yeah, if you give me one moment here, I gotta go grab an energy drink, which I forgot to do.
I got one before, and I got a Coke, too. So I'm caffeinated.
Yeah, well, it's only in the fucking fridge. I'll be back in like 30 seconds or a minute.
All right, I'll fill time till then. So, viewers watching this, I'm going to a race tomorrow, which I'll tell you about on Monday, and probably the motorcycle show. And I will not be here on Friday, I think, because we're going out of town unless I can somehow get myself home in time for Friday. But if not, who cares? Not me. But yeah, we will. I'll have a report of the Enduro Cross race on Monday, and also, if I do go to the motorcycle show, I'll have a report of that because motorcycles are fucking cool. And if you disagree, you must be eaten by a wolf with laser's eyes. A laser wolf.
A laser wolf? What?
I don't know. I was telling you, motorcycles are cool, and if you disagree, you should be eaten by a wolf with laser eyes.
Yes, we need to inject wolves with nanites so they can have laser eyes.
Yeah, a dog looks kind of like a wolf. He's a half German Shepherd, half Husky.
Yeah, there we go.
Half German Shepherd, half Husky, all wimp.
Anyways, Sanford, Florida cop was fired after singing on stage at a metal show.
Okay.
And he was relieved of duty after he was caught on video singing while in uniform on stage at a death metal band's concert. Vital Remains.
Why was he singing "Vital Remains"? Doesn't seem like a. They sing about Satan. They don't. It's not an ex-cop show. Well, my question is, why is he in uniform?
Yeah, well, the whole thing is he was on duty and in uniform. That's why they fucking fired him. But still, it's like, fucking, you need to do these fucking community acts, get the community behind you. Is, because fucking the outlook at cops in general across the board is pretty grim.
Mm-hmm.
The incident was caught on camera and a copy was sent to the police chief. The video is also posted on YouTube. So I'm gonna have to look that up.
Yeah, see, that's a cop that's like, I'm like, wow. I mean, I'm not big on police just because I'm not really big on the whole authority thing, and fuck the establishment. No, I mean, it's that's a guy who's not, that's a guy who's actually kind of with it.
An incident of this nature erodes the thin fibers of trust which already exist between the community and the police, and it will not be tolerated in the Sanford Police Department, which I gotta say, bullshit. This is exactly what you need to do to boost opinion.
Yeah.
You get the exact opposite.
Yeah. How is that supposed to erode trust? That's gonna make me like the guy. Oh, he likes death metal and he can party. He sounds cool. I'm not worried that he's going to shoot me in the back of the head 5 times because I said, hi.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The chief wanted to make sure the citizens didn't have an issue with what was being said.
Well, it's Florida, obviously. It's the South, and despite the fact that death metal's capital is in Florida in the States, there's a lot of rednecks over there that what's that album called? Dechristianize? Oh, I don't like that album cover. They gotta go.
Okay, the cop was in the department for 6 years, and this incident marks the first time he's ever been in trouble.
Fuck Florida.
Yeah, that's one state that's got to be set on fire.
Vital Remains is actually a cool band. They wanted 2 people I know from the satanic community to go to Long Beach and conduct a black mass on Halloween while they were playing. And I tried like hell to go to that show too. I was like, fuck, there's so many things that on that item that I like.
Yeah,
but I guess time constraints. I mean, because Coven couldn't even do the 13-minute mass when they were doing. They had to kind of split it up when they were playing. Because they have these things called songs they need to do.
Yeah.
And Vital Remains, the songs are 7, 8, 10 minutes long. So.
Okay.
But yeah, interesting story. I have an idea for a reality show.
Oh yeah.
We kick screaming babies uncomprehending face first into a mincing machine. That's the entire show.
You see, I had an idea for a reality show. I was going to call it Anarchist Island. Now, what you do is you get these people thinking that they're going on this fucking relationship style fucking, reality TV show where they think it's all about going to be the bitching and whining and, typical shit that goes on. And then you stage the ship sinking in the middle, and people got to get in lifeboats, and they're rushing off, and the people that are part of the show all get on the same lifeboat, go to this island, and you have this completely mocked like fucking war going on between some rebel faction and this government, and the people have to decide who to side with and all this shit, and there's blanks being fired left and right, so they think they're being shot at and everything. And each week, the viewers at home get to vote who goes off the island. Whenever they go off the island, people get the word back that this person, quote unquote, died, even though all they did was just secret them off. So they think that their lives are really in danger. They think that they're fucking just dying left and right. They got to figure out how to fucking get off this island, who the hell they're going to be working for. And, it then becomes like who the hell you stab in the back could make a difference in life or death, at least in their minds, because you don't tell them that, this is the setup. You just let them believe the fucking bullshit you're throwing their way and just have blanks flying back and forth and shit.
I have an idea for how that show
harm them.
I have an idea for how that show can end. Like how the first series can end. We take all the contestants and we go, haha, it's fake, you're not really dead, and then we fire machine guns at them with real bullets. So what? We're not really dead? No, but you will be. Fire!
I was just thinking, watching how enraged they'd get when they found out it was all fake.
I know, but like I said, I've been watching Guar. I've been watching Skullhead Face, so
Oh God, yeah, that's a good one to put ideas in your head.
What do you know of my fate? Will I always be large?
Yes.
Flopsy.
Flopsy.
That was one of the best characters ever.
With the vagina mouth. Oh God, that was great.
Winner up this gang raped. Yeah.
Well, they did the same thing with fucking the Morality Squad. The one dude, fucking the sidekick for
Private Parts.
Yeah.
I found my old fan page, the Guarfuck, FUQ, frequently unasked questions, which features. It's kind of out of date. It's from like '99 or 2001 or whatever. And some of it's out of date, but it features most of the, if not all of the Guar characters from that point to 2001. The biography of Beefcake is funny because that was when he was still like childish and or very sensitive and romantic or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
The Slymanster one was hilarious. I'll send you the link to the Guarfuck. I don't know if they still update it. I think they haven't updated the character page in a long time, but I know they update the album pages and things like that. But like things like Pustulus Maximus aren't in there, but whatever. There's still a lot of information, a lot of characters on there, and things like that. You can. It's always funny. Guar. I know the diehard Bohabs are small in number compared to, let's say, Star Trek fans, but there are diehard Guar fans who you say something and it's like immediately registers. I remember I was talking to someone once and he asked, who are you? And I said, without even thinking, how inquisitive and delighted you've inquired who the hell I am. And he was like, oh, I know that was Guar. I was like, yeah. You speak in my language. Oh, I got something you might want. It's not. It's. I have all of the Slave Pit singles.
Oh, cool.
Like the weird not album projects and the weird like non-Guar bands or the bands that like Guar's outtakes where you hear Dave and Mike Dirks yelling at each other. I'll try to send you those.
Cool. Here's an interesting thing I got a couple days ago.
Word.
Massachusetts woman calls for assassination of Donald Trump at Wednesday rally and is fired from her job.
Well, yeah, calling for assassination will do that to you. Although I've never gotten arrested, and I've called for the assassination of everyone from everyone. Just kill everyone with fire.
All you Worcester gangsters and whatnot, you clearly have a mission on Wednesday. Kill Donald Trump. That was her tweet. Colleen Rahim. Colleen R. Yeah.
Whatever.
Okay.
Stupid bitch. That's what we're going to call her.
Yeah. As it turns out, a bunch of people were listening to the police scanner yesterday around 7:30 when a cruiser was dispatched to this young lady's house. But they weren't going to investigate the threat. They were going because she called the cops. Apparently, she was fired from her job, and consequently, she wants to file charges against the sports place she was working for
I
whatever.
don't think she's got much of a case, though. I mean, yeah, they probably shouldn't have fired her, but I don't think she's got much of a case. And that's someone who's, I'm not like a lawyer or anything, but I know people who've sued people and shit.
Yeah, because if you're a millennial in 2015, then nothing is ever your fault, and you should never suffer any consequences for making bullshit decisions.
Yeah, I mean, I've said some things in my past that, while I do not regret them in any way, shape, or form, I have gotten in trouble for them. But I did the honorable thing and admitted that I said them or lied and tried to blame it on somebody else because I'm an asshole, and suffered whatever consequences with a laugh and a glint in the eye. I'm not about to like somebody said that I should sue the school district for not having the materials ready. And I'm like, why the fuck would I do that? It's okay, yeah, it's a shitty thing, but I'm not gonna sue anyone. That's not gonna give me a fucking you know that's not gonna give me any like it's not gonna make them get the materials ready. That's gonna bankrupt them even more.
Yeah, really.
But they're
I
depriving you of an education. Well, I got more of an education sitting at home watching fucking documentaries and reading books than I ever had at school.
uh, see, it just kind of fucking reminds me whenever people are trying to talk me into suing my old school whenever I was in college after hearing about all the shit I went through, getting bullied and shit. And I was like, yeah, but I got friends that are still going there, and if I fucking bankrupt them, it's only going to get 20 times worse for them.
Yeah, that's yeah. I mean, the Braille department is already funded to the tune of like $1, or they're already far behind. I mean, yeah, the teacher was a bitch, but whatever. But yeah, if I were to sue the school, it would only bankrupt the school and the Braille department even more, and they would never get any fucking materials. Besides, like I said, the only education I ever got at school was some kids would give me bands and give me drugs. And that's
So
the best
that,
education I could get.
yep, that's your tax dollars at work. Because teaching kids, the good dealers to go to is always a plus.
Hey, I'm still alive.
Well, you see, the whole thing is either A, you get the good drugs and you party on, or B, you completely OD and die.
Yep. Either way, you win.
Either way, the taxpayer wins because then there aren't shootings for drugs. Fewer shootings for drugs.
Yes, I just shoot people for fun.
You see, that's a completely different story, just shooting people for fun.
Apparently, there has been another terrorist attack.
Where at this time?
Mali or something like that.
I think I saw that somewhere.
I saw it on the news. I wasn't really paying attention because I hadn't had coffee yet. It was funny. They cut from a terrorist video of the attack, and you can hear, shooting and death, and to a Christmassy commercial. Yes, they're already fucking Christmas commercials, complete with jingle bells about Honda Civics, or I'm sorry, Acuras. So after you watch a terrorist video, go out and buy a car and celebrate the holidays.
Okay, I got one. 2 attacks in Nigeria. They had 2 bomb attacks in 24 hours, one of them involving 11-year-old female bomber. It killed dozens of people, wounded more than 120 in the Nigerian cities of Yolo and Kano. At least 31 people were killed, 72 others injured in a bomb blast, southern Yola.
11-year-old female. Where's my death cult? I want a PTR death cult.
I get my death cult before you do.
Can we share?
Yes, we can share, but
Okay.
only. But we have to sit there and figure out how we're going to do the joint bank account thing, so that way we can each get a cut of the money they sign over to us for their life insurance and everything else. When are we finally tell them to follow the spaceship off the top of a building?
Yes, I was also thinking they also have to sign away their music, and we get everything that's good, and we give them back everything that's shit.
No, we just fucking set it on fire because it won't matter, or we sell it.
Well, yeah. I know a someone in my friends list, ex friends list now. I don't know if she's a radical feminist, but she was complaining about how people were how there needs to be more programs for women because like in sports and shit there needs to be more like encouragement of women because they're just not encouraged, and or there needs to be like a multicultural program but for women. And I said, and I sent her a link to the Trans Am series, which was won by Amy Ruman, a woman without any fucking multicultural encouragement or anything. She just got into the series and she won the fucking championship, proving that you don't need fucking programs and things like that. You
You
know.
actually get, cream of the crop whenever people aren't fucking pandering to you.
Well, yeah. I mean, look at.
It,
I mean,
I think it's a fault of your generation, the majority of them, that they don't know what true adversity is. Because if they did, then they might also learn that this is a part of evolution. If you have no hardships, you're going to go weak and you're going to die off as a species. If you have hardships, then you will learn how to adapt.
I know NASCAR is doing the Drive for Diversity thing to apologize for their past history of racism. That's not officially why they do it, but I know that's why they do it after reading about like Wendell Scott, he was the first uh, guy in NASCAR to win a race that was black. In the 50s and 60s. So the shit he went through in North Carolina in the 50s and 60s.
Yeah.
Just like it's yeah. And he didn't have any fucking unions or anything behind him. He was going by himself to these races, and like one time many times he got turned away. They were threatening to burn his race car, things like that, throwing shit at him. So but I think I've always said the more you promote the person as a female or a different cultural background, the more I'm going to assume they're not talented. The more you promote them as just a racing driver or something like that, the more I'm going to say, oh, they have talent.
Mm-hmm.
You don't get that bullshit in sports car racing. If you have the talent, uh, then you're successful. If you don't, then fuck off. I mean, there's an actor named Patrick Dempsey who races sports car racing. Shitty actor, but he races sports car racing. I'm surprised they don't promote him as much as they do. But he's when he comes to the race, he's basically just treated like everyone else.
Yeah, it's like, oh, fuck, they had this other article up about this fucking. They're bitching, oh my god, metal elitists are fucking shitting on my band because I'm a woman. No, it's because you make shit music. I mean, that's the only reason a metal elitist would shit on your band is if your music sucked.
Yeah, how many female metal bands are there? Like shitloads. I mean,
Uh-huh.
if you just searched for, I did a search just for shits and giggles for female fronted power metal because that doesn't seem to exist. Because power metal's bunch of fucking D&D playing nerds who like Iron Maiden and classical music.
Yeah.
Not that there's anything wrong with that, of course. I'm a nerd, but they're the most. But I looked at the list and I found 5 pages of bands. Some of them very good bands, some of them not so much. But I'm just saying, anyone who think like, yeah, the real metal elitists don't give a shit. It's
Mhm. It's all about the music. It's like fucking shit. There was someone posting on Metalgate saying, "Yeah, well, all chick bands suck," and then fucking had like a couple guys chime in saying, what about this one and this one? And it's like, yeah, and like a lot of them seem to agree, including myself with Durketta, definitely breaking the mold of, yeah, that's a fucking good all-female band there.
Oh, I missed that because I was busy doing other things other than looking at Metalgate. I was gonna throw in Girls' School had some good albums. Granted, they kind of went glam in the '80s, or they wanted to make the Hollywood thing, but whatever. That happened to a lot of traditional metal bands in the mid '80s. Whatever. Bitch from LA, they were really good. I consider Coven a metal band, if not maybe in sound, than in fucking what they fucking helped introduce. So, Cataveria, Catavet, whatever. Fuck that Italian black gothic metal band that's really good. Agramonia, fucking Funerus, yeah. Yeah, Funerus definitely. Abnormality, I like them. Some people don't. I do. Uh, Dark and Nocturne Slaughter Cult, really cool black metal band. Uh, come on, that's a great name. Dark and Nocturne Slaughter Cult.
Sounds like they tried for NS and then said, "Fuck it, we're going Satan."
Yeah, true, but no, they're really fucking good. I got into them because they were on that Wolf Lair radio thing that I listened to. They're a black metal band with a female lead singer from she's from Poland. Poland, that's a country. I mean, yeah, there are shitty female-fronted metal bands. There are shitty male-fronted metal bands.
There's a lot more shitty male-fronted metal bands than female, because the proportion of men getting into metal versus the portion of females getting into metal.
It seems like it's more, and that's not counting all the women who play bass, guitar, drums, things like that, like Bolt Thrower. But yeah,
it's been evening out over the past, decade, I'd say, percentage-wise. But still, even back fucking in the 90s, you had, bands back then, and it's like, fuck. People just can't get it through their skulls because they got to sit here and cry Oppression Quest.
Even in the 80s, yes, there were a lot less of them, but there were, a few. There were, a substantial few. I don't know if, I don't know, the all female to just female fronted, because I don't have the list of band members in front of me, because I'm not that much of a dork. I know some people who disagree. But yeah, all metalcore with the chick vocalist doesn't do anything for me. Back in the times when metalcore did anything for me, usually a male, a guy doing it would be better. But that's not being sexist. That's just, it's because they sounded, they just sounded a little bit stronger. But if you try to explain that, I'm an evil sexist. But men now know metalcore does something for me anyway. So
yeah,
there's a lot of.
No, let's change the subject here, because I think we pounded that one to hell over the past. Oh, I know I've pounded that fucking subject to hell over the past, I don't know how many months, year. Definite year now. It's over a year, I believe.
I've been on and off it, but then I just listen to music, and basically, if you're gonna, but a lot of
look for good shit and listen to it, and I don't care who the fuck's in the band. I just want it to be good metal.
Yeah, I mean, the one time I did look for female-fronted power metal was mostly just to prove someone wrong, because they were like, "Yeah, there are no women in power metal." I'm like, bullshit. And some of it's actually good. Forgotten Tales or whatever. Power metal is something I can only take a couple songs, because then it just, wow, the cheese factor.
Mm-hmm.
But I take power metal.
I mean, it's about my same thing with the what's his name, fucking black metal worship him. He's got that fucking voice.
Which one?
Fucking. He wasn't even like actual black metal. He was just 80s cheese, in my opinion. But I like his shit.
King Diamond?
Yeah, that's it. Fucking shit.
I can't say anything bad about. Well, he was black metal in the fact that he was a Satanist. I mean, he influenced black metal a lot in terms of. I've always called
Subject matter.
subject matter, and I've always called King Diamond Judas Priest if they ever got the shit together. Which I like Priest, but in my opinion, they never really decided what they wanted to be. Do we want to be a metal band and sing about evil subjects, or do we want to be a fucking living after midnight band? Hard rock band who sings about girls and living after midnight. And I don't think they ever really decided. Um, Priest, I like them, and but I thought it was funny about Halford singing about girls, but that's another story. I always thought Merciful Fate was like if Judas Priest ever got possessed by Satan. But yeah, I like King Diamond. He's actually a very nice person. I've talked to him online. He's pretty cool.
Oh fuck! With fucking Halford, I remember back in the day we were making jokes about him being gay. Then when he finally came out, it's like, well, we kind of figured. So fuck it. It's not like we weren't jamming out to some fucking priest,
Well, hell, I have queercore on my iPod, so.
Everything's a core anymore. Fuck
Well,
core.
it's because it's hardcore punk.
Yeah, I know.
It's because the band is called Limp Wrist, and it's all gay band. They piss people off so much because they're like openly fucking gay. I love it. They piss off because a lot of hardcore was in the 80s. There was that whole macho thing that came from maybe more thrashy or whatever, but the whole macho and skinhead subculture. And then you've got these fucking guys who play really intense music singing "I like hardcore boys" and having shirts with penises on them.
I'm just reminded, oh fuck, there was this band. I was on a lot of drugs, and I don't know if it was a video or a live show because that's how much drugs I was on. I couldn't tell if it was on the TV or if I was actually in the crowd. But there's this band that was opening for GWAR but they can only play in like 4 or 5 states. At least this is what I think happened, or how it was explained to me. Like I said, I don't know if it was a video or if I was actually there, but what they did was it was a bunch of bisexual men and women playing really shit music, but they were fucking on stage.
That's awesome. And by the way, I have to just say for the viewers, lest you think that Limp Wrist is a gimmick band. I didn't actually know their gimmick till about 3 months later. I mean, I guess I kind of figured because the band's called Limp Wrist, and I like hardcore boys or whatever. But I was like, wow, this band's fucking sick. Really fast and shit. So I'm not big on gimmick bands, but I do like bands that can piss off the more like conservative, like Shining, the guy from Shining, French Kissing Maniac on stage. They're 2 black metal musicians. That pissed a lot of black metal musicians off, which I thought was funny. And Nicholas was like, "Yeah, personally, I find kissing another guy fucking repulsive because he's a guy, but if it pisses them off."
Well, apparently, okay, changing the subject here. There's a professor from University of North Carolina, Wilmington, goes by the name of Mike Adams, and he gave a speech to the students that went, "Welcome back, class. I am your criminology professor. Before we get started with the course, I need to address an issue that is causing problems here and in higher education across the country. I am talking about the growing minority of students who believe they have a right to be free from being offended. If we don't reverse this dangerous trend in our society, There will soon be a majority of young people who will need to walk out in plastic bubble suits to protect them in the event that they come into contact with a dissenting viewpoint. That mentality is unworthy of American. It's hardly worthy of a Frenchman. I'm going to add my own thing and say it's not even worthy of being a little shit pebble coming out of my ass.
It's not even worthy of a Chinese. There, I was racist.
Thank you. I'll let the liberal be racist for once. Let's get something straight now. You have no right to be unoffended. You have a right to be offended with regularity. It is the price you pay for living in a free society. If you don't understand that, you're confused and dangerously so. In part, I blame your high school teachers for failing to teach you basic civics before you got a diploma. Most of you went to the public high schools, which are a disaster. Don't tell me that offended you. I went to public high school. So did I.
Disaster? Okay, this guy gets the award for understatement of the fucking century.
I know. Yeah. I mean, it was better. I hear the stories from you and other people, and it's like, God, it turned into a shit bowl. But like, it was a shit bowl whenever I was a kid. So, but it now degenerated into just fucking rancid puree diarrhea.
See, I didn't care. When I was in 9th grade, I was already listening to, black metal and Guar and Gigi Allen. So I was already exposed to like offensive things, and I embraced them. So I was already there. But I noticed most people, even in the punk and metal scene, really, without sounding narcissistic, weren't on my level. You egomaniacal cunt.
Fucking I was so fucking pissed off at this one person. It's like, you can be brutal without being an asshole. Well, what if being an asshole is what makes you be a good musician? Fuck just being brutal, because anyone can try to act brutal. What the hell makes it all constructed well?
How can you be brutal?
You're being a misanthropic motherfucker who just murdered your friend because, you were drunk one day and thought his face would look really cool if you mashed it in a certain way. That's what makes your music good. Okay, and enjoy the jail time. I mean, but I'm still going to listen to the music.
That's one of the things that I kind of liked about black metal was, death metal I really like, but like Cannibal Corpse, whenever I see an interview, they come off as, they came off as basically teenagers who, were very well adjusted, held straight jobs, and just happened to like, Z-grade slasher movies and loud music, which there's nothing wrong with that. That's cool, and they wrote some great music and lyrics that to this day make me cringe. I love them, but they make me even go, ugh. Which, especially on the first 3 albums. After that, they kind of toned down a little bit. But basically, they came off as very pleasant young men, and now they're pleasant old men, who just happen to like old, evil, brutal music. The black metalers came across as, I know some of it was an act, but some of them, you can kind of tell who's who, came off as actually fucked up people who have actually had things wrong with them and who actually hate humanity. I'm just like, yeah, we can be friends now. I know people like that who are, they're very intense people. I'm not going to say they're humorless, because they do have humor, but if you don't like dry or morbid humor, you're going to think they're monsters, which is precisely why I like them. I'm trying to get them on the show, but they're too cool to fucking join. But yeah, that guy needs to be.
We're too lame for them.
yeah. Fuck you. I'm too evil to be on your show. But yeah, that Adams guy someone needs to buy him a beer.
Oh yeah, I'd buy him a beer. A lot of people do. Hell, this article's praising him for it.
Yeah.
Anyway, continuing on this speech.
Definitely.
Of course, your high school might not be the problem. It is entirely possible that the main reason why so many of you are confused about free speech is that piece of paper hanging on the wall right over there. Please turn your attention to that ridiculous document that is framed hanging by the door. In fact, to read it before you leave class today. It is our campus speech code. It specifically says that there is a requirement that everyone must only engage in discourse that is respectful, quote unquote. That assertion is as ludicrous as it is illegal. I plan to have that thing ripped down from every classroom on campus before I retire. Good job. Please do.
Yeah, he is now a demigod.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck,
He has
well,
earned his sainthood already, and we haven't
I
gotten
had,
the whole way through the speech.
I had that in fucking high school. People telling me, you can't criticize religion. I'm like, yes, I can.
Go ahead, fucking criticize religion. I'll tell you whatever it sounds like bullshit coming out of your mouth because, saying there's no God, fine, dandy, whatever. But,
No, I mean,
criticizing saying that there was never a use for it. No, there were
no,
uses for it. Otherwise,
I,
it wouldn't have developed.
I never said that. In fact, that was actually one topic because there's no anarchy here, so we can actually kind of get through it maybe later on in the show. I was thinking about uses for religion. No, but I was talking about how religion, tortured people and shit like that. And they were like, you can't talk about religion. You can't criticize religion because that's just not nice. I'm like, but these are just facts.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, your fucking inquisitions and fucking witch burnings and oh god, fucking how many artifacts they
Crusade.
burn. Fucking just to try to fucking blank out any type of pagan history. Fucking the library at Alexandria. Dear God, I wonder what kind of fucking. I mean, even if it was mostly religious texts or whatever, I still wonder what kind of artistic value they would have had if they had survived.
I mean, how many people in the old days had slightly different views than the organized uh, authority and were called heretics and killed. How many crusades were there? How many, look at what the Muslims are doing. Look at, just despite what Germany thinks being Jewish is more of a religion than anything else. Think about the Holocaust,
And you also got like what the fucking Jews did back before year 1 AD.
That never happened. Yeah. Historical revisionism. Yeah. But yeah, I was basically saying that, and I was saying that I made a comment that the God of the Gaps thing, I think, I'm, I'm not saying everyone, there is no God. That's what I believe, but most people believe in science and shit. And back in the old days, they said, "Well, science is explained by God."
Remind me to talk about the flat Earth shit later. That was a fucking trip. I want to get through this speech first, but
yeah, okay, go. Read.
One of my grandfathers served in World War I. My step-grandfather served in World War II. My sixth great-grandfather enlisted in the American Revolution when he was only 13. These great men did not fight so that we could simply relinquish our rights to the enemy within our borders. That enemy is the Marxists who run our public universities. If you are a Marxist and I just offended you, well, that's tough. I guess they didn't make communists like they used to. Which is fucking great that he says they don't make commies like they used to. Because holy shit.
It didn't. That is a funny comment. I was gonna say it didn't offend me. It just made me think you're misinformed. There's a difference.
No, you are a socialist. I haven't heard you spout actual commie shit.
I was a communist for about a minute, and then until I have some relatively Marxist friends who have even started kind of saying, yeah, there's kind of no way it can work. I was a kind of communist for a minute, although I was never extreme in it because I liked the idea of it. Because remember, I was like 13, 14. Those were my, oh, anything can happen and the world can join together. No, they fucking can't.
And I'd be up on stage with like a gay guy and a black guy and a fucking biker metal band, and it would all be peaceful and loving and show everyone that, yeah, fuck you.
A gay guy and a black guy and a biker metal band, those are the people I those are the people I hung around with. It was actually all peaceful.
Yeah, among your group. And look at what the fuck was happening outside your group. It's like, boy, these people are fucking idiots.
Yeah. Well, it's funny because, like, yeah. Yeah, in my group, everyone got along. Well, if not got along, at least, were friendly, but,
See, we had the one black kid, the fucking couple Native Americans, and a few fucking neo-Nazis all hanging out, smoking pot and drinking with me.
I only knew one.
We also had the one Mexican who fucking pioneered the stupid Mexican trick so he could get free acid.
The things he'll do. I only knew one Native American, and she was crazy as hell. And
well,
then
they weren't like these guys weren't pure bloods. It's like,
no, I know, but they're not that common in California. Well, at least in Southern California. But
because they went to the damn reservation, those fucking white devils fucking forcing them up their land. That is one thing I do agree with. Whenever you fucking mix race with nationalism, the natives are the only ones that could pull it off here. Everyone else is just blowing smoke out their ass because we came here off the boat.
Yeah, true. Well, that's what Keith Morris said about, actually, I made a joke one day that pissed racist off. I go, well, I think you should let Mexicans come into California. After all, it's fucking their land.
No. That was actually negotiated.
I know. But do you really think this person who's...
It'd be like saying, let the Canadians into fucking the state of Washington. That used to be their land.
Yes, but Jim, do you really think this racist, like actually openly racist and not too bright person would get the subtlety? So I was just being, deliberately.
Oh, yeah, deliberately an ass. Of course. I mean, I'm just shooting shit out because it's the way my mind works.
Well, my mind works the same way. I was just,
You're just fuck you.
Think you're cleverer than me? Fuck you.
That reminds me of this fucking one meme that was going around. It was like it was a drawn picture, like something that they'd put in like the fucking grade school level propaganda thing about the first Thanksgiving in America, of how the fucking natives helped us out and all this shit. But the caption was, yeah, don't let them. Maybe we shouldn't let them in our borders. They might be dangerous, like religious zealots.
Nah, well, yeah, I mean,
this was all supposed to be, trying to go crying boo-hoo, we should let, the refugees in from, the different Muslim countries. So I reposted it saying, yeah, maybe they shouldn't have let us in. And there's people there, and I know there's people there looking at it saying, ha ha, he's, being cool like this. Like, no, I'm actually being fucking 100% dead serious. If they, even though I wouldn't have existed.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, the thing about the refugees is you can't screen them all. But then again, if you can't screen people, how are you going to know who's raised? Who's maybe whatever.
Yeah, and there's just so many things to go with that issue at the same. But the thing is, this is trying to shut down the debate. Because, whenever you start fucking talking on the fucking website that fucking posted it originally, it's all fucking bashing you if you question a single thing. So, fuck debate it all.
Well, the Republicans solved everything. We'll just let all the Christians in.
Yeah, and look, I mean, people got fucking shoved off into no man's land and died.
Yes. I mean,
Well, at least we didn't do what they did during the Crusades, where like they'd get together to go on this crusade, and as they marched down to where the boats were, several countries over is where the boats were, and as they're marched down, Every time they'd find a Jew in a town, they'd kill him.
Do you have any more of the paper to read or the
Oh
speech to
yeah,
read?
I got.
Or
I'm only about halfway through.
all right, we'll finish this then because you've opened up new things in my mind that I want to get on to as well. It's actually a
Okay.
topical show today.
Yeah. Unbelievably, a student once complained to the department chairwoman that my mention of God and a creator was a violation of separation of church and state. Let me be as clear as I possibly can. If any of you actually think that my decision to paraphrase the Declaration of Independence in the course syllabus is unconstitutional, then you suffer from intellectual hernia. Yeah, go ahead, rewrite history. They were fucking religious back then. Fuck you.
I mean, they may not have all been like because people talk about how the U.S. was a Christian nation, and they weren't really all. They were just kind of they were both about separation of church and state, but yet they couldn't go a minute without saying the words God or Creator. So you figure
Yeah,
it out.
yeah, it's just the way they were. They were trying to be secular, but they were also religious. So, that's just the fucking way the mindset was back then. You got to get
Yeah,
used to it.
I don't really have a problem with it. I mean, I have Christian friends. I have left hand path friends. I have pantheist friends. I have atheist friends. I have friends who believe in fucking voodoo, which
Woohoo!
is
I
no
used to be a
no
Wiccan when I was a youngster.
no gem voodoo, not woohoo. I've looked into Wiccan and witchcraft. It's interesting. I don't know if I believe in any of it, but it's interesting.
I doubt you would, just because you just seem like you got the mindset of an actual, atheist, so there's like no converting you.
I still say though that if any of this ever existed, and if God could prove him, her, itself to me, I'd still probably be left hand path, just because I think Satan is more interesting than God.
And there you have it.
So
Let's
people
go
are
on.
like, well, no, but really quick, what I was about to say, people were like, well, let's try to convert Elliot. And I'm like, you can convert me, but it ain't going to be to Christianity.
Dun, dun, dun. Indeed, it takes hard work to become stupid enough to think the Declaration of Independence is unconstitutional. If you agree with the student who made that complaint, then you are probably just an anti-religious zealot. Oh God, how many of those have I met? Therefore, I'm going to ask you to do exactly 3 things and do them in the exact order I specify. First, get out of my class. You can fill out the dropout slip over there. Just tell them you don't believe in the true diversity and that you want to be surrounded by people who agree with your twisted interpretation of the Constitution simply because they are the kind of people who will protect you from having your beliefs challenged or your feelings hurt. Second, withdraw from the university. If you find that you are actually relieved because you will no longer be in a class where your beliefs might be challenged, then you aren't ready for college. Go get a job building houses so that you can work with some illegal aliens who will help you gain a better appreciation of what this country has to offer. I like that point. Now you gotta sit here and figure, why are illegals trying to flood into our borders? Maybe because their country is shit.
Yeah.
They might like the cult. They might like what the culture used to be until XYZ started happening.
Well, yeah, and some of them are being chased off by fucking death squads. Thanks to you know who, us, and fighting drugs.
It's not entirely our fault. You got to remember that these fuckers would fucking execute their own. It's just we accelerated the process. That's all.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say it's not our fault, but we did contribute to it. Well, I used to be kind of an anti-theist, and I know, one of my friends is, but he's actually what he does is he's the guy on the PTR tag does the reads the Quran or whatever, and but he's like actually intellectual about his anti-theism rather than because I used to be well, all religion is bad and evil, and then I went on some anti-theist page and I'm like, these people are just as bad as Christians or Muslims or
just as bad as the shit you were protesting against.
Yep. I wrote something that kind of demonstrated my feelings by paraphrasing Animal Farm, the final words of Animal Farm. The people looked from atheist to Christian, Christian to atheist, but already it was impossible to tell the difference.
Hooray. And here's the last paragraph here. Finally, if this doesn't work, then I would simply ask you to get the hell out of the country. The ever-growing, thin-skinned minority you have joined is simply ruining life in this once great nation. Please move to some place like Cuba where you can enjoy the company of communists and get excellent health care. Just hop on a leaky boat and start paddling your way towards utopia. You will not be missed. Yeah, I understand that you can't say put a bullet in your head, because you might
That's
get
actually
sued
what
for
I was
that.
going to think of. I mean, he sounds like someone I would like to debate. I don't always agree with him on some of his statements, but at the same time, I agree with him on most of his things. But rather than getting all pissy about it, I'm like, well, let's debate your views or whatever. I hate people who get pissy whenever somebody says something they don't always agree with.
You see that? I think that's the main theme here. Is just you're going to bump into people that disagree with you. It's a fact of life. People have had different experiences growing up, and most of these people that fucking are signing on to this, oh, I'm offended, please take it down, kind of fucking bullshit, have been sheltered their entire lives. At least half of them come from upper middle class families, if not fucking elite.
Well, it's funny because I was talking to an Englishman. You know how the English government's been criticized for being that way, right?
Mm-hmm.
But he said the government maybe is like that to an extent, but in actual British culture, if you get offended by it, we'll laugh at you. You know, because he goes to the fucking bars, so
Yeah.
it's the same with you can't always judge a culture by what the government does. Like yeah. So I mean I've always known that. I mean hell, we don't agree on things.
And we've gotten into a minor scuffle here or there, but it was
I
more
don't
like
agree with Scott on anything.
no. You agree with him on the fact people should die.
Yeah, okay, but that's it. But rather than being all, but yeah, I don't really call them minor scuffles because we don't really like. I mean, I don't really like yell or raise my fucking voice and you're wrong, you idiot.
No,
I
you've
just
come up and differed with me, and then I forget what the hell you differed with me about because I probably considered the point bullshit, and you probably considered my point bullshit. That's why we're not fucking. Because whenever you decide a point is complete bullshit, you just don't feel like debating it. Because yeah, it's got some merit to it, but then again, I still disagree.
yeah. So basically,
It's
I
one of those
just
things. You just say fuck it, and if it comes up again, we'll bitch about it again, and then fucking do whatever.
yeah. So basically, I just go away going I'm right, and you go away going I'm right, and we.
Then we masturbate to fucking Shizer porn or whatever. I'm not really into that. My dad was.
I'm not really into porn because I can't see, so I.
I'll fucking feed you some links that's like what they're called are fucking masturbation instructions, okay? And the girl talks to you about 90% of the time, and they play these different roles, and they're all trying to tell you how to that you should just fucking jerk off on them, or that or they're doing the inverse where they're pretending that you're the one calling the shots in the whole scenario.
Oh yeah, I know some bands who use those as like samples before their songs.
Oh yeah, I found this one the other day that was fucking wild, man. There was this one where like she was pretending that she was your mother and that you were blackmailing her for doing porn online, and that part of the blackmail was she fucks you, so you're fucking your mother via blackmail for porn.
Everyone who's been scarred for life by this description and can't sleep well at night, we've done our jobs.
Yes. I didn't even get it to fucking describe where she's even saying, this is so wrong. Why are you making me do this? Incest is bad. You know that? And you want me to talk dirty to you like that? Oh.
Ugh. I'm sorry. I can't think about that because that'll just.
You haven't been desensitized enough. You haven't listened to enough Guar.
Of course, I've been desensitized. I was just being fucking pussy for the sake of being pussy.
Oh, you're just being pussy for the sake of being pussy? Fine. Here's a picture of a pussy.
Screen share that. You idiot.
Not idiot. That was planned. I was insulting you, motherfucker.
I know you are. I guess my whole family listened to the PTR Wednesday. I wonder if anyone were listening now, because Wednesday was tame. It was just me and Eric talking about music and religion. I hope they're
It's
listening
like
now.
fucking balls to the wall. Yeah, there's porn out there that encourages you to commit incest, at least in your mind. It's all a role play. If you don't grasp the fact that it's a role play, then yeah, you're going to think it encourages actual incest.
Speaking of role play, I know we were going to do a hangout last week.
And you got sick. That was fine.
Well, no, I had computer problems, but we need to do another one soon.
Yeah, because I want to go through the paces and get you leveled up to level 4, so that way you can use your character at each level. And I don't have to stop there. And because what happens a lot is if you go on a lengthy enough session, you'll go up several levels in a single session. So it'll just speed things up to get your shit out of the way. Then anyone else I could just help out as they go, because they can actually read without having to stop every 5 seconds for a screen reader.
Yeah. It was funny because I was, kind of sick, but not really that. But but I know why, because I was fucking out and cold. So I got, and my fucking Swedish friends is, you fucking pussy.
Okay, what is cold out where you're at?
Yeah, I knew you were gonna fucking go there. I knew you were gonna go there too. I thought, should I say this? I don't think so, but I said it anyway.
Yeah, what I want to know is what is cold out where you're at. What do you feel is cold? Put a number value on it.
It's here. It has snowed briefly.
So I'm not saying it snowed recently.
No, briefly. It has snowed briefly on occasion. So sometimes it gets to just freezing to 30, 40, 50 degrees.
Okay.
I know.
I'm thinking closer, like 20s, whenever you start thinking about going outside, it might be a bad idea. Mm-hmm. 0, it's definitely a bad idea. And then once it starts to tip a little bit in the negative, you're like, nah. Mm-hmm. But I'm certain there's someone in fucking Alaska laughing their ass off at me saying, oh, you think that's cold?
There's someone from my Swedish friend was like, you got to oh, you fucking American soft fucking cock. I was like, don't yell at me just because you live in a fucking ice palace. No, I mean, I've been out in fucking snow.
I bet you if he were to go out there, he would die of heat exhaustion.
Well, it was a she, so.
Okay.
So if he died of heat exhaustion, he would have to be so hot that she somehow grew a dick and balls.
It might be hot enough for her entire vaginal orifice to melt outward to make it look like a synthetic penis, and then her tits melted off. She peels back the layers and reveals the lizard face going.
She came to the U.S. and he died of oxygen or heat exhaustion. No, it's I've been freezing weather and below, so I understand what that is, and I can, it doesn't really affect me that much as long as I have fucking clothing on it.
Yes, clothing is not optional unless you belong to the Polar Bear Club, and even then, they usually just take a 5-second dip and then run straight into a fucking boiling hot fucking sauna.
Yeah, I mean, I can take cold, but for some reason my nose didn't like cold very much.
Now that is mine, and it's always cold.
My body
hits winter.
My body is a pussy for some reason. Like my nose, it will be like, oh, it's cold. I'm time to get sick. And I'm just like, oh, really? This is not cold. You want to know cold? Sitting out at 2 in the morning for 5 hours, or sitting out at at night in January for 5 hours listening to music
Yay.
in the rain.
No, fuck. Mm.
Oh, that's good coke.
Good cocaine.
Yeah. Well, fuck you, Alaska.
Fuck Alaska.
Sarah Palin has come out in favor of marijuana legalization, saying, quote, legalizing marijuana is no big deal. My guess is her kid got busted.
My guess is the fact that she's from fucking Alaska and I got fucking pot everywhere up there, because how the fuck you gotta find the person? I mean, they got their cities and shit, but then they also got fucking places that are like, okay, there's 100 miles to the next fucking store.
I don't know about that, but I know they have a lot of meth labs in Alaska.
Mm.
A lot of meth labs. That makes the Midwest look tame.
Yay, meth.
I've done meth occasionally. It wasn't
I did
that
it
good.
once. It wasn't that good.
Yeah. Plus, the people who do it habitually, they moldy and ugh.
Their face literally melts and fucking all their teeth go blah. It's like if you do coke too much, except meth somehow accelerates the process even worse.
It's not meth that does it though.
Hmm.
It's the shit they put in meth. Like the drug itself.
That makes sense.
Yeah, it's not the drug itself. It's what they put in it as a. Fuck, my brain's just gone into another dimension.
Because when I was hanging out with my dealer friends, they didn't deal meth. They dealt coke. One of them did anyway. And he'd cut the shit with fucking flat out laxative.
Yeah. I know some things they put in it. I know one guy put rat poison in it. I was like, do you just want to kill the people? Yeah. And people make it in bathtubs. Oh yeah, I mean, you had something about the flat Earth.
Oh yeah, fucking shit.
We go from meth to flat Earth.
Mm-hmm. And apparently, there are people who actually still believe the Earth is flat, and they're trying to use science to pseudoscience that is so fucking watered down. It's retarded. God.
Yes, when I first heard about this, I prayed to Satan and I said, please let this be fucking fake. And then I heard it's not, and my brain died.
I heard it. I was like, oh my God, this is like Time Cube if you remove the need to have a sphere.
It's like, yeah.
It was like, yeah. And he was talking about, this one explorer that fucking explored Antarctica said there was another continent there the size of the United States, and it was filled with minerals and all this good shit. And then all of a sudden, you couldn't go to fucking Antarctica anymore. Boom, 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 boom. Be sure to ask questions.
And you are educated, stupid.
Yeah, I was waiting for that line to drop. He didn't drop it, but
Yeah, I know someone who critiques flat Earth people, and I was kind of asking, why do you critique it if you know they're retarded? Flat Earth isn't really something like fundamentalism, where people, a lot of people in America, if not agree with it, then accept it. Flat Earth, if I go to the market and ask 100 people, is the Earth flat or not? I'm guessing 100 will say, yeah. It's a very small group of people. I had a thing. Oh, you posted the that video of the guy debriefing the preacher ranting.
Oh yeah, the fucking preacher saying that fucking.
That was good. That was good. The actual video, even better.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you've
I
actually.
was too fucking tired that night. By the time I fucking came across, I didn't feel like looking at the video. And then next day when I finally looked at the video, I'm like, oh wow, this is fucking Fun.
Because they had a link in the description, and I watched 52 minutes. 52 goddamn minutes of him just ranting about nothing. And these idiots going, oh yeah, so true. Fuck. Welcome to the cult.
Yeah, it's fucking good shit.
And the Eagles of Death Metal are a death metal band, apparently.
You see, at first I thought they were just from the name because I never heard them before. Then I plopped on one song, like, fuck this shit. I couldn't get past it.
I heard them in, someone had subscribed me to, for some reason, AOL Music Podcast. This is in like 06 when podcasting was a new thing. For some reason, I was subscribed to the AOL podcast, and I got something called the Eagles of Death Metal. And I was 12, and I was like, ooh, death metal. And then I heard the guys talking and you know, how they got the name or whatever, and I was just like, and then I heard the music, and the first song was called I Want You So Hard. And I heard the song, and I was just like, yeah, that's not. And then I read that the guy was in Queens of the Stone Age and Caius, which is actually a good band, but still, Queens of the Stone Age and shit. I was like, oh yeah, this is not death metal. So I already knew that. I hadn't thought of them in years. Because very rare, the only time I'd ever think of them was when I typed something about death metal and I get the Eagles of Death metal. I was like, change your name.
You suck.
Yeah. No shit. They're awful. And the singer can't sing.
Mm-hmm.
They actually did seem like nice guys when they were like interviewing, but still. And you know, they're talking about, I guess they got the name for, they were listening to death metal, and when really high they were like, let's gonna start a death metal band. We're called the Eagles of Death Metal. And I guess the next day they had like a guitar, somebody on vocals, and somebody pounding a water jug for drums. And then somebody had like a sample, like a DJ sample thing. So they were posting like playing samples before the songs, like the Wicked Witch and the Wizard of Oz and shit. I mean, that's funny. It's too bad they didn't keep it that, because I'd rather listen to that than lame blues rock.
That actually sounds a lot more interesting because I've heard some good shit come out of that.
I know one band who used a chair as drums. That was actually really good. Or the one grindcore band who used for drums, because they didn't have drumsticks. The guy was beating against his own chest and a speaker for drums. I'm like, this just sounds like it hurts.
You're suffering for your art. Good. Now let me defecate in the lacerations. You must suffer.
Defecating in lacerations. Fuck. Yeah, never do black metal vocals if you already have a sore throat.
Indeed.
Because that hurts. It hurts like fuck. What are other topics I wanted to discuss? I think I mentioned them to you, but I can't remember.
I don't know. I forget at the moment.
You fail at everything. You are a failure, and you must die.
You must die. I alone am best.
I get it.
That is correct. And then we all fucking made people suffer for fun.
Don't waste your nutritional potential. Sacrifice your corpse to Guar.
Feed the world maggot, baby. Feed the world maggot. No.
And then go play on your it's sperm and slide. Sperm not included.
That was a good skit. Watch Puddles, the Wonder Dog, whenever it's on.
No, that's not the best skit. The best skit was Lawn Jockey.
See it before it sees you.
What happens when a family of white supremacists fires their black maid? What happens with really Alberto High Priestess? I love that.
Oh, yeah. Good shit.
It's almost as if he was beaten to death, this lawn jockey.
Exactly. And now we're back to random bullshit on the internet.
I don't know any voodoo high priestesses though.
Oh, I knew a stripper that dressed like one.
I know someone who claims to be a priestess of Satan, but that's it. Which is still pretty cool. Yeah. It's just fun quoting random Guar because Guar is so quotable. Empt, remove the, or take cut open the top of the head and remove the brain. Now, empty the contents of the large intestine into the head.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck. Guar is the one reason why I wish I could see. And, you know.
Yeah, that would be a nice experience for you to see.
Or
But
the
knowing your luck, it would be the first thing you ever saw, then the last. Because you'd have to gouge your eyes out in ritualistic retribution, saying, "No, this must be the only thing I know."
well, I have to see Jinx too. So after I see her and then Guar. Oh, and the sleazy with old ladies or whatever. Presenting the check to a bunch of old ladies.
Oh yeah, that never say sleazies. Not a nice guy.
Sleazy's not a nice
Even
guy.
though it's true, just don't
Just
say
don't say it.
it.
Yeah. And then Jello Biafra as an evil record executive, which I thought was hilarious.
Yeah.
Talking about like world domination or whatever. Um, there was I guess the Skullhead Face was originally going to be released in theaters,
Mm-hmm.
but the MPAA refused to rate it anything more than an NC-17 or anything under NC-17, and said that it couldn't be cut down to an R, which it really can't be cut down to an R. I don't really see how that would happen.
Oh no. And that was whenever they were trying to fucking sell out, and then whenever the fucking one label told Metal Blade saying, "Well, you got to cut fucking Baby Dick Fuck," and Guar's like, "Nope, we're not cutting Baby Dick Fuck," and that made the whole entire deal go south.
I think it was mostly the label who tried to make Guar. I mean, Skullhead Face doesn't really look like a band trying to sell out. They actually look like a band rebelling against selling out.
Yeah, maybe that's what was going on. I don't know. There's the official story, and then there's the theories.
In the 90s, you had a bunch of death metal labels like the once good Earache signing to CBS Records, and Napalm Death fucked that up for them, to which Dig and Earache is eternally pissed off, and I'm eternally grateful. Because they had some good hits with like Carcass's Heartwork and Entombed's Wolverine Blues, but then they had a bunch of death metal. That's why Morbid Angel sold so well. They were on an almost major label, which is inconceivable to me, but that's what happened. So you had Metal Blade kind of trying to chase the. I mean, they had things like Cannibal Corpse in fucking Ace Ventura. I remember when I saw that movie, I was like, "What the fuck?"
Holy shit! I don't know if this is real or not, but this would be so cool if it was. Someone is holding has like a little vigil set up for like one of the victims of the shooting. And what they did was they made an inverted pentagram out of sausage, out of pork sausage, with candles and shit. So this is how they're honoring this person who was shot dead in fucking Paris.
I forgot to. I guess not that you would care, but it's just interesting. I guess. Do you know the band Funnebrarum, however you say that name? Related to Disma? They're a death metal band from the U.S.
I don't know.
I guess the singer of that band, who's I've known from hardcore, I guess his ex-girlfriend was killed in the Paris attacks. I mean, it's not. Yeah, it's not like it affected me or whatever, but at the same time, you're actually reading someone who's on your fucking list that you've talked to, talking about that, and you're just like, wow. because these things always happen, but they never affect. For me, they've never really affected anyone, that I know or whatever. So that was like, wow, that really sucks for him. I guess he.
I, I just think it's awesome that someone thinks that, someone thinks it's great to just fucking piss off the Muslims who did this as much as possible.
Yes, as long as they eat
as
the
a
pork
memoriam to
sausages.
their fallen friend or lover, because it's written in. I don't. Even the translate thing didn't translate it good. It was disjointed.
Fuck Muslims. Skullhead Face is your new god.
That's right.
I love Scott Krall's performance of Skullhead Face. He just went insane.
Actually, it should be Cardinal Sin.
Make me your god.
Exactly.
I will be returning within the next movie.
Yeah, that's a great time frame right now.
I love that.
I will arrive by next movie.
I love how much he stuttered and buffered. I was like, I've had that experience with technology before. I love I love the Rendezvous with Ragnarok movie where Odorous gives slime to the purse and she starts beating him over the head with it. And she's like, "What did you get this at Kmart?" And he's like, "No, I got this at Walmart."
That's a real step up there. Not real. I think it's a step down, but whatever.
Yeah, they were cool when they used to make movies all the time, and then they stopped. And now, I mean, they're still cool, but I was talking with an old Guar fan, and they were like, Guars, they're still cool, and I listen to their music, but I wish they were more multimedia like they used to be.
Yeah, that's, oh, God. I got into them my first Guar shows whenever they were doing the prototype for We Kill Everything. And that's about whenever the fucking sideshow is at its max. And I know I've said it before, but fucking, I just loved going there in the sea of ICP fans. And then watching them all freak out, get traumatized, kids crying.
And then they did Violence Has Arrived, which was a good album, and people of a more metal mind would like that. I like the silly shit too because I've often written like silly, funny songs about eating pretzels and things like that. So there were definitely two sides, but then they still release the odd DVD, but it's more of a concert recording. It's not a movie anymore. Of course, they still have the show and things like that, but they don't do the comic books or anything like that. And those were fun times. I used to love It's Sleazy, Phallus in Wonderland. It's Sleazy. And Beyond Hell was the first time they'd ever done a full-on story, because they would do things like We Kill Everything, but that would deviate. They would then deviate with story, fucking an animal, or they do like Carnival of Chaos had a story, but they would deviate from it. Beyond Hell was the first time they'd really done a whole album, excluding the cover at the end, but it was the first time they ever done a whole album with nothing but a story. And I didn't know that when I first bought Beyond Hell. I bought it maybe 3 months after it came out. I'd already, heard of Guar and shit. I was like, these songs really tie together. It's almost like it's a story. And then I looked it up, and it is a story. When Guar's fortress is attacked by the Nazi Pope.
Oh, fuck. There was, oh, hell. Just going back, it's like most of their albums were like, okay, they'd have this story, which was like 3 to 6 songs, depending upon the length of the album. Then the rest of the songs were mostly just another day in the life of Guar.
Yep. Yeah. And then the movies would flesh it out. Violence Has Arrived had no story because it was the album after they killed the master. So it was basically just them going, we have no plot, nothing to do. Party!
Now does Guar party? Specious side.
And then War Party was a more of a comment on the war. I love Dave's I love Dave's. We make such a right wing statement. I don't think the right wing would want to have us. And I'm thinking, I don't know. Nowadays, I think nowadays a lot of I think some Republicans took Guar lyrics a little too seriously.
Oh hell, they were on fucking Fox News Red Eye.
Yeah, I heard how I guess they had gotten canceled because the higher ups at Fox heard that they killed Republicans, and they said you can't have that. And then the guy who hosts Red Eye was like, "I didn't know you guys killed Republicans," and Guar was like, "Really, dude? Really?
We kill everything.
Including us? We kill mom, we kill God, we kill the guy who does the jazzercise commercial. Pay no attention to Otis. He was raped at birth by thousands of midgets."
Yes, and he soon
Screwed.
grew paranoid.
He was born on. His moldy warframe was a symbol in a syntho womb on the planet Scumdogia.
That's a good planet. We should visit there.
I'll fucking link you to the character biographies.
God, it's been a while since I fucking read them too.
There was an updated one with Beefcake that I found on the internet where it was the more violent one. But yeah, Guar, if you really want, yes, I'm going to listen to your next album because I'm a Guar fan and I like Mike Bishop. You know, he was the original Beefcake and shit.
Yeah.
But if you really, so it's not like they're replacing him with, me. They're replacing him with someone who's been in the band for years. But basically, what I'm saying, Guar, is if you really want to get in my good graces, do the media thing again. Make another movie.
Yeah.
Do it. Before have you seen the show they live streamed?
No, I have not. I've got to fucking check that out.
I'll send it to you. God, I got it, every show. I think I'm like, have you seen this? No, I'll send it to you. I have like 18,000 things to send you.
Yeah, but send me Guar definitely.
No, I will send you anything but Guar now.
Now I have to murder your family and force feed you their remains.
I wouldn't be so sad about the murder part, but the force feeding part, I'm not really that into.
There we go. You're not a true cannibal then.
Well, their remains, they taste awful. I mean, the remains of someone who tastes better, sure. I want taste with my meat.
Naked fat bitches.
Like my ex?
She was always naked? Cool.
In the bedroom, yes. She seemed to. She hated clothing. Let's put it that way.
Woohoo! Hates clothing. That's
like she would sit on the fucking even if they weren't weren't fucking or anything. If she was alone or if we were alone, she would literally just sit watching TV naked.
You see, my girlfriend usually just has a nightie on, no underwear. So if I'm sitting on the floor and she's sitting on the couch, I'll usually just turn over and start doing stuff again. She likes the way I work my tongue.
Okay.
She's making fun of me because we haven't done it in the past week, so yeah.
Well, you deserve to be made fun of, so.
I always deserve to be made fun of because I am a pathetic human being, just like everyone else. But I am also a god. 4 simultaneous days.
Oh god, I remember you reading that and I'm like, Eric's fucking missing this. This is gonna fucking break his mind. I mean,
wait, who did was that Time Cube?
Yeah. Yeah,
okay.
You were reading Time Cube, that one episode where you read it for like 8 hours. And I was like, wow, Eric's missing this and he likes odd things. I'm about to rape his mind.
Psycho, the rapist.
What?
Psycho, the rapist.
Okay.
Just think of that as one word.
I know, but I'd rather think of those 3 words.
Yeah.
My name is Psycho, and I'm a rapist. I'm the rapist. Yeah. I think you actually had confused. I'm not a therapist. I'm the rapist. Oh,
Yeah.
I'm gonna rape you.
Everyone's going to.
I'm gonna rape some babies. I'm the fucking baby raper.
The
Oh
baby
god,
raper.
I did something to myself the yesterday that and my Facebook friends that I
Okay.
am so sorry for. It's not as good as you're thinking. It's
God
something.
damn it.
Sorry. Well, like we can talk about that too later. But the
No.
thing I was gonna, you're like, you want to hear about it? It amuses you. Anyway, the thing I was gonna say is one of my friends, ex-friends. I seem to have a lot of these friends who are no longer my friends. Was talking about how Green Day used to be good.
Oh, God, no.
And see, I was a Green Day fan for about a couple months when I was 10. I had everything they owned, even their, earliest years, which is something, most, casual fans don't do. And my parents like it. So I've heard their original things. And I know that they sang about love and shit like that. So I went, okay, just to refresh my memory, I'm going to listen to their first EP and post it. I listened to the first EP and felt physically sick. Just for the record, people, Green Day was never punk. They may have had a distorted guitar, but I think that's more about them having shitty equipment than anything else. The thing that really stunned me was how much the guy sounded like a fucking boy band singer. He basically he had these fucking breaths that he took that made it sound like a fucking Backstreet Boy. Literally, he sounded. It was like
God, fuck no.
yeah.
Not the boy bands, not fucking New Kids on. Oh God, I wanted to fucking.
No, but
And this was even before I got into metal or anything. I was just fucking dorky kid. Whenever people play New Kids on the Block, I wanted to strangle them.
nice.
I
Yeah,
also
but
wanted to strangle Michael Jackson fans, but I always said he was better with the Jackson 5.
eh, so yeah, they were definitely the new wave, or they're definitely the not new wave, the emo or the boy band of punk. Even when they were like new, in the '89, which you would think, well, the newest or the earliest years are usually the rawest years. So I posted it, and yeah, everyone agreed that Green that no, they were never good, and I felt so bad for the people that I subjugated them to this or subjected them. I had to post some anal
I
cunt.
just took your word for it, and I did not need to hear him again.
Good. Yes, I think Corey did actually listen.
And then he cried.
And then I posted anal cunt, so everything was all better.
Yes, anal cunt helps makes things better.
Oh god, I posted it just gets worse because I love the. It's funny they were on Earache, which was a big record label, and the way they recorded that it just gets worse. Al, and that was one of the really offensive songs. Basically, they just recorded at a practice space. They just tuned in, plugged in. They recorded at a practice space, and they recorded the vocals like the day after. No overdubs or anything, just fucking good in there. I think that was kind of a. I love that production. It's so raw.
Mm.
Like I know like death metal people who are like I can't listen to this. This is too noisy. I'm like, get out of my house. Oh, did I tell you the story? Did I tell you this? Maybe I did about the guy who I've been listening to thrash all morning, right? So I was in the mood for some thrash, and I was talking about thrash, and the guy goes, "Oh, you mentioned one band that I know, Metallica." Okay.
It's only gonna get worse from there if that's the only band they know.
Oh, and stupidly, because I was in the thrash metal mindset, right? So stupidly, I didn't think even Inner Sandman. I thought, yeah, kill them all, hit the lights, fucking, yeah, metal militia, wow. And the guy goes, No, I like Until It Sleeps and Hero of the Day. And there's that really evil song that's too heavy for me, Mr. Sandman.
Yeah, I'll show you too evil for you. Here. I'm gonna strap a fucking knife to the end of my cock so I can fuck you to death with orifices I create with my dick.
All I said was 10 seconds. And he's like, what? And I was like, 10 seconds. You either leave or I'll make you leave. He didn't leave, so I had to play. So I was like, okay, you want evil? Played some, God, what did I play? Oh, yeah, Goat Semen. Raw
I
black
don't know if you're
metal.
familiar with the band, but that sounds like a good name.
They are a really raw black metal band from Peru. Okay. Now, keep in mind, this is a guy who thinks Inner Sandman is too heavy and evil for him. So I could have played, something, like, I don't know, Hailstorm or something like that. And that would have been enough. But you know me, I go extreme. So I went, let me see what's the most raw underground band I can think of. Oh, Goat Semen. It was either that or some NSBM. So he ran out the door screaming. And then I played the Goat Semen discography for about 2 hours. And life was good. I'm telling you, that Wolf Lair website made me really love black metal. Because before, I would have a couple bands, like maybe 5 or 6, but I wasn't really into it because it was just such an inaccessible genre. But that night when we were doing the D&D thing, and I you were talking to Scott, so I was like, okay, I'm gonna look for something to listen to, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, hey, let's see if that fucking website's still up. And I listened to it, and just band after band, I was like, wow, this is amazing. This is amazing. Black metal is amazing. So now I actually had to compress my iTunes library to 256 KB just to get the fucking room for it. It doesn't matter. I mean, 256 is you can't tell the difference between 256 and 320 unless you're really fucking nitpicky. The only thing it does is it makes the file size a little bit smaller. But yeah, people are like, I can't listen to that. It's not FLAC. I'm like, you're a nitpicky douchebag. The people who like, I mean, maybe 15 years ago you could really notice a difference, but nowadays with sound quality and sound cards improving, we live in, nowadays
I know what you're talking about. I'm just like, I'm just trying to think of my own ideas, and they're falling out of my head before I could think of them. And I'm not even like dead from work like I usually am. I'm actually kind of wired.
That scares me.
Yeah, I'm probably on the verge of fucking going psycho. Yeah.
Well, do it on microphone, please. I hate it when all these things have. Well, I like shoplifted today. Why didn't you like record it, you idiot? Or I got busted today. Record it. At least Zach Black had the decency to record him going to jail.
This is me going to jail. Everyone can enjoy.
Yeah, I guess he had a stupid idea to go like ride a roller coaster at night when the park was closed or something. I'm like, you're a moron. I like that. You're 36 years old at the time or whatever, and you're doing that. You're truly a moron. We can be friends now.
Yes. Fucking everything is fucking falling apart in my brain at the moment. I had like a bunch of shit.
I still love announcing that I want to move to another country, and people, oh, then why don't you fucking go then, huh? I'm like, dude, what the fuck? People get all butthurt when you say you want to move to another country. They're like, because they think it's all about politics or whatever. And I keep saying, if I wanted to move to a world where there's a perfect government, I'd go live in fucking Antarctica.
with Guar. That is the perfect government.
And raped penguins. And Gorgor.
Yes.
I mean, that's
Smoke
fucking reasons.
toxic waste laced crack.
That hypnotized Slymancer into marrying me. But then the crack wears off, and she beats me up.
Yes.
And then things happen.
My goozle tough.
What?
I don't know.
Rock and roll party town. Hey there, baby. I actually had the old Guard demos with the early singer. He sounds like Gigi Allen. Where's my fucking axe? It's really good. I'll send you that too.
I think I had that one point.
I did too, on CD. But my CDs got stolen. And my DVDs, so all my Guar collection got lost. I love people.
This is why murder must be legalized.
Yes, fucking pigs. Legalize murder. They're making a movie based on the book Lords of Chaos, which is a story about the early Norwegian black metal scene.
And from what I heard, they're fucking taking the folklore aspect as opposed to, actually trying to present a real case.
Yep, which is why it's gonna be shit. However, like a fucking sheep, of course I'm going to watch it. Not in fucking theaters probably, but I'll fucking buy it or whatever, just to see what it's like, or maybe not, but maybe download it. But yeah, I'll watch it just to see what it's like. I don't think any of the metal musicians are really that keen on it though.
None of them are. They all want it dead.
Yeah, I know Varg Vikernes wrote something about it, but I haven't read it. I'll read it later.
I'd like to see some church burnings in retribution to this.
I guess the day Varg got out of jail, some churches were burned.
Yeah, that's wonderful. Actually, that's good news. That made me happy.
Yeah. I mean, what does burning churches really do? Nothing. But is it great fun? Yes.
It's where you got your weenie roast.
I mean, there are people saying that, by burning churches, you're making Christians stronger, more communal. And I'm like, I don't care. It's just fun to do. I mean, if anyone really wanted to destroy Christianity by burning churches, that's
Burning
kind of
churches.
stupid.
Yeah, the dumbest way to actually do it.
But it's a lot of fun.
Because fire is fun. Just everything about it.
And
some of those things where I wish you were, sighted just long enough to actually watch a proper arson. Just go down, at least see the footage of it. Just
I love the sound of it. And
yeah,
heat and smelling the smoke.
And a couple people screaming.
Oh, yes, the children.
Oh, what's funny was my one buddy. He was babysitting his niece through marriage. It's, his girlfriend's.
Yeah.
Whatever. And they were sitting there watching the news, and she's like, "Shh, this is my favorite part of the fire." She was only like, 8, 9 years old. Already a pyro. It was great.
Reading Lords of Chaos. Oh, I sent you that. I sent you an improved copy of the Black Metal book.
Yeah, I gotta find it now because
I
gotta add another email address to my fucking spam thing because I got fucking spammed. Someone bought music on fucking my services. Like, I don't care if they fucking bought music.
Oh. Yeah. Well, usually what happens with me is if I don't open it, like if I just delete it, it usually just goes automatically to spam. I was just making sure, see if you got it or not, because he hadn't said anything about it. And I was like, "You bastard!"
I'm gonna have to fucking. Never mind. I gotta fucking copy and paste the text about your fucking D&D class and shits. That way you can hear how it progresses and what your options are. So at
Yeah.
least got a rough idea of what the hell's going on.
I also have an Adobe of Lords of Chaos, which is an interesting book. It gets into like weird things about how black metal may be the 20th century equivalent to the Wild Hunt and things like that, which I find kind of bullshit, but it's whatever. It's interesting, I guess. So I recommend reading that, and I recommend reading the black metal evolution of the cult because that's more about bands and more. I mean, yeah, they touch on philosophy and underground ethics, but like a lot of fucking bands, not just from Norway, but like a lot of bands from all over the world, from raw black metal to fucking avant-garde weird shit. And basically, what you'll be doing is you'll be reading it and then stopping, listen to something. Read, stop, and listen. Read, stop, and listen. It will take forever, but you will love it and you will praise something.
We do not know yet. Here we go. Let's let this open up. A Ouija board expert warns: don't summon evil spirits. And
Too
the
late.
picture has the fucking little fucking arrow thing they use pointing to the word yes. So should I or shouldn't I?
God, fucking Ouija boards. I'm not even gonna ask. I'm pretty sure you've used them in the past.
I've used them in the past. We've tried to summon demons and make them possess people by placing the Ouija board on top of their chest.
Yeah, I've done that too. I've done it to myself, and well, lest Christians think that at one point I was innocent. I was already like this before I was playing with the Ouija boards. Yeah, this is no product of possession. This is me
Oh
product.
my god. A psychotherapist said it's a bad idea to inquire if these spirits are present when trying to make contact with the other world. So please do not unleash the forces of evil.
Yes, unleash the forces of evil, people.
Please do.
Well, I
Over
remember.
Halloween over Halloween weekend 2015, a much publicized TV special aired on Destination America, which attempted to conduct a live on-air exorcism.
Oh
The
fuck
exorcism
me.
was intended to clear a house in St. Louis, which was reportedly the inspiration of the book and the movie The Exorcist.
Fuck me.
During the live broadcast, the paranormal investigators initially communicated with the spirits using a Ouija board. As they first moved to placate across the board, they were met with friendly answers. But when the investigators asked outright if there were evil spirits in the house, the planchette appeared out of control, saying yes, 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 yes. They quickly decided to break contact, removing their fingers from the planchette, and then ran out of the room. They explained they did what they came to do or were asked to do in trying to conjure back up what had happened in that house many years before that to that young boy, the true exorcist story. And she didn't believe it was a wise decision to ask if the evil was present. Anything on the board, especially if you don't have a connection yet made with the other side or with the spirits, can trick you, cause havoc, be mischievous. You're opening up some things that you may not want to be opening. I asked for my highest good.
Bullshit.
I ask for that
Bullshit.
which is going to come forth and be nothing but kind and benevolent.
Fuck benevolence.
I
Fuck. Then you know what the sad thing is? These people fucking believe it too. This isn't an act. These people, they're not just scammers. They believe what they actually say.
yeah.
I mean, I got in an argument with someone on a Facebook group. For some reason, I was in it, and it was like wasn't a religious group, but a lot of religious people were talking about how Ouija boards scare them. And I linked them to a couple articles, Rational Wiki and things like that, saying Ouija boards are a subdivision of Hasbro. Do you really think Hasbro, the goddamn toy company, is going to do something? Oh, fuck. You stupid people. Just die. Die.
It'd be really cool if they did, because the Illuminati didn't want us to go past fucking Antarctica to find a continent that had all the fucking resources we could ever want.
You see, there's a point when I can't even refute claims anymore, and I just lose it and I start yelling. That makes me a horrible debater. I understand this, but it's something that I do where I'm refuting a point, and then there's a point where my brain just melts because I can't refute the stupidity anymore. So I just start yelling, "Die!"
Oh boy, let's see.
I've done that. There was a time when we were debating a Christian person. They were doing I don't know what you call it, the one where they bombard you with small little things that can be easily refuted, but refuting them takes a lot of time. And I tried refuting it on like the sixth point of easily refuting. I just grew tired of saying stupid things. And I was just like, just fucking die.
Yes, yes, yes.
And I was yelled by atheists, "You're not like being constructive." I'm like, I can't be constructive. The stupid, the sheer stupid. Although, to tell you the truth, I can take a lot of this if it's called fiction, like Ouija boards and haunted stories. If if it's called fiction, then I can take it. But if it's called real, well, I expect
I want the fucking fires of hell right outside my front door.
yes, dude. If that happened, I would fucking stop being an atheist. Okay. If that fucking happened, granted, I wouldn't be no fucking Christian. Like I said, I'd be a fucking left hand path. But yeah, I would stop being an atheist.
It'd just be like, how I'd crack open a beer on my front porch, then just, watching the fires of hell burn.
Hey, Satan. Like, Satan comes over. Hey, can I have a beer?
Sure, they're in the fridge.
Oh, thanks, dude. Hey, you want to go to the fucking Guar show?
Yeah, sure. I got to hang out with Satan, and it was pretty cool.
And then God comes down from heaven and goes, "Thou shalt not drink alcohol." Satan goes,
"Here, have a beer."
Shut up. And Satan goes, "Stop being a buzzkill." Yeah. What was I gonna say? I was actually gonna say something kind of informative, but I forgot what I was gonna say. Necro bestial midget butt sex.
Ooh.
We've sunk to a new level.
Yes. Oh God.
Fuck no. I was gonna. Oh yeah. I was reading about a one of those paranormal investigator types and a enthusiast of ham radios. So what they did was they damaged a radio and they tuned it to, I think it was 29 megacycles or whatever. It was basically a frequency frequented by ham and outlaw CB enthusiasts. And Jim, do you know what they got that would just scare you? Do you know what they got? Dun, 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 dun.
Static.
Long technical discussions on how they could improve the radio set. So they concluded it must be the ghosts of dead scientists. And they published a book. They published a book of this. And I'm sitting there thinking, you tune the radio to a station frequency you must have known was frequented often, and were surprised when people were telling you how to fix the radio. Are
Yeah.
you? I'm not asking this question to be insulting. Are you retarded?
Fuck it, I am asking it to be insulting and being quite literal.
Yeah, I am not asking to be insulting. I am actually asking to be literal. Are you retarded? Are you actually mentally retarded? Yeah, I'm not trying to be insulting here. I'm actually asking because that just sounds like something a retard would say.
Yes, I'm certain I know retards who would call you retarded.
I know retard. They go, you're retarded.
Yeah. And you know it's bad whenever a retard calls you retarded.
Yes. You know it's bad when a retard. I mean, how could you? I've always wanted to read the book just to see what it was about. If anyone can find it for like PDF or EPUBs, it's called The Ghost of 29 Megacycles. Somebody can find it for free download. I'll read it. I'm always up for reading things for free download. Any
Oh
more?
fuck. Oh fuck.
Oh fuck!
Someone was fucking pissed off this one journalist for being like a fucking hack. And this was like, months ago, almost a year ago or something. And what they did was they photoshopped the picture of him where he's holding up a iPad or iNote or whatever and turned it into a Quran and then photoshopped the suicide belt on him, with the fucking everything. And, this was circling around the net where they were making fun of him for being a pussy. And whenever the fucking Paris bomb attacks happened, that picture, photoshopped image, actually made it on the news.
I saw that.
Yeah, it's fucking great. It's like, how does it feel now? Because this guy was shitting on. It was about that fucking Gamergate bullshit, and he was shitting on gamers, and it's like he's calling gamers terrorists. So now it's like, well, how does it feel now that people thought you were a terrorist?
I shit on gamers all the time, mostly because I like
You
to.
can't.
What?
You're just jealous. You can't see the violence. You can only hear it.
Yeah. Shut up, bitch. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you.
Exactly.
Go fucking slit your eyes out and shove
That's what I want to fucking bring up. Fucking whatever. Narc was bullshitting in the thing, posting his lyrics and shit. I'm just thinking, okay, how much of a pussy can you be? All you're doing is reposting the lyrics twice, and then you try to go off on the well, they're just being ironic kind of thing, and you're expecting me to back down. No, the correct answer to try to get me to back down is saying, "Shut up, Jim, or I will taser you in your prostate." That would have been an acceptable answer.
I know the actual song. The song itself is okay. I mean, it's by the Vandals, a band that I've always thought was a third-rate punk. I mean, the song was okay, but the lyrics didn't really do much for me. And they're being ironic. It's like, I knew that, and I didn't care.
I didn't care either way. I just fucking got off work.
The thing with Anarchy is
because I was just got off work, pissed off the world, and then here's something coming up reminding me of the days whenever I used to work at fucking fast food and fucking other food service. Like, no, fuck you.
Well, for every good person, and I know there's fucking good fast food people, but there are a lot of shitty ones though. Especially at the McDonald's I go to. Okay, when I say chicken McNuggets, fries, and a Coke, do you hear in your mind hamburger and iced tea?
Tell them to fucking die.
I'm like, I mean, well, I took the iced tea because I like iced tea, but I wanted a Coke, but whatever. But I was like, this is not. I don't like McDonald's hamburgers at all. I fucking hate them. They're disgusting. I don't like them, at least. I prefer the chicken nuggets.
You should petition to get a fucking Burger King out where you're at. Burger King burgers.
We had a burger, dude. We had a Burger King until really recently, and then they moved away. I was like, it's because we go out fast food if we don't feel like fucking making food. So now it's like, well, McDonald's or Jack in the Box or Taco Bell. We're like, what the fuck's Burger King? It's fucking. I had Wiener Schnitzel for lunch today though. So I'm. You can tell I'm happier that I've had hot dogs. But yeah, they used to have
Yes.
a Burger. Used to like Burger King, but yeah, they moved away. They were dicks though because Wednesday night was food truck night, where a bunch of food trucks would line up, and they were expensive, but they were usually good. It kind of depended on the truck though, and you were taking a fucking risk because it's not like you could sample. And Burger King said, "quote support your local restaurants," and I'm like, "Excuse me." You're Burger King. You're not my local restaurant. Ruby's Diner is my local restaurant. You know, you're not my fucking local restaurant.
Do 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 do.
Uh, fuck. I need some more good horror books. I'm out. I've read Lovecraft's book stories about 800 times
Mm.
to the point where I love the one called The Electric Executioner. It's funny how he wrote it with someone, and he wrote it about someone who's in the Mexican mine, and he was trapped by this mad guy with something he built, which was like he said, people were talking about the electric chair, but I saw a way around it, and it incorporates Aztec mythology, and he incorporated the Cthulhu mythos into the Aztec mythology. He changed the names like from Cthulhu to Cthulhu and Yog Sothoth to like Yaga Sothothol or something like that. But I was like, I get it. I thought that was cool how he like even in a story that's not really part of the Cthulhu mythos or whatever, he uh, he incorporated the thing under slightly changed names. But I was like, nice one. But yeah, I need more horror. If anyone has any good horror book recommendations,
Clive
um,
Barker.
yeah, I know I've read his shit. That's why I said I need more horror. I've read his shit already.
Okay, I can't help you out there because most of the shit keeps coming my way is like half-weight 2-bit hack shit.
But yeah, like I tried reading Stephen King, was bored shitless.
Oh God, fucking shit! Don't get me started because I dated this one fucking chick once. I was like, Stephen King's the king of horror.
To give you an example, my mom likes Stephen King. I mean, my family is all about things like jump scares. I've always found jump scares to be like kind of like oh God, what's a good example? It's kind of like
Masturbation without the happy ending.
it's yeah, or something that you get the momentary pleasure of oh I'm startled, but then it just goes away and you kind of feel bitter. Whereas I like suspenseful horror that it's 3 o'clock in the morning. Uh, I can't put this book down, but there's noises outside and I don't know what they are and I'm scared. I like pathological horror. I
So
don't
I
like.
guess I like it whenever the descriptions just start going off on these fucking wild fucking spiritual tangents that are just like so demented and distorted that it goes.
Oh yeah.
It just melts the brain just thinking about the different layers happening simultaneously as they all corrupt each other and eventually descend into a maelstrom of malevolent fury.
One thing I don't really like unless I'm in the mood for just gore, which isn't really horror. There is a difference there.
Or yeah,
Yeah,
I know.
there is a difference. Um, One thing I don't like horror movies or horror books. Don't describe the things, the monsters, the evil in detail. Leave them vague. Leave them. I mean, describe them a little bit, but leave them vague. That's what one of the things. I know my friends are pissed off that Lovecraft did, but that's one of the things why I love is they made like filled with fish and less describable things. Well, what are those describable things? And your imagination starts running around, and all this like
Crazy shit starts going through your head because what goes through your own head is going to be a lot crazier than what the hell they come up with.
well,
Because it'll
but
give it form. Your brain won't let it take form because you're still going to be asking what.
well, I mean, but here's the thing though. You give it enough description to let it take a little bit of form. You have to know what it is. The author must know what it is fully formed in the first place. The author can't just be like, I can't think of anything. I'm just gonna make it up.
Yeah, exactly.
The author knows what it is, completely what it is, so that way he will describe it enough to give it enough form so that your brain will form it, but then it's much more nightmarish because you're shaping in the details without even thinking. There's this one thing where there was this pit full of what they called undescribable monstrosities that were, you know, basically uh, the guy was raising people from the dead through like alchemy and shit, and those were the half finished ones, the ones that weren't finished yet. And he didn't really describe them. So just think about what that could mean. Bunch of weird ass fucking zombie unfinished things trying to struggle out of a pit, but it can't struggle out of the pit, so it just screams.
There was this one thing from there was a series of books called Lone Wolf. It was choose your own adventure shit, and the guy was
Yeah.
good at writing it. But they were describing the Chaos Master in book 11, and like I was totally into that. Just having it go through my mind of like everything just turning into a shambling mass of just crazy chaotic things going everywhere. Then I flipped the page and there's an illustration that looked absolutely nothing like what was going through my head. I'm like, why the hell do you have to illustrate this?
hmm My question is, how the hell do you illustrate chaos? You can illustrate chaos, in my opinion. Speaking as a blind person, I mean, that's why I've never watched any of Lovecraft's adaptations on film, because in my opinion, no matter who the director is, you won't get it. You won't get the unless the camera cuts away from like 90% of the things, you won't get the same amorphous fear. Because the camera is the great explainer. The camera will show you all. So you'd have to do a lot of like cutaway shots and shit.
Heck, there was a thing that pissed off the fucking Star Wars fans to no end whenever they did the fucking re-releases. There was this one snow beast that fucking knocked Luke off of his tauntaun thing or whatever. And the original cut was just like this brief face of this big fur and a claw, and then it cut back to the face, and then like all you saw after that was shadows and
Nice.
like the emphasis in the original cut. But whenever they redid it, they actually showed the beast in more detail. It's like, no, I wanted to keep that image of that thing just being this huge lumbering mass, and that doesn't look anything like what was going through my head.
Yeah, see, I think there's definitely been a decline in that sort of thing because the kids today don't want to fucking think. They want to see what it is and like, wow, that's so scary. No, it isn't. It's not scary because you're describing it what it looks like to me. It's scary if I only get to hear about or if I may see a small portion of it, and the rest is left to my imagination. That's the frightening thing. But try telling these kids that.
Fucking shit. I need everything fucking described to you.
I'm blind, and I don't want I don't want everything described to me. Like you hear a growling off in the distance, and my mind is going, could that be a dog? Maybe some other animal? But no, it's already shown that it's a dog, and I'm like, oh, that's not fun.
Yeah, what if that growling was, the giant, like, southern fucking block.
All of a sudden, the fucking claw reaches through my computer. Oh, shit!
And then that's when the end music plays.
No, I thought the end music was. The fucking short history of the end of the world.
Yeah.
Better known as the Cardinal Sin theme. Another Guar reference.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, fucking end music plays. R.I.P. to the world. Rest in pain.
Yay, rest in pain. And then we all farted.
What?
If everyone farted simultaneously on this planet, what would happen?
the methane gas would destroy the sun, I think, or something.
Yeah,
How
let's
shit
go with that.
works.
Destroy the sun. That's been mankind's dream since the creation. Let's destroy
Destroy
the
the
sun.
sun. You're giving me so many ideas for like metal lyrics right now. You can
That's a
always
good
do a you can always do apocalypse.
apocalyptic visions of happiness and fun.
I've been showing bands or emo people. I've been showing them like doom metal. Everything from like My Dying Bride, which is a shitty name but is actually a good band, or was, or depending on your opinion, to and I'm thinking, and I keep saying, to like depressive black metal. I say, no, dude, if you want to be sad and depressive, go the metal route. Don't go the whiny emo route. Go the, you know, go the we want to make you so depressed you'll jump off a bridge route. Because
Fuck
emo,
backmasking. We'll just backmask happy, fun thoughts in our music in hopes that it'll go backwards and make you even more depressed.
because emo is first world teenager depression. My girlfriend broke up with me. Doom metal, well, the stuff that actually sings about depression, uh, and
Your
suicidal black
friends are
metal.
dead. Your family's dead. You're homeless on the fucking street, starving to death, just begging to suck one more cock so you can get a nickel and get some penny candy out of the deal.
Yes, I mean that I've always liked. What I was gonna say before you change the subject, I don't know what you changed it to, but I'm blaming you for it. Uh, Anarcho's getting on about political lyrics and how he doesn't like gore lyrics, and I've always said, I find you can't always hear it, if especially the really brutal shit that I like, but death metal lyrics for me have always been my version of horror movies because, of course, horror movies don't do shit for me, but I like horror and slashers and shit. So Cannibal Corpse lyrics are great entertainment for me. You know,
Because you
uh,
get it described to you instead of having to have someone sit there, hit the pause button.
yeah.
Okay, now the intestines are being wrapped around his neck and then put over a thing. Hit play. Hear a
I mean,
couple more
yeah.
sounds. Pause. And now the chair's been kicked out from underneath him, and he's been lynched by his own intestines with bile and excrement flying everywhere.
I mean, I can enjoy Cannibal Corpse or bands like that, either listening to the music or just reading the lyrics. I mean, reading the lyrics is often as enjoyable as the good music because you can't always hear what they're saying. And anyone who tells you that, oh, I can hear everything the death metal and black metal musicians are saying is a liar. I'm just
You
gonna
see,
say
I
that
can
right.
hear most things, but there's always
Yeah.
going to be that one riff that's like, okay.
Or like the.
Yeah, whenever they go into the fucking intentionally, completely, I can't fucking don't care kind of vocals. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah. That's what I mean. Yeah, I'm not talking about death metal or like the really high black metal. The they some and then the lyrics might come in handy. Yeah, no, I'm not talking about like just average death metal. I'm talking about the really brutal shit. But yeah, I actually had someone who goes, I can understand everything they say, and I'm like, no, you can't, because I can't. But yeah, anyway, my problem with political lyrics, although I listen to a lot of punk, is a lot of political bands have either very simplistic lyrics or say the same thing over and over again. As much as I agree with a lot of what they say, if it weren't for the good music, would I listen to them with just the lyrics? No. Well, duh. If it weren't for good music, I wouldn't listen to them anyway. But you know what I mean.
Yeah.
That's why I don't post a lot of political lyrics, because as much as I'm like, yeah, you've got a point there, but at the same time, I've heard it again and again. That's why I like what Jello Biafra does, or what Guar does, But Jello Biafra, he took a method acting class. So what he said, rather than fuck war, fuck Reagan, fuck war, fuck Reagan, fuck war, he went, how would Reagan see the situation? So he would write songs, you know, from the general's point of view, from Reagan's point of view, from or now from from the from he wrote a song called Caped Crusader, and he wrote it from the Muslims' point of view. It was about a suicide bomber. He wrote it from the Muslims' point of view, rather than writing about suicide bombers from he actually wrote it from a the point of view of the guy in the song. And one of the things he said was he wrote his own lyrics. He took quotes from like Bin Laden, and he took quotes from Christian fundamentalists for the song, not just Muslim fundamentalists, but Christian fundamentalists. And he said, "I dare you to separate the two, Christian and Muslim fundamentalists. I dare you to try to see which one's which."
Fuck, I have times fucking trying to discern whether someone's a fucking atheist fundamentalist or Christian fundamentalist.
Yep.
That's a hard trip, man.
But I mean, I like punk and shit like that, and I like the views that they have. Some bands, but like I said, a lot of them is just yeah, we get it. War sucks. We've heard it before. Of course, I also listen to Screwdriver, so
Yeah, listen to shit you disagree with, as long as it's good.
Yeah, and I listen to a lot of shit. There's probably more left wing than right wing bands, just because I think they make better music. But if hell, I have all 11 Bound for Glory albums and the demo.
Good man.
Right, dude. I can if I were to ever share this with anyone, my music with anyone, the fucking anarchist would firebomb me. Because
fun.
But yeah, the anarchist, I think he's a little too serious sometimes.
Fragile little donkey not running around with her friends. Looks like she was shot in the fucking neck.
Thanks. Because I've always been a metalhead and a punk at the same time, so I can appreciate lyrics about everything. But yeah, definitely, I like death metal lyrics, especially to post, because they shock people. I remember sending people Slayer lyrics and Deicide lyrics, because they're like, "Oh, this is blasphemous. I can't." Send anyone as much as you've heard the song, and I know the song's really good. I know we've all gotten used to the lyrics. Send a non-metalhead "Angel of Death" by Slayer. Just the lyrics.
Mm-hmm. Oh, they fucking go nuts.
And that's considered, and I mean, really, that's tame compared to a lot of the things I have. But tame is it's still really cool and brutal. But you know what I mean?
Yeah. See, what I liked was fucking posting Silent Screams lyrics. And people fucking said, "Oh my god, you're against abortion," blah. It's like, no, I'm not.
I don't even really think Slayer was. I think Slayer was just using it to,
It's a cool point of view, fucking let's sacrifice the unborn. All right. And it does different layers to the dialogue as you peel it back.
I mean, Slayer, if I love it. Well, they were talking about, hang on, I have to sneeze. Fuck. My nose is making the I have to sneeze feeling.
Apparently, the TSA confiscated a 5-year-old's toy because Buzz Lightyear looks too much like a gun.
And Buzz Lightyear is a terrorist. You know that.
And the funny part is this. It's one of those grabber claw things.
Yeah. When I was 7, I used to have one of those, yeah.
Yeah, so this is what's being confiscated because it looks too much like a gun. It's a grabber claw.
One of my favorite presents my uncle actually gave me when I was 10 was a beer grabber.
Mm-hmm,
one of those fucking one of those electric grabbers things.
Mm-hmm.
Just I thought he'd like this. I fucking play with that till it broke. That was fucking fun.
Then when you get older and figure out what it was supposed to be used for, it's like that makes it even more fun.
Well, no, it was only a plastic one, but no. Yeah. Now that I know that it was used for, I'm like, damn, I could. It's one of those it extends out and it grabs it and brings it forward. basically for lazy fucking slobs who don't want to get up. And now that I know what it's for, I'm like, I'm sad that I broke it. I could have used that nowadays.
Yeah, it's always good to have a quick beer.
Oh, dude, I can. I love that. That again with the skull head face reference, but the thing where tits. Life's not like that. Life sucks.
Life sucks. You need more beer.
That's fucked up, man.
Yeah. Dude, you're fucked up.
Here, have some more beer. Yeah.
I just love the intro to that movie where the guy's there lighting up his cigarette, and then he puts the knife to his wrist, and it looks like he's contemplating it. Then all of a sudden, wait!
Huh? Don't do it!
Yes! Oh no!
Right, I watched that when I was 13. Fuck.
Such awesome GWAR.
Why can't the world be as awesome as GWAR?
And you wonder why Beavis and Butthead worshipped them.
Yep. And they were pretty awesome too, weren't they?
Oh, yeah. Ooh. G.G. Allen poster.
Oh, I want that. I used to have a G.G. Allen shirt. I used to have a GWAR shirt.
And this fucking poster is mocking fucking, what's his name from fucking Nirvana? The guy that blew his head off.
Kurt Cobain.
Yeah. You see how little he matters to me? It took me like how long to remember his name? The poster's making fun of him with the shotgun and mouth brains on the walls. Murder Junkies, Feed My Sleaze tour.
Oh, that was actually after Gigi died.
Yeah,
they did that after. Yeah, I've never actually heard that album.
Oh, I haven't either. I gotta fucking check it out.
Because I thought, without Gigi, it'd fuck off. But now I'll listen to it. I guess it's the same lineup and still his brother. So I used to have a Gigi Allen T-shirt, and they got pissed at me because it was their last tour, and it said Willard the Sound of Fuck on it, and I never really understood what that was supposed to be. That was actually the support band, so it wasn't even Gigi Allen that got people pissed off. It was because the support band was listening. It just happened to be Willard the Sound of Fuck. I was like, oh, fuck off! You're just pissed off at everything, aren't you?
Apparently,
what?
Apparently, Anthrax now has a line of Christmas shirts that say Happy Hanukkah with the Anthrax logo on it.
Well, Scott Ian is a Jew, so.
That's great.
What always annoyed me about Anthrax, I mean, they have some good songs. I like the first album a lot, but after that, so the thing about me and thrash is, maybe if I approach it as like a heavy metal band, I'll be fine, but the thing with me and thrash is I like the more extreme thrash. Metallica's Kill 'Em All, Slayer, Creator, Demolition Hammer, Sabbath, Dark Angel, Leviathan, Morbid Saint. I like the extreme thrash crossing over to death. Not that I don't like speed metal, but I like Slayer. They're so evil. And Anthrax, they just remind me of nice people. And I'm like, I don't want nice music. I'm not I was reading about this one power metal chick who graduated a year early from high school and went on to college at 17. I was like, yeah, good for you, but where are the stories of the fuck ups? Scott Ian was a nice boy. It's kind of hard to believe he did SOD.
Oh, fuck. This is sad here. I just stumbled across this. Someone's bitching. Some jokes just don't need to be made. And they're making fun of this thing where there's a bunch of black chicks dressed up in outfits from Dragon Ball Z. And the caption reads, on this episode of Dragon Weave Z, Gokisha and the Weave Force battle the nigga that owed him child support. That's fucking good.
It's
Get
delightfully
that
tasty.
child support. Just fucking command ma'am to the ground. Then get your child support. That's how that shit ended.
What they don't get is it's delightfully tasteless.
Yeah. And it's like, boo, jokes should not be made like this. Fuck off. This is great. And that'd be a good episode to watch, I think,
Yeah, I mean,
I always wanted this parody Dragon Ball Z with a thing called Crackhead X. Where, like, they, instead of a dragon radar, they stick their finger up the ass, sniff it, then point in the direction they're supposed to go.
Yes, once again, it's about the right not to be offended,
Yeah.
and I think you have the right to be offended, and you have the right to, if you don't like what I have to say, you have the right to jump off a bridge.
Or come up with a good retort.
Yeah, but they
Preferably
can't.
one that is entertaining. Yeah, I know. They're too pathetic to think like that. They're trying to claim moral high ground and shit.
I have the moral high ground because I know what I do and say is awful, and I'm a fucking scumbag for doing and saying it. I am fully aware of that. That's what people don't get. I'm fully aware of this. I am cognizant of the fact. Do I care?
Exactly.
That was uncivilized and filthy. You burp. That was
Thank you.
offensive, and I shall now write you up to the police.
Good. Call the cops on me for burping.
There was this one story. I don't remember when, it was a long time ago, but this woman was charged with playing her music too loud. So the cops came and told her, and she said, "Okay, I'll turn it down." Then she called the dispatch, and I've actually heard the phone call. Could you send that officer back? Well, why? He was really cute. So I guess she got a court date for that.
Yay, court date for trying to hit on an officer. All right, by getting him to come back.
Yeah, I was actually talking to someone who used to work as a police dispatcher, and he was talking about one of these things, like something that he always hated was I think you told the story too, but they would always fire people when, as soon as they got up to a certain extent in the thing, so they'd have to train a bunch of new people all the time.
Yeah. There's only like a handful that would be tenured in. The rest would always be fired no matter how well they did.
Yeah, which job was that you were talking about?
Oh, that was fucking airport security. I was talking with someone about that.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And this was back in like 96, I'd like to say. So years before 9/11. And it's like, I called 9/11 before it happened.
I'm sure a lot of people did too, really. But so I guess what happened was, like, he would get pissed because, like I said, not only did everyone get fired as soon as they could do
like
their job,
2
they had to
weeks
train them.
before 2 weeks before they got benefits, so that way the company didn't have to pay.
Yeah, but also what would happen is, like, so he'd work at 2 in the morning and he'd get calls from, like, tow truck, like, oh, there's been an accident because he sent a tow truck driver, and then the cops would get pissed off because the tow truck driver fell asleep, you know, like 2 miles away before he was, got there, and he's like, dude, it's 3 in the fucking morning. What do you expect?
Damn.
And I guess, like, cops would, like, be really fucking short tempered, well, get it right. It's like, dude, fucking trying the best I could, and fucking. I guess at one point he was the only one working there, so he had to fucking deal with all the,
irate people going, "Oh my God, you're getting everything all wrong."
Yeah, and he'd be like, "I'm doing the best I can." Yeah, fucking don't be a police dispatcher. It sucks, apparently.
Yes, it does.
I think it would suck more to be a dispatcher than to actually be in the fucking cop, really, because the cop, you do shit. The dispatcher, you got everyone screaming at you.
Yep. Which I am reminded of the intro to the first track of the X-Cops album. There's a man waving a gun around in front of the donut shop. Officer down, officer down at the donut shop.
Yes. X-Cops.
Oh, what was really funny was it wasn't too long ago that like some cop decided to take a fucking self. It was funny as hell because he took a selfie of himself in front of like the donut factory. It's like, okay, you at least got a sense of humor there, fucker.
Yeah. Donuts are good though.
Oh yeah, they're fucking great, man.
Someone needs to I'm trying to get enough people to send me expensive liquor for Christmas. That would be the PTR gift.
Liquor for Christmas.
And they're like, you don't celebrate Christmas. I was like, yeah, I know. I'll still accept any presents. No, that's the thing. I used to do that a lot. I used to be like, I don't celebrate this holiday, but I will still accept any gifts you wish to give me because I'm a selfish bastard. So
that's the way to be, as long as you admit it.
Anyone listening on PTR, send me beer and money.
Fetuses, yes. Bagels, no. I don't know what that is. Pictures in reference to.
What?
But you know, the way my mind's interpreting it, I like the premise. Fetuses, yes. Bagels, no.
I want to eat fetuses and bagels, though.
How about a fetus bagel with cream cheese?
That's my fetus.
Deliciousness.
Delicious fetus. Eat the fetus. Fetus everywhere. It's simply wonderful. That's a can of that's a line. I don't know what this is from, but on the Cannibal Corpse
babies.
On the Cannibal Corpse demo, there's this weird I don't know where this is from, but there's some old time sample that says something to the effect of, "Howdy, friends. We've discovered that our group has 10% fewer cavities from eating people. Eat the people. People everywhere are simply wonderful." I always wondered where that was from, because it sounds legitimately old.
Now they're saying that pig uteruses were in the first Saw movie.
Pig uteruses.
Apparently that's the use for some of the special effects.
Uteri, stupid.
Mm-hmm.
Be grammatically correct.
Uterus.
Uterus orungus, the female version of oterus?
Actually, I think I'm reminded of like when this one girl friend of mine said that I made her uterus twitch.
Okay.
I don't know how, but okay. I'm surprised. Okay. Oh, that's right. She's on Warcraft right now, so she's not going to slap me till later.
Oh, that's a shame.
I tried to get her to come on, but you know she decided Warcraft was more important.
Yeah, she sucks. We all hate her now.
Yes, everyone does, but me.
Yeah, but you told me you secretly hate her, but you don't want her to know. Oh shit! I just gave away your secret.
Yeah.
Dude, shut up! You're blowing my cover.
Oh boy, I need to. Ooh.
You need to woo?
Bacon.
Bacon.
I just saw bacon.
I had chili cheese dogs and some corn dogs today.
A bunch of people let a tattoo artist give them mystery tattoos.
You don't want to do that with me. Well, maybe you would. I don't know. Do you trust me enough? Do you trust me enough to have me come up with something that I would want on you forever?
You're fucking blind, dude. I wouldn't let you touch my fucking skin with a fucking
No,
needle.
no,
No.
I would have a special tattoo artist do it, but
Okay.
I would come up with the design.
I don't know. I'd be 50-50 on it. Your eyesight's not what it used to be. Oh, wait, you never had it. Never mind.
No. I would come up with the design, but do you trust me and my sense of humor to let me put something on you that will last forever?
If it's anything close to what my one friend wanted to get done, okay, the story is there was a local tattooist that was said the first person that comes to me and gives me the most blasphemous idea for art they could think of will get it for free. And my buddy had this one thing because he was big into Kiss, still is, but at the time he was at the phase where Gene is God. So what he wanted was a scene of the crucifix with Gene Simmons on the cross, but his one hand is free, but it still has the hole in it from where the nail was, and he was using that to masturbate and then jizz all over Paul Stanley.
Man, that's tame. No, that's actually really good. I was just being a dick.
I know.
I would love to just like put a swastika on someone's forehead and have them live with it the rest of their life.
Do that to a Jew. Do that to a Jew. See how?
Yeah.
And I know there's got to be a Jew out there hardcore enough to say okay to that.
No,
because he wants to piss off the world that bad.
But my question to everyone here, everyone listening to this, knowing what you know about me and my sense of humor, would you feel comfortable with me giving you a tattoo that you did not know? Just throwing the blind thing out of there for a minute. So yeah, I just basically shut you up there. Knowing, so that you have to live with, but you can't see the tattoo yet or know what it is. It's a mystery tattoo, and I am the tattooist.
I don't know. That's debatable. I'd have to get to know you for at least another year.
I know most people would say. I know most people would say.
I like the potential. I like the potential, but I just don't know if you would go fucking completely childish with it or not. I have to see.
Where would I go? Where would I go with it? I mean, there's always like the tame shit. I mean, the stuff that I would do, like carve the words "I despise you" into my forehead, which I have considered doing. Putting an abortion scene on your chest.
That I'd be tempted for, yeah.
I just came up with that at the top of my head. I need some time to really.
And what would be really cool is if, like, they were fucking pulling out the coat hanger and the blood was all leaking all over the damn arc I got on the other side of my chest.
Yes. Yes.
Oh yeah. So like the two scenes are like fucking, intertwined now, and it would be like vulgar.
Yes. And then you'd be like, hey, if I can take your shirt off because it's hot, forgetting you have the tattoo. What the fuck? Yes, would I go? I could go further if I just thought about it some more.
Yeah, being put on the spot like that's kind of like.
Yeah.
Apparently, John Kerry is now saying Charlie Hebdo deserved to die whenever they shot up the place.
Dimebag Darrell's brains flying out on your stomach or something? I don't know.
You're still stuck on that. I found something else to talk about. You didn't want to talk about it. Okay.
No, I'm sorry. As soon as I was about to say it, you said it, so I had to get the thought out. Just I had to. God, John Kerry. Well, I never liked John Kerry in the first place, but why does he say Charlie Hebdo deserves to die?
Because pissing off Muslims makes them want to kill us.
Yeah, I never
just
liked.
because we said something that was bad and naughty, that's okay to kill people.
I never liked fucking John Kerry anyway.
Uh,
I always thought he would make a great vampire, though. Am I the only one who would think he would make a great vampire, except that he's,
too much of a douche.
yeah, Count Kerry, the toothless vampire.
Come on, we're talking about politicians. How many of them aren't douches?
No, I'm just,
I think I can almost raise a finger for almost one, but I'm still up in the air, and I might, decide that they are a douche. Wait, no, they are a douche.
It was a joke because whenever somebody said somebody said that John Kerry looks like he could be a like Dracula in the movies.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No, all politicians. I mean, even my favorites are still douches. I completely understand that. I have no, people
I
are all
swear I
high
need to
on.
get that fucking tank that we were talking about earlier just to mow some people down. Fuck just cutting barbed wire. What I want to do is compact like 12 people together and just watch the blade come down and hack them all.
You should get a tattoo of that.
Yeah, and then just see the curvature of it. Yeah.
Yes.
The
I mean, people are so high on Bernie Sanders, like they were on Obama. I wasn't really that high on Obama to begin with. I'm a little bit more on Sanders, but I'm still like, look, he's still a politician. Check your expectations at the door, people. He's going to disappoint you.
And I'll say that, yes, I enjoy a lot of what fucking, okay, I gotta check that out later, but I like a lot of what fucking, Trump is saying because it is very entertaining to me.
Yeah.
But I recognize he's a rich billionaire. What the fuck is he going to do?
The thing about Trump, as somebody said, was I'd much rather have Trump than Carson as president. Because Trump, he has no power. He says these things, but as soon as he gets in, he'll be, ramrodded by politicians and he'll be reduced to, basically figurehead status. Carson is someone who, I hate to say it, has quote unquote academic standing because he was a brain surgeon, and he's willing to sell all that out for fundamentalism. I'd much rather see Trump as president than Carson, because Trump will not do any, like he was recently talking about how Muslims should wear IDs now. Welcome to Nazi Germany or apartheid South Africa.
Well, it really doesn't fucking matter who we get, because we're either gonna keep letting them come in blindly, which will mean, yes, we'll get like 5-10% of them being terrorists blowing up shit, which will cause shit that way, or we'll fucking get Nazi Germany all over again. So no matter what, we're fucked. Let's see how, we can manage how fucked we get.
Well, rather than like taking action, we could like learn why they're terrorists. I mean, it's more complicated than they hate us because of our freedom.
Yeah. What it essentially boils down to is a doomsday cult. I mean, that's what ISIS is. It's like, what would happen if instead of the mass suicide, Jim Jones was still around today and got to control a sizable section of like that South American country he moved to?
Yeah, I mean, but rather than just taking blind action, I think people should know what we're up against. But is this really a huge threat, or will it spend itself? Will there be?
You see, it is a huge threat, but at the same time, we have to combat this thing on multiple fronts. And I think one of the things is, getting behind countries like Egypt, who have a huge Muslim population that's trying to strive for reformation, as opposed to, just fucking going flat out balls to the wall, fuck Muslims. Let's go after these fucking moderates and say, okay, that's a good idea. Let's support you.
Yeah, okay, Egypt had an overthrow of their repressive regime. Yeah.
Now you got like fucking, all these fucking Reformation movements try to start up saying, look, we got to straighten our shit out if we want to be part of the world. As opposed to these fucking nut jobs going around, we're going to fucking slaughter everyone that is not us.
If someone defames the prophet, he must die.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Fuck,
I mean, if you were to fucking look at, like, how history flows like a river and shit, one could say that Islam's going through their inquisitional phase now. Yep. If you're to draw a parallel to, like, what the fuck Christians did.
That's what I was saying. That's what I was saying the other day, yeah.
Yeah, I've been saying it for a few years, but, no one listens to me.
Well, yeah, because you actually say things that actually have fucking value, even though sometimes I disagree. At least we come from two different points, but at least we've well researched our points, even if we've come to two different fucking conclusions.
Yeah, and even if I'm not going to go 100% pure, okay, this is 100% pure logic research. No, fuck that. I tried that, and it just fucking burns out my brain. I'd rather just say piss and fuck a lot and get my point across that way.
I go through some research, but I don't.
You see, I do a shit ton of research, but I just don't really feel like going through it the same way they do it, which is all like to appeal to, just the pure logic of it. I just like saying fuck a lot. And
one of the things I liked about what Jello Biafra and some comedians is mix in your research with maybe some funny sound bites. I don't want to say dumb it down, but maybe simplify it so that people who aren't fucking like that's my problem with people like Noam Chomsky is he says a bunch of things and I'm just like, wait, I'm still on point one because I'm not that fucking smart. Whereas Biafra, I'm not saying he's more simple because he's not. He's not, more dumb, but he explains it in more of a fucking, like he's actually talking to people rather than talking to fellow academics.
Yeah.
And he, makes things funny. Infotainment. So that's what got me into politics. Was wow, it's not just watching a newscast and going, uh-huh, it because whenever I say to people, "Oh, so you want it simplified?" I'm like, "Well, let's face it, we're people. We do other things besides studying shit. We like to have fun. We like to laugh. Academics spend considerably more time than me, which is staggering, because I spend a lot of time studying these problems and shit like that. So they can look at it from this point of view, and they can say, 18 syllable words. But let's face it, I'm not a fucking academic. I am a punk rock metalhead who likes politics. Explain it to me in a way that I can understand as a fucking human. Decently educated, yes, but still a human. That's what I think a lot of people, have problems with. Well, I don't want to dumb it down. Fuck you.
Yeah, piss the fuck off. We don't care about you.
It's not dumbing down. It's just simplifying the language. Dumbing it down would mean like
removing the fucking actual meaning of it.
Dumbing it down would mean U.S. election coverage. There's two parties, and we're going to debate how they looked rather than the issues. Yeah. Or if we debate the issues, it's only the fucking surface issues. We're not going to look at their past experiences, things like that. For example, if you look at Obama's votes before he was a president, he's actually voted no on a lot of things that he claims to quote unquote support. If you look at his record, which no one does, I fucking love people. They don't fucking look at things, but yeah, it's just I that would be dumbing it down. But there's nothing wrong with putting it into plain English.
Mm-hmm. No, it's just easier to fucking write a 10,000 page document and just sign off on it without even reading it.
But maybe making
how many different times, if they did it during the Bush years, they did it during fucking now. It was fucking dickhead.
Well, that's why I like Rational Wiki, because it's not just here are the facts, here are the facts, here are the facts. Hey, here's some snark. Here's some humor. I'm like, hey, that's funny, and it engages you more because you feel more like you're talking to a person and less like you're talking to a fact shitting machine, which would be actually kind of interesting if someone were to like take a shit and facts would come out. Now, the one thing I can study for hours, uh, cars and engineering, and I am somewhat an academic on that, and that would fucking make you just want to go into a coma. But yeah, as far as politics, I study it for hours, and I look at things, how the situation, and I do consider myself, again with the narcissism here, more informed than most people in this country, um, and most of my friends. You're a narcissist. Yeah, well, you can fuck off.
I think that's kind of like the same level I'm on too. It's like I know, and I can tell that you are well read on this shit because of the quality of points you make. It's also the fact that we fucking both use common language to assert these points instead of going pure fucking logic. And we also say fuck these people because they need to be fucked
Well, a
until
lot
they
of the
are dead.
thing for me is I got into politics at a young age. I was 11 or 12 years old, so of course,
I was
common
about
language.
what actually got me into politics is I was 7 years old. I had just been molested several times, and we took the guy to court, and they said he was going to stay in prison until he was 21 because he was 17 when it happened. So he was tried as a minor, so he's going to stay in juvie till he was 21. And they let him out 3 months later because his mama cried that she couldn't survive without his income. That's what pissed me off at the government and got me into looking into how the fucking government functioned.
Music got me into politics. Punk rock and listening to Jello Biafra speak, and I was like, because I would watch the news sometimes with my parents, and my parents were Democrats, and they would vote for Democrat, and he was talking about how of course, I wasn't a blind believer even then. I still checked out some of the shit he said about Democrats because, he was basically telling me that my parents were fucking wrong. And that's something at 11 you're like, what? They can't be wrong. Fucking idiot. So I was like, wow, is this true? Oh my fucking god, it is true. And the fucking mainstream media is not, I don't want to sound like a conspiracy nut, but yeah, the mainstream media wasn't fucking telling us, because they were too busy talking about, happy issues for happy people with happy problems. Basically, and I came to school one day spending like 2 nights of that weekend just reading about politics and various political systems. And I came to school one day, and in homeroom I go, "Did you know the Democrats aren't as liberal as they say? Did you know the Democrats voted this on this?" And they're like, "You're too young to know what you're talking about." And that's what made me get really into it. And then, like I said, I heard Chomsky, and I was like, "Yeah, he makes good points, but he's just he's too droning and too logic." I mean, so yeah, I got into Biafra, I got into satire, I got into things like that, and that's how. But yeah, I've been into that kind of thing. I go through apathetic phases about politics sometimes. Sometimes we're all like, fuck it, we're all just gonna die. Let's just embrace
Enjoy the
nihilism.
ride down.
But
You see, and one thing I remember is like me getting into it at 7 does not mean I was anywhere near an expert in it.
yeah,
I mean, even though I read a lot on it, I mean, it takes experience, actual life experience to comprehend some of the finer points made in it. Like, how does this actually affect real people as opposed to just looking at the theory and say, that theory makes sense. Yeah. And then when you see how it could be applied to real people, like, no, that just fucking sucks. Why the hell are you doing this?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And, and I went through certain, I was a communist. I was an anarchist for a while, and I've kind of rejected those. Although, I have friends in both communities and shit like that. And I'm certainly not a capitalist. Gee, if you couldn't tell.
See, I used to be more along the lines of complete anarchist. Then I flirted with anarcho-capitalism, but didn't want to go full bore into the anarchy aspect of it. And also realized that certain governmental controls were necessary to make certain that the fucking corporations and shit didn't fuck us.
Duh.
I went through a brief phase as a primitivist before I realized I liked technology too much for that to work.
Mm-hmm. Now, and whenever I say I'm not a capitalist, yes, I understand capitalism. Yes, I understand some capitalism is necessary. I'm not, one of those people who is a whole communist, because socialism does have some quote unquote capitalism in it, but I'm certainly not a free marketeer.
You see, I trust the free market, but I don't put 100% blind faith in it because I know how fucking retarded fucking billionaires get. Especially when they're given fucking free franchise over millions of lives just so they can make billions of dollars.
Yeah.
What do you think they're going to do? Kill the million people to make the billion? Sure, why not?
Yeah. Well, and we both came through our, things. I mean, I've seen some things in the free market, like, basically as soon as they, in California, they privatized the water supply or the power supply. What do you think happens when as soon as they privatize the power supply? Power rates went up and blackouts happened because they weren't paying their insanely high rates. So they would, turn the power off.
I mean, the one
Luckily,
thing is, I will say this. They were probably basing that off the model of what happened to phone rates whenever they first broke up the monopolies and totally privatized, the fucking telecom services. But we're talking about two completely different beasts.
Yeah. The one thing I will say is that LA didn't privatize, and so we weren't affected by the blackouts. Something that I was eternally grateful for, but I think we have now. I'm not sure. I need to look into that. See, I told you I'm not an expert. I have other things to do, but if I find something that I don't know, I will look into it.
You see, sitting there and looking at, because they did kind of privatize our electricity and shit here, and yes, rates did go up, and in order to get, they said, well, you get to choose who you want for your fucking electric provider now. And it's like, yeah, but then they got to lay their own individual cable because they're not sharing.
I think they went up in California. I want to say 1,000%. Like,
I would believe that, yes, because I've seen it didn't get that bad out here. It did go up a lot. I think maybe 100 or 200%. Because it was already pretty high out here, even though we're only 50 miles from the fucking nuclear power plant, and then there's a coal power plant maybe 100 miles out.
I mean, it went up to apparently Ross Perot was even linked to it.
Oh god, that just brought up memory back. I was even talking to my friend about it the other day. Weird Al's got this song called "Nature Trail to Hell," which is just making fun of slasher flicks, and it's like one of his better original works, not a parody. It's an original work of his. And one of the lines was, "Please don't reveal the secret ending to your friends." And it's like I sat there one day, and whenever I was a kid, and fucking Ross Pro was coming through, and at the same time they were having these Purdue chicken commercials, and the guy on the Purdue chicken commercial looked astonishingly like Ross Perot. So I thought there's a secret ending could be the slasher takes off his mask, and he's like, "Hi, I'm Ross Perot. I was not only once a presidential candidate, but I was also the Purdue chicken guy."
See, I always thought I always thought Ross Perot's main point was that the flying saucer in Roswell did indeed crash, and the alien still walks amongst us. I thought that was his point, but uh, he kept bitching about budget deficits, and every country has had them and seems to get along much better than ours.
Well, that's all from a perspective. Everyone likes to look out and say it looks better. Then when you're inside, it's the same shit pile everywhere.
Yeah, but see, but the one thing I will say about you that I like is that you're fucking willing to debate. Because I know some people who, as soon as you say you don't, as soon as you say, well, we'll just agree or disagree. I'm like, really? Now you've just, I want to know where you're coming from on this. Well, no, people are so afraid today of conflict and of something that
Just let me know if you're friend or foe. Well, I have these beliefs and I'm pretty set in them. But if facts point me to the contrary, then I might change them. I'm not going to fucking accept everything on blind faith, yes or no.
Yes, you will, because you're an American. We'll tell you what to believe and you'll believe it.
I believe masturbating on high voltage power lines will benefit my health.
Do it. No. Well, yeah, I mean, me too. And the thing is, I don't mind hearing opposite. I mean, I haven't invested my entire life into, I do enjoy hearing other side, but people are so afraid of here because they take everything so personally, and they're afraid of, well, my father had a theory that people are basically, they are looking for ways to set themselves apart from, or they're basically looking for ways to make enemies and then avoid it. Like, people, well, you like punk, what's your favorite punk? Oh, I like the Bad Brains. I don't like the Bad Brains, I like Minor Threat. Right away. And then because they take everything so personally, they'll avoid talking about that subject. And we'll just agree to disagree. And I'm like, no, I want to know why you like them. I understand music is subjective, but why do you like them more than this band? Maybe you'll tell me something in the music that I hadn't heard before, or like, something about politics.
I catch shit for fucking being a Weird Al fan among different circles just because, oh, he's just fucking, even if they're aware that he does original works, they don't really understand what they entailed, at least up until fucking Off the Deep End. After that, they kind of started lessening quality, But some of them were really well thought out, and they had to the point where, like, you could actually take some of what he said and do research off of that and then find out, even more about, different topics he was bringing up, or just the fact that he just went complete balls to the wall. Here's fucking the good old days off of even worse albums, Last Track.
Yeah, and then he kind of went to the full-blown novelty songs have no meaning thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That was, like I said, Off the Deep End was the last time it looked like he put complete effort into all this shit and then just went straight to the novelty.
I mean, novelty's fun until it just gets boring.
Yeah.
I mean, people get shit because I like power pop, or some, more mainstream metal bands. And I fucking admit I like them. I don't give a shit. People think I'm a pussy for liking, certain bands. I like them, and if you don't like them, that's fine. I don't care. Or because of my far right collection or something like that. I get yelled at for liking everything. If the punks, oh, you like fucking metal, you suck. Metal, oh, you like fucking punk, or
Yeah, it's just help people to piss the fuck off.
I just don't. Yeah.
I will fuck you until you're dead and the spirit leaves your body.
Yeah, I mean, I'll and people have shown me bands that I like, and I'm like, wow, I like fucking pop. Who knew? Granted, it's nothing mainstream. It's not like I'm, a Justin Bieber fan. But some underground pop is actually pretty damn good. It's catchy. It's,
it's like, I say I like baby metal, but, the
Faggot.
whole thing is they're not, thank you, but they're not fucking metal, they're pop music.
I had to insult you there. And you knew that.
Yes, I knew that, and that is perfectly fine with me. You can piss the motherfucker off.
No, I like Lacuna Coil, that fucking gothic metal band.
God!
Whatever.
Fuck you. You hurt me inside. You touched me. No, don't touch my no-nos.
No, there are way worse bands than them.
Yeah, I know, but still, it hurt.
Man, there are way worse bands than them.
Yeah, I know, and I'm trying to force them out of my brain before I start even thinking about them. I don't want to.
Whatever. Fuck you. Yeah, well, you made me think of baby metal, so there you go.
What the hell up, you fucking zombies?
Yeah, there you go. So that's my revenge. No, they're the most mainstream band I like. Let's just put it that way, and that's
Yeah.
Any of you guys like Rob Zombie?
And then fucking Evanescence ripped them off time and time again. Horribly, by the way. Haha, I made you think of something evil.
Yes.
I'm actually surprised they're not. I mean, yeah, they're probably the most mainstream band I like, and I can't explain why I like them. I just fucking like them. The lyrics are fucking.
Let's stop for a second here and figure out what this motherfucker wants.
Which one?
The one that's sitting right here, and we just kept shutting up for no reason.
Wolf King?
Yes.
I will say that. Yes, hello, Wolf.
Fucking, I got these headphones in. Yeah, either you guys like Rob Zombie?
A couple songs, but not enough to invest in an album.
I will say, Jim, just wrapping this conversation up, I will say Coil's lyrics are faggoty as fuck. Anyway. Yeah. I will agree with everyone on that. But no, Rob Zombie's never my thing. I kind of like some of White Zombie, but only the very early stuff. Now you know my guilty pleasures.
Yeah, that's not even guilty, because I do like some White Zombie. Like 2 albums, the 601 and then like the Sexy Groovin' Sounds, and those are the only 2 albums I like.
They're okay. They never really did anything for me on like a more than they're kind of cool level, but they're good.
Yeah, I just reinvested in the 600, but I got it because it was $5. If it was more than that, I probably wouldn't have not bought it.
See, have you invested in baby metal? That's what I want to know.
No, I have not.
I have not invested in Lacuna Coil. So good. We still have our credibility. Not that I care, but hey, still.
What credibility? I'm an asshole. That's the only credibility I need.
I just have their discography on my iPod. No, it's fun whenever I fucking playlist for people because they hear all the the pop or more the mainstream metal. And they're like, you like that? I'm like, yeah, fuck off. And then I fucking play some slam and their heads explode. I have 25,000 songs, I think.
I don't got anywhere near that many just because I'm not like downloading like a fiend.
I don't download like a fiend.
See, I'm in the reinvesting phase just because I like having the CD.
I do too, but I do too. I'm not saying I haven't. I bought a.
I know you at one point had all this shit, and at one point I had all this shit. Just we're going about different methods of recollecting.
I literally had over 2,000 albums. Some of it, and maybe I didn't pay $10 for everything, but I paid for maybe 85% of it, and then the rest, friends gave me or whatever. But I did pay for most of it. There was more than $3,000 in that fucking collection that they stole. Oh, and the DVDs. So if people give me shit for downloading, now you know why. And I refuse to apologize.
I'm not fucking making you apologize.
No, but
stand. I was there, and that I did have a huge collection that my one buddy just fucking gave me. Like he got like 3 CDs because at the time it was cheaper to burn a blank CD than it was a fucking blank DVD.
Yep.
And he just filled it completely with MP3s he had of all the different albums that like he either owned or downloaded. And just said, here you go, here's your music collection back. And that's what I had when I first got done being homeless.
I mean, at one
And then
point,
that computer died, and I just decided to start buying the albums again.
I mean, at one point, I kind of, well, I back everything up on a 5 terabyte hard drive. At one point, I did consider buying all the albums back, and then I looked through my list of discographies that I had, and when I was on the third page and I was at the letter B, I was like, yeah, you know what? I'm sorry. I'll buy some of it, but yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's do you like because I love the band Creator. Do you like the band Sodom at all?
I don't even think I heard of them.
What? You don't know the band Sodom?
Oh, Sodom. Okay, I know Sodom. Yes, yeah, I like them. You said Sodom Metal. I thought
No,
that
I
was
said
like
Sodom
Sodom
at all.
Commando.
I said Sodom at all. Do you like the band Sodom at all? Do you enjoy the band Sodom at all?
Yes, I like Sodom.
Do you enjoy sodomy?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
What about destruction?
I know I heard them.
What about Tankard?
That I haven't heard of.
They're a German band that sings about beer all the time.
Okay.
They're called the German Big Four of thrash. Another fucking stupid me. I've always hated the Big Four of thrash because it's always so fucking subjective. You know, as far as I'm concerned, three out of the Big Four. God, do I include Metallica? I mean, I like the first 4 albums, but I generally include bands if I like their whole discographies, or at least can tolerate their whole discographies. So I would say 3 out of the Big Four, discography-wise, aren't my favorite band. The only band out of the Big Four that see if you can take a guess which of my favorite band that is. Out of the Metallica. Good boy.
That's a horrible rendition of the riff, but yeah, I think you get the point.
I think that was supposed to be Slayer.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not like it's hard to fucking tell that I enjoy Slayer the most, considering that I said I enjoy. But yeah, my personal Big Four would be like fucking Slayer, Exodus, Creator, and Demolition Hammer.
See, I used to have what I used to call my 4 horsemen, which back when I had my original leather jacket, it was Slayer, Megadeth, Metallica, and Iron Maiden. Guess which 2 stayed?
Slayer and Iron Maiden?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I still like...
And then I replaced one with Gwar.
I like Metallica and Megadeth and some Anthrax, but they just never did it the way Slayer did for me.
See, this was like way back in the day before, like, this was before Load. And that's what really got me fucking pissed.
Yeah, even Pantera were pissed. I mean, I listen to the Black Album now. I can appreciate some songs, but I listened to Inner Sandman recently. I was just like, I don't know. This is just...
Okay, there is someone bitching and whining and moaning, and this is why I masturbate.
No, I think
the
the
storm.
bathtub. I think some plugged in the bathtub or something.
What? Someone dropped a toaster in the bathtub? That sounds great. What was that?
I said, oh no, Timmy.
Sorry, I was listening.
Are you busy on a quest? Could you grab me another coffee, energy drink?
No.
Well, fuck you then. I was planning on doing that later, but I'm just gonna say it now. Fuck you then.
Aw, how nice.
So that's okay. She already fucked herself with the vibrator. Okay.
No, I guess something was wrong with the bathtub or something. So I had to hear what was going on because I guess they heard a noise and something. So it's nice. It's nice to kind of know what's going on in the house, just in case everyone gets murdered and you're the only one there.
Yeah, and then you're the eyewitness.
But I used to have the.
And then I heard the chainsaw and some screaming, and then there was like this kind of sound, and I don't know. Do you have any good drugs?
I used to have the Sodom and Destruction discographies. I'm not going to tell you what happened because I already did. So I was thinking of getting those back, but I haven't fucking listened to them in a long time. So I was just wondering if, because just that would just jog my memory. But yeah, they're good. Creator is probably my favorite. Probably up with Slayer, probably my favorite thrash band, especially when I heard Pleasure to Kill. And when I heard
I only need to reinvest in one Metallica album.
Which one?
I gotta get Ride the Lightning again, because I already have Kill 'Em All, and Justice for All, and Master of Puppets. So I only need one more, and then I'm fine with Metallica.
I downloaded their discography, but I'm not investing.
You probably should because of the whole Napster thing, so fuck them. But.
Yeah, I did that. Plus, I like some selective songs on the other albums. Nothing really. I mean, I'm not going to say.
Actually say I want the album. I just want the song.
I mean, Death Magnetic was okay.
You see, I can kind of see that, even though they all fucking annoyed me. And this is the funny part. I don't want the Black Album, even though that's what got me into fucking one of the things that got me into metal.
I haven't.
My tastes have changed, to the point where I just want, something with the substance that I crave, and that lacks it entirely because it's too fluffy.
There are a couple good songs on there, but it's nothing.
Yeah. I gotta piss real quick. I will be right back. And if there's dead air, it is not my fault, for I must piss.
Great. Both toilets are backed up. Hello? Hello? Are you there? Okay. You died again, like you did yesterday. Except I can hear. Oops, shit. Okay, you're still there, are you? Say something. Oh, you must have left. I don't know. Both toilets are backed up, so that sucks. Whatever they did, they shouldn't have done that. Okay, he must have left to go get some sort of drink because he's an ass and we hate him. And let's burn him with fire. Fire with goats. Goats on fire. Yes, you're still listening to Political Trendy Radio, episode 42, for the 20th of November, 2015, as they would say in German. So it's not how they would actually pronounce the numbers. That's just how they would say English numbers, the saying of numbers in a German accent. So I can't speak German, so I don't know how they would say it in German. So I'm an idiot. I know. Oh, there you are.
Yeah, there I am.
Sorry.
The cat of nine tails is on the toilet for some reason.
I guess both toilets are blocked up.
Oh, lovely. You're having a wonderful time.
Oh, yeah. Fantastic. And it's hot as hell in here. What I was saying is...
I told you I was taking a piss, but I guess you didn't hear me because they were talking about the clogged toilet.
Yeah, so I was like, hello?
Well, that's why I said before I left, if there's dead air, it's not my fault. I have to piss.
Yeah, see, I didn't hear a word. I heard you saying something, and because I turned my microphone because I had to hear about the toilets clogged. So I come back. Oh, God, I'm going to look like an idiot on the live stream because you said it and I didn't hear.
That's fucking great. So I'm certain there's times where I do that where it's like, yeah. I'm looking for something else to talk about and nothing but bullshit memes. Then something entertains me. Then I say something and it has nothing to do with the subject at hand, and you yell at
I was
me.
gonna say about Metallica. I like 2 or 3 songs off the album. Um, I've listened to their entire discography. I've actually made it through Saint Anger.
Ugh.
An hour and 15 minutes.
And you didn't commit suicide.
If that album was shortened to about 35 minutes, I think it may have been passable. The problem was it just repeated on and on. I mean, any remotely good riff, I could think of a couple, like the one in Dirty Window that sounds almost like a Motorhead riff. The snare sound, but everyone talks about the snare sound, so I'm gonna avoid that. But I don't like that either. But if it was just shortened, if every song was shortened to 4 minutes or so, I think it could have been an okay album. Not great, but okay. The problem is the songs stretched for 8 minutes or whatever. That was the problem, and it's just
Mine
like,
comfy chair.
okay. And I love Scott. He was bitching about Super Collider, and I was like, "Oh, you haven't heard Risk," so I showed him Risk. Megadeth, obviously.
God, no.
But yeah, I remember.
I said I stopped after Euthanasia. No, I stopped after the one after Euthanasia.
Triptych Writings.
Yeah, that was it, and that was the one that was the first fucking album by Megadeth I sold.
I've listened to their entire discography just because I figured I had to, just to know what I'm talking about. But yeah, Creator. When I heard Pleasure to Kill, and my head started banging, and that was an awesome experience. It is definitely one of my top 5 favorite metal albums. Just the rawness of it and the sheer intensity of it, and the drummer singing with his thick German accent. I'm telling you, German is the language of death. Every time I hear German speaking, I'm always thinking, like they could be saying the most innocent thing. I'm always thinking, "Don't shoot, don't shoot. I'm not armed."
They could be saying those puppies are cute over there, and it sounds like I'm ripping your guts out and feeding them back to you.
Doesn't it though? It's just such a weird sounding language, isn't it? It's just such
I also like Russian because Russian can do that too. I actually started to learn Russian, then because due to lack of practice, I fucking forgot everything I learned.
See, Swedish is the
4 words.
Swedish is the nice sounding German. The nice sounding Germanic language. Swedish sounds like nice. German sounds evil.
No.
Yeah, German sounds evil.
Well, I was speaking Russian there, and I know
whatever.
Okno is window. I forget what Gajia means, if that's even a word.
But Swedish is the friendly German.
Friendly, or we will kill you.
I've always said though, women with accents are hot.
Yes, they are.
Fuck, it's hot in here.
I think she's plotting to stab me.
Okay. Do it live.
We gotta have the webcam set up first. That way it's caught all on air and you get all the ratings. See, someone died live on my show.
Yeah, but you know what? Actually, I really don't want that to happen because you're like the only one who comes on Friday.
The funniest part would be if something like that were to happen on the webcam and you were the only other person on the show. You wouldn't know.
I just hear screaming.
If that, maybe some, blood spurt or, whatever, if it goes all gargly. Yeah, and you're like, hello. Meanwhile, there's this glorious scene going on, and
yeah, but
there would have to be someone doing the murder to know well enough to engage you intellectually. And now I am severing his penis. and shoving it back into his mouth as I stick the bullwhip up his rectum.
See, I'm just kind of thinking about this PTR wise. If that happened to you, well, you're the only one who comes on PTR on Friday. So, just from like a PTR perspective, maybe your loss of life wouldn't be economical.
I don't even know how you're making money off it now. It's like what, 3 viewers? And the funny part is, I know we're touching on shit I would probably listen to.
Yes,
It wasn't me saying it.
I just like the fact. I just like the fact that that's like the most dickheadish way of saying no, I don't want you to die. Well, it would be a poor business strategy.
Yes, your death would mean a plummet in sales.
I've actually watched the movie Some Kind of Monster, the Metallica movie. I downloaded it. If you ever want to see what your heroes became, it's pathetic.
What? What my heroes? Which heroes?
Metallica.
Well, no, I don't want to fucking see what they became.
Watching them, you have to have a psychotherapist come over and deal with the.
Load came out, and just because they were one of my 4 favorite bands, I really, really tried to get into it. And after a month, I just couldn't.
I know.
So
I know. That's happened to me too.
And it was one of the few times where I was glad something was stolen off of me, so I didn't have to see it again.
Why would you? What a weird cover too.
Hmm?
What a weird cover that was too. The cover of the album. It was a mixture of bovine blood and human semen.
Oh, right. Bullfucker. That makes sense now. Okay. Someone has described it to you. That is good of them.
Yeah, I looked it up. I don't know. I've listened to the album and I'm just like, what? Midlife crisis much?
No, see, what we're trying to do is score the money for the heroin. It's all about the heroin. The very reason that we fucking kicked one of our bandmates out and he started his own band. I don't know if it was actually heroin. I know there was drugs.
Alcoholism, and there were other drugs, but it was mostly alcoholism, and he would get angry when drunk.
And that's when his music was good.
Yeah, right. And then
after the first time he was forced to go to AA, that's when things started to go downhill.
Yep. Well, it's funny. He recorded Countdown to Extinction, which was his more melodic album, and in some people's estimation, that's when his music started to go to hell. Right when he had a wife and kid.
Yeah, and I still kind of like parts of Euthanasia.
I like parts of Countdown, parts of Euthanasia. Trust is a good song. It's kind of like what Inner Sandman could have been.
I just fucking didn't want to hear it because it just reminded me too much of the rest of the album.
Yeah. I still listen to it, so fuck off.
Exactly.
Yeah, we disagree on things. Disagreeing is fun.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's better than that. Then, oh yeah, I agree. Oh yeah, I agree. Oh yeah, I agree. I'm just like, fucking disagree on something.
Or let's agree to disagree. No, I'm not gonna fucking agree to that. I'll still shit on this song.
Yeah. Let's agree that I'm fucking right and you're fucking wrong.
Genuine cat shit jewelry. Someone is literally petrifying cat shit for jewelry.
I've heard them do this with bird shit, but not cat shit.
Yeah.
Here, honey, you want some earrings?
And they're charging $20 for earrings and $15 for a necklace.
You should. Oh God. Well, actually, I don't know if he's listening, but you should fucking get it for like your girl. Here, honey, you want some earrings?
God. You see, this is just the depths of depravity of the hipster.
No shit. And it's not even good depravity either.
Yeah, it's not the cool kind, Because at least coat yourself with your own diarrhea if you're going to go that route. But you can't be a senior citizen whenever you do it, because if you do it when you're a senior citizen, that's expected. Trust me, I have known enough nurse aides to know this.
Go full
fart. Was that a legitimate fart in the microphone?
No.
Go full
okay.
Gigi Allen. That's what Jim's saying, is go full Gigi Allen.
Yes.
Yes. What?
That's when he gets to go and visit the padded room again.
The padded room. The shadows are my friends.
So tell me, did you like the story of O, hun?
I haven't finished it yet.
But did you like it so far?
No comment.
I've still got to
This is
yell.
why the vibrator drawer has been open every morning.
I've still got to yell at Jim for something.
What?
Jim, you haven't read Wargul yet. You call yourself a Gwar fan.
Oh, God damn it, I gotta get on that shit. I'm fucking pathetic.
Yes, you are.
He probably hasn't even read the book I'm reading.
I read the first chapter.
Ooh, wow.
I'm quite past the first chapter.
With some people I know, that counts as the whole book for them. I read the first. I skimmed through it.
I was trying to savor it, then I went, nah, never mind. My excuses are fucking pathetic. I should just do it.
Wow, he's finally learned something. He's going to kill me.
40 years of experience talking. My excuses are bullshit. I should just do it.
Yeah, I knew that when I was like 12.
Yes, but how often have you practiced it?
Depending on who tells me to go read something or something. Like, if you did it, I would probably do it because I, trust your taste. If
Oh my.
If Eric did it, I would probably wait 10 years.
Okay.
Well, I read the Damnation game.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, so he's a good taste.
You should try a Magica. It's not really horror, but it's got like more mystique to it and fucking.
Yeah,
it melts your brain.
I have that on order. I'm waiting for them to audioify it or whatever you call it. Basically, I'm waiting for somebody to read it and fucking post it online. Because I can't read print books, and getting Braille books of any kind is hard as hell. Trust me, I've tried. Oh yeah, I'll read it definitely. But yeah, he told me to read the Damnation game. And just my luck, the Braille library had posted it. I was like, okay, I'll read it. And it was like 11 o'clock at night, and 4 o'clock in the morning. I was like, I haven't even got to halfway through, but I need to sleep. That's what happens to me in new books. I find I've read most of the way through it, and then I go back and read it again and discover I've missed a part. Not like skimmed through it, but just didn't take it in. My brain does dumb things. Like start a show called Political Trendy Radio.
So it is fun for the time being.
It's weird. Before the show, my friend list was like my actual friends I talked to was pretty small, and now you, Scott, Anarcha, all those fucking people. I meet fucking people after this show.
Yeah, you met people, and then you're gonna play Dungeons and Dragons.
Yep.
And meet people.
Yes.
What the fuck is this shit?
What shit?
Oh, something on Facebook.
No, I thought they were talking about the show. I was like, you're asking me. I started this show and I don't even know. Well, I went on Metal Gear and I was like, yeah, this is the newest show. I'm a host of like the newest and best show on radio or something like that. It's fucking 1 day old.
Yay. 1 day.
And now I've done more shows than Scott has. So.
Oh, yeah, but that's because we tried to be all intellectual about it and always burnt me out. Especially on being pressed for opinions before I have all the facts.
Yeah, that's I like to be intellectual, but I also like to be funny. I'm not saying Metal Gear, but you know, there's a time for intellect on the show, and there's also a time to make dead baby jokes. And also, I like to withhold things until I have the facts. Like the Eagles of Death Metal thing, I didn't really want to comment on that show because it was literally a breaking story. Had I done the show 3 hours later, I would have commented more about what was going on. But it's hard to comment if the story's breaking. You haven't had time to dissect it, and then dissect the people you've kidnapped.
Hun, that's hold on a second. Hun, that was a video game?
Oh, you mean the one upstairs you haven't played?
Yes.
He's got to do so many things.
Mm-hmm. I'm gearing up for a D&D campaign.
Sweet. That'll be fun. I'll listen to black metal while we're doing it, and just to get the
atmospheric shit that doesn't really have too many lyrics. Because you need to pay attention to what I'm saying and what the hell's going on around you.
And even if it does, I can just use the lyrics as background noise.
Then I'm screwed.
Yes, you are.
How are you screwed?
Because I don't usually listen to anything you say.
Well, who does? He tends to say a lot of things. I just, oh yeah, Jim, good point.
It's Jim being Jim again. He is an asshole.
Or the whole ass.
Yes. See, I like that you walked into the show and we're both just ripping you apart.
And this is the normal day for me.
Yes. But you know that, well, but you also ripped me apart, so. Last time you did that, I had to fucking find my arm. You threw it all away. You threw it to the fucking Midwest.
I'm always making fun of you for being blind. Why'd you have to go and do that?
Yeah, you're like one of the only few people whose jokes they haven't gotten fucking old yet. Most people, like...
That's because I'm not trying to be old with them. It's like, first off, I space it out so that way it's fresh.
Yeah.
Then I think of new content all the time.
Yeah, this one guy would just make the same jokes, and I was like, could you shut up? He's like, why, are you offended? I'm like, no, you're just boring. I've heard the jokes about 12 times now. Be creative or die.
And that's what I like to do. I like to be creative with my insults.
I like to be creative
with friendly associates. That's when it gets more interesting. Because I want to see what they... I said friendly. I did not say friend.
Good. Because I hate you.
I hate everything. God sent me. I will teabag it now.
Who is God?
Me, which means I'll be teabagging myself. You got a problem with that?
No, I just don't really know how that could happen. I don't really want to know.
But if we figure it out, I'm making money off of it.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a legitimate business venture.
Mm-hmm.
Watch The Amazing Self-Teabagger. Man, if you remove his lower ribs...
I like how you're trying to plot this.
Just because, well, I'm hoping I at least get a cut. I mean, maybe we could do it on PTR so we can split it, and then I can make money out of your exploitation. I'm all about exploiting people.
Exploit the labor for maximum profits.
Exploit the profit for maximum labor?
Something like that.
That actually sounds kinky. We should make a porn based off of exploiting the profit.
Which prophet, though?
We got so many fucking holy books to choose from.
We could do we could do like sequels, like you did your you watched your like anal fisting parts 1 through 28 or whatever it was.
Yeah, it was Spanked Enema Nurse.
Oh, whatever. I don't remember. I thought it was anal fisting.
That probably exists too. I
Anal
wouldn't put it
fisting
past
part
that company.
43.
And this is where the fun begins. Everyone died in 5 seconds.
Death is fun. Especially when it's not me. If it's me, it sucks. If it's everyone else, it's fun.
Sometimes you just gotta kill anybody that is not me.
Yes. The
I
final,
want to enjoy it.
the final truck race is happening right now of the year, but I'm doing PTR because PTR is fun.
And you can catch it later.
Yes, thank you, DVR. Yes, I can. You're not supposed to tell what I can do, fascist.
Oh, fucking shit. You go ahead and yell at me for claiming that you're not a complete retard. Fucking retard.
I yell at you for everything. I will yell at you for breathing oxygen. You oxygen addict.
Look, people just need to stop breathing the amoeba's air. The amoeba needs that air before you do.
The amoeba.
And your excuse is what?
I do not know.
All right then.
And does he care?
That's the
Nope.
bigger question.
He just, I'm pretty sure he just has things in his mind that he just says randomly without thought, and then he goes, "What? What did I say?"
No, he's never said what did I say.
Well, well, okay. Well, he's getting ready to ask that question eventually.
See, I have said, did I say that out loud?
Yeah.
I don't even remember that.
That's because I'm with you and I'm not at work when I'm doing it. When I am at work and doing it, it's like, oh, shit. Fuck.
Yeah, I used to do that when I was with more conservative friends, and they would be talking about something, and I would say something about baby rape, and I'd say, "Wait, what? Well, did I actually say that out loud, or did I just think that?" Oh, I said it out loud, and now they're not talking to me anymore.
Whoopsie.
Oh well, I didn't like them anyway.
I singing G.G. Allen in front of a church group.
I only wanted to get into the pants of that one girl.
Yeah.
Oh, she was hot.
How could you tell?
Her voice and various things. Plus, for a Christian, she was very horny.
Oh, okay. Did you get
But,
down pants then?
But she wouldn't. She would fucking put my hand on her tit, and then she'd be just acting like it was no. But then she'd act like I'm saving myself. And I'm like, why did you just? Why are you trying to lead me into something here?
Oh my god.
Because as long as it's not the front hole, the back hole's good to go.
Oh, yeah, true. But knowing me, I'd persuade her into the front. I'm good at fucking persuading people to do shit, I've noticed.
That's always a good thing. I just found something that made me want to fucking destroy the human species once again.
Talk, say it. Talk now. Say
People
words.
have made a bunch of videos saying rape is bad.
You cannot rape the willing.
That is a good point.
Rape Fest.
2017. We'll make it happen. Buy your tickets now.
PTR sponsored Rape Fest. No, Rape Fest by PTR. Yeah, we need to do that. And then we need to start the PTR death cult.
I want my death cult first.
All right, fine. If we go half on the merchandising.
There we go. That sounds like a plan.
If I could, I'd like make PTR sponsor like concerts and things like that. Still want to make shirts. I might make about 50 shirts or whatever, and send some to everyone who's fucking been in on the show. You guys can walk around with your PTR shirts.
Featuring a pair of testicles and a labia piercing.
Yes, that'll be the artwork.
Okay.
Or not.
Where's your sense of adventure, hon? You're usually more foul-mouthed than this. Grab yourself an energy drink. Bounce off the walls with me.
Nope.
If I had
Bounce off the
cocaine,
wall.
I'd give it to you. But
Bounce
I
off the walls
don't. I
with the
stopped
atomic
doing drugs.
with the atomic cunt brain of Yog-Sothoth.
The atomic cunt brain. That's actually good. I like that. That's got style.
I just made it up because I need more energy drink, but I don't want to get up because then I'll have to piss, and I can't really. Well, oh yeah, you went there. Yeah, all the toilets are blocked up. So
Oh my.
if I get an energy drink, unless I just turn up the heat and I just sweat it all out, yeah. It's a conundrum.
For approximately 1 year, during the height of my party palace in my attic, just throwing massive parties, the only toilet in the house was non-functional. So everyone pissed out the window of my attic, including the ladies.
See, I
Except
do
for the
that.
one bitch that had to fucking go the whole way outside and piss in the middle of the corner of the fucking garage because she was too much of a pussy to fucking do what the other chicks were doing, which was just hang your shit out the fucking window and piss.
See, the only problem with that right now is it's 4 o'clock, so there's people outside. Plus, we have a screen, so that wouldn't end up well. I have a screen on my window, so there'd be some blowback.
Just scream, "I have discovered myself," and then start singing like a, something that you'd learn in fucking preschool kind of song. And then, like, whenever the cops show up, just start acting retarded. And since you're blind, they'll fall for it, and, like, they'll just leave you alone.
Well, I had a friend who, well, no, I was saying I just piss all over myself because I have a screen on the window, so.
Just kick out the fucking screen then.
I can't. I don't know how it fucking works. My friend had he wanted to collect an insurance policy that he can only get if he was judged to be mentally incompetent. Okay? So, of course, hearing that, my brain set to work. Okay? And his first test, he would sob at his desk. He'd go, and people would go, "Are you alright?" "Yeah, I'm fine. Yeah, everything's cool." Walk away. And then I said, "It's not working, dude. You've got to go to the next level. Piss yourself." He collected the money. Unfortunately, his dignity was robbed. I love that, though. Just some nice insurance fraud.
Sounds beautiful.
Um,
Isn't like fucking larceny a grand and beautiful thing?
Yes, it is. So my Dungeons and Dragons character, I've gone for the unsubtle route. I could have gone the subtle route, but I didn't want to.
It's your first time out. Just time for subtlety with the next character.
Yeah, true. Maybe the next character will be more evil and black magic-y.
Especially if you do a little bit of research on the different races, or I get around to copy pasting shit to give you more info.
True. I'm still talking with friends about various characters we can incorporate, or you can incorporate. Various, basically metal musicians that will like either kill or ally with.
Oh, I've already got Guar planned out where they're gonna be.
I've already got Jinx planned out, even though you are the one who does it, so my plan doesn't really matter. But I've still got it planned out. Yeah, stop laughing. This is my show. No laughing at my expense.
Fuck you.
That was really mean. I'm offended. Why? Yeah,
Now
good.
I'll hit on your front lawn.
Well, first you have to plant a lawn there. So you'd have to actually plant grass, because we don't have grass. We have a driveway. No, I'm sorry.
If you hear a jackhammer, that'll be me.
No, I'm sorry. We have a little bit of grass, but it's just this. It's not really a lawn. It's just some grass with some bushes. So if you really want to defecate in that, go ahead. I'll tell the wasps to leave you alone. Not. You start defecating, you start shitting, and you hear this like buzzing sound. You're like, ah, my ass is burning, ah, because the wasps are stinging your ass.
Reminds me this one time that my one buddy and I were sitting there before we got into partying, and he's a psycho, or was, you know.
This one time at band camp.
Oh God, don't. That's something my parents always would say, and now I must kill you. Go ahead with your story. Oh fuck, that was so annoying too when they would do that.
Anyways, he pulled out his butterfly knife and forced this other kid to stand there whenever he had to fucking shit. And he forced him to stand there for 1 hour while he was trying to hold his shit in before he finally let him use the toilet. And all we heard while he was up there was like, ah, my ass hurts, my ass hurts, my ass hurts. And there was a pause. My ass is bleeding, my ass is bleeding, my ass is bleeding.
Was that actually a story of you being raped, Jim?
No, that was just a story of someone being held hostage. So
I know. I was thinking about if you know the band Exodus, and their original singer Paul Bailoff, he had those like gardening shoes. He would have like gardening shoes, and he painted trout on them. He called it or shark's teeth, and he called it the helicopter trout. So what he'd do is he'd walk through the crowd with his fucking things and like slash up people's jackets if they were posing. Like any fringe would just get slashed. In any fucking glam metal hairstyle.
Just speaking of metal and slash reminds me of this one slasher punk that showed up at a metal show. They're just fucking cutting himself up like they always do. And this guy decided to do it in the middle of the pit area. So he almost gashed my one buddy real good. And my buddy just went around and fucking clocked him as hard as he could. And it was funny watching it because my buddy was 6'2" and like not even 100 pounds, like maybe 80 or 90 pounds, somewhere around there. And this guy was like big, hulking, kind of looking guy that was cutting himself up, and he just dropped like fucking,
nice,
a sack.
I know. Morbid Angel used to cut themselves on stage.
I almost reminded whenever me and my buddies used to do that, but we were just doing it to do blood rituals and fucking prove how hard.
Yeah, they just did it to be extreme.
Like we were young and dumb, so we were trying to prove how hardcore we were by cutting ourselves, not because boo-hoo, we need to feel pain, just a physical pain to let the emotional pain out. No, we were doing it just to be antisocial.
Yeah, Dead from Mayhem used to do it just because he could. He was talking about a typical Mayhem show. So we started out and there were like 300 people there. Once I started cutting myself and throwing the pig heads around, I looked over and there were like 5 people there at the end of the show. Oh my God, he's here. It's that guy, him. What's his name? The guy I've known, Dave.
You're funny.
Yeah, hi, yeah. It's sad. We've known each other for almost a decade.
And that's what makes it sad.
8 years. 8 years. Well, he's the only one on this. I think he's the only one who's ever been on the show. No, Bishop is the other one who's I've actually known since before the show started. And Mason too. Those are the three. Yes, I knew Mason before the show. Fuck
I
Mason.
wouldn't admit that in public.
Well, see, the thing is, he friended me, and he was like, he started metal groups, so I thought he was like one of us, you know. And then he started talking about Hot Topic, and then he kind of drifted out of my life, and then I heard the Load joke where he admitted to liking a bit of Load, so that they, you know.
He didn't mention what kind.
Yeah. So they were like photoshopping penises on his face, and I guess he took offense to that. And then I heard about his anti-elitist campaign. I was like, oh God, really?
Yeah,
And Jim
really.
basically told him to grow the fuck up.
Yeah. Because what you gonna do if you don't demand quality?
And then, but yeah, it was just funny. I was like, oh, everyone. I was like, wow, everyone on Facebook, the metal community in Facebook, seems to know this kid.
And did they all hate him?
Yeah, I mean, he was driven out of the unpopular metal opinions group 3 times because we made fun of him because I said something about Slipknot. And he tried defending Slipknot.
Oh God.
Yeah.
I even like 2 or 3 songs by them, and I'm not gonna fucking defend them. Not even the songs I like.
I used to, and now I listen to them. Like I listened to their first album, a couple songs. I'm just like, meh. It's certainly not the worst thing in the world, but it's just meh. It just doesn't do anything for me. You know, plus the DJ scratching.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Well, hey, you like Slipknot? Well, you know, faggot.
Yay.
Yay, that's 2 I've called you on before. You've only got me on 1, so haha. You have a whippier taste than I have.
Oh gosh, she's about to speak.
That was not nice.
I just sighed and repositioned.
Okay.
He likes baby metal.
I know.
I like how she left it with that real disgruntled sound too. That's how you know she's a keeper.
Yeah, well, he was ripping on me for some of my tastes. I'm like, dude, baby metal trumps everything.
Oh, he just rips my bad taste out of the CD player and puts God knows what in there.
Okay, okay, here we go. We haven't thrown you under the bus yet, so we have to. What are your bad tastes?
I listen to Hailstorm sometimes.
They're okay.
I listen to In This Moment.
Nope. Yeah, come on, Jim. Lacuna Coil are so much better than In This Moment. At least they're on the Metal Archives. And This Moment just never did anything for me. I listen to, like, symphonic power metal. Actually, I could tell you the lamest band I like.
Okay.
Ready?
Yeah.
Nightwish.
Nightwish is fun.
I mean, I'm not crazy about, like, they're not my favoriteest band in the world, but I like some songs. I like some albums.
Elliot,
What?
Nightwish did a great cover of Phantom of the Opera, just letting you know.
I think they were better once they dumped the operatic vocalist, though, because I'm just not really big on operatic vocals. I like more kind of down to earth, you know.
I'm all about theatrics and operatics, you know that.
It just doesn't do it for me. They got rid of her and got someone who's a little more rock influenced, which is more my thing. I don't know. That's just my thing. I'm less theatric, unless it's Guar. But yeah, yeah. In this, okay. So what else do you listen to other than In This Moment and Hailstorm?
Lots of crap.
Oh come on! I admitted my fucking.
She's got to go through a huge discography. Aside from the fucking country music.
Oh.
I don't do that all the time, just when I'm pissed off at you.
I listen to a little bit of country, but it's like outlaw shit from like the fucking, well, and G.G. Allen. But yeah, it's all fucking outlaw shit.
Like, I was like blasting Johnny Cash the other day.
I don't mind Johnny Cash. My dad, I grew up with Johnny Cash, so I mean I'm not a fan or anything, but he's okay. I don't mind him. I can take him. Although Ring of Fire, I think, is vastly overrated.
Yeah.
I mean, because it's a song everyone knows. Of course, if we went down Eric's faggy musical collection, we'd be here all day.
Go away.
He wants cat shit earrings. We know that. Okay.
Yes, Eric wants cat. Let's just make a list. Just go on Wikipedia and look up list of glam metal bands.
Well, shut up. I don't listen to just glam.
You listen to bands that are hard rock and wear makeup and shit. Spot the difference. To me, there's really little difference between Kiss, Guns N' Roses, and Poison.
Would you count AC/DC as a glam band? I'm into
No, I
them.
just call them as shit. God, Brian Johnson. Oh, I was gonna do my joke on here. Have any of you heard the band? Well, you probably have Celtic Frost.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
You know how Tom, the singer Tom goes, ooh, a lot, and breaks up like really serious songs with this weird ooh and shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
I have a theory that that's him being rammed. And that's just totally because I hate Tom Warrior and he's an asshole, based on my personal experiences with him. So yeah, my theory is he was being raped on stage, or he was being raped in the recording, and that's why he makes the sound he does. Fuck you, Tom Warrior. Tosser wanker, as I call him. Yes, I'm getting you involved in my stupid personal slights. Against
that works
people,
just fine with me.
Against people, what, 40 years older than me?
You're the real American hero, Elliot.
Fuck you, Eric.
He's G.I. Joe now?
Asshole. Yes.
Yeah.
And every Tom, your childhood gets worse every interview you tell it. There once was a time when your childhood was okay. Now it's your mother was a diamond thief. And you lived in a home with like 1,000 cats.
They now have a butt plug that has a diamond set in the end so that you can accessorize.
And that's what Tom Warrior used?
Maybe, I don't know.
Did you hear I sent Eric Cold Lake thinking that, hey, he likes glam, he'll like that.
I haven't even listened to it. I'm afraid to.
See, if anyone would like it, you would.
I'll check it out after the broadcast.
As far as it goes, I prefer Hellhammer to Celtic Frost anyway. I like the rawness. Plus the name Hellhammer. You really can't go better with that name.
Cock ring.
Nah, Hellhammer's better. Yeah, and some of the pop shit I listen to, like the Shivers. So, I'm just trying to think of more guilty pleasures. Oh, and my ballad of Irish folk songs. My LP of Irish folk songs. Well, not folk songs, but ballads, because they're about things that happened in the 70s. so they're not really folk songs.
All right, about shit that happened in the 70s.
Hey, it's good. It's good drinking music.
It usually is, yeah. I'm not
Yeah.
disagreeing with that taste. I'm just saying.
Well, I was surprised I liked it. I just listened to it randomly. I was like, hey, this is actually not bad. So I got it. And songs randomly come into my head about it. But yeah, Eric likes pop metal. That's my new song. Yeah.
Okay.
And Jim likes Hailstorm.
I will not talk right now because I am trying to remember how they sound like. Oh wait, you
Okay.
said Ailstorm, or not
No,
Hailstorm?
Hellstorm.
Hailstorm. Okay, I gotta remember that one.
Yeah, have fun with that. I don't like either of the storms.
I
Nah.
have no idea what's going on.
What's that, Eric?
I still have no idea what's going on this broadcast. I
We're
barely.
talking about shitty music we all like. That's what we're talking about, Eric. Join the club.
How wonderful.
Eric likes. He said the guilty pleasure he likes is a status quo.
Huh?
Didn't you say that?
No, I don't. I don't think it was me who said status quo. I think it was someone else.
No, you said status quo. It was the other day.
Since
You
when
said
did I ever talk about status quo?
I don't know. You said it. I could fucking find the clip for you. Okay, what would be your guilty pleasure then?
I'm trying to think. Or I could just use the quote Corey Taylor said when he said, "I have no guilty pleasures. I listen to everything from ABBA to Anthrax and in between."
Yeah, Corey, but by guilty pleasure, I just mean music we wouldn't expect you to listen to. I don't mean music you feel actually guilty about. Just music,
Mm,
like finding out that, I'm not saying, but finding out that, Gigi Allen listened to Boxcar Willie.
well, I obviously I listen to like a lot of film soundtracks.
I listen to the soundtracks of people being tortured.
Of course you do, because you're Elliot.
I think I've listed all mine. Ambient. I also like ambient.
That was another one I was going to list. They're not exactly film soundtracks, but they're kind of ambient. There are bands like Midnight Syndicate and Nox Arcana that write ambient music for like it's ambient, neoclassical, darkwave, and they write music for things like Horror Nights and other Halloween events.
I love dark and space ambient. It's great for when you're about to go to sleep. You just put it on and you have really awesome dreams.
Oh yeah.
Jim, do that. That's in order.
The International Masturbation Network supports something or other.
That should be International Masturbation Radio Network. IMRA. That's what this is part of. We're part of the International Masturbation Radio Network. I know Eric listens to NSYNC.
Only back
Bye,
when
bye, 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 bye.
I was 5 and my godmother was obsessed with all those boy bands.
See, my
Wait,
sister.
so she wanted to molest little children?
No,
Yeah,
no, and it also didn't help that my first crush was Britney Spears.
my first crush was Slymaster Hyman.
My first crush was Barbara Feldon, who played 99 on Get Smart.
Nice. Yeah, I have no fucking shame in saying that either.
Okay, Elliot, you want to know my real guilty pleasure?
Dead
Sometimes,
baby porn.
no, sometimes I'll get nostalgic and I'll go back and listen to the 90s pop. No shame.
See, I realized when I hated my sister when she started listening to Britney Spears, and I was 5. And even when I was 5, and I didn't even like I like bands like Matchbox 20. Uh, when I was 5, I was like, yeah, you suck. So I had high standards even then.
Nah.
Fuck. I remember being pissed off at every kid at school for fucking listening to all that fucking pop rock bullshit. And this is long before I fucking got into metal, like I was 7, 8, shit like that. And my main thing was classical music.
Of
I didn't even
course.
get into Weird Al before I went to the loony bin.
What even listen to Weird Al? My original first like, which I've since discarded, was like pop country, like fucking Garth Brooks and shit. Garth Brooks and Alan Jackson, but I've since discarded them. Fucking shit. I was 2. Give me a break.
No.
Yes. You probably like shit like that was whole. And then I liked like Matchbox 20, and then I heard like Metallica when I was 8, and I thought that was cool. Then I heard fucking Green Day, thought that was meh. And
Say
then
it.
I heard hardcore punk, and I thought that was much cooler than Green Day. Smashed all my Green Day CDs. Then I heard death metal at age 11, and was like, yes, this is me. This is my tribe. And then I got into things like metalcore, which I've since gotten out of, but shit like Cannibal Corpse and Metallica have stayed with me these 10 years. But yeah, fuck you, Jim. We all have fucking things that we were into when we were like 2 that we were, or maybe 10 or 12, when we were like, why were we into that? So don't fucking
And
judge.
then when you go to try to go and have them buy them back, they're like, yeah, right.
Well, you go back and re-listen to them, and you're like, what the fuck was I on?
Uh
Uh-huh.
It's time for a good book burning. Or replace the books with CDs.
huh.
No, I've already gotten rid of all my CDs, so all the fucking shit CDs. But give me a break. I was never into glam. I never did like the hard rock line. It's only nowadays that I'm getting into like shit like that, like NW. Well, I was always into NWOBHM, but things like Gravedigger, which the first album is really cool. Things like that. But I've listened to glam just like on music, and I'm just like, how can they call this metal anyway?
I think the only reason I was into glam is because the guys look good.
Well, see, that's the thing. Girls were into glam, and guys wanted to get with the girls, so they. Ugh. You know what? I'm just gonna blame women for everything. Be a
Oh, well.
sexist.
You see how good she just shrugs this shit off and says, fuck you.
Yeah, right. And well, partly because she knows I'm kidding. So.
Actually, I just don't give a fuck.
Yeah, right. You want me to think you're awesome, so
I know I'm awesome.
everyone craves my opinion. What the fuck are you screaming about? You stupid. Not you. People in my house. Everyone craves my opinion, and if they think they're unworthy, they will commit suicide for me.
Kids have posted what they are thankful for Thanksgiving.
I bet it's all materialistic shit.
One says, I'm thankful for God and Jesus. Another
Fuck
one
off.
says, I'm thankful for my family, God, and Miss Clary, my teacher. Another one says, I'm thankful for all the dead people because at least they tried.
No, they didn't.
They
This
died.
is an 8-year-old chick. I got the picture right in front of me. It's great.
They didn't try. They didn't try, and that's why they died. Fuck them. They deserve everything. Everyone deserves everything they get.
Unless you masturbate with a blender.
Then you deserve happiness. Yes, Eric, that's what you should do. Masturbate with the blender.
Well,
I'm still trying to get Jim to send you
some
freaking.
Paul.
I'm trying to get Jim to send you horse fucker,
Oh, God.
but he won't do it.
It's not that I won't do it. It's just I don't feel like looking up horse fucker right now.
No, I don't say it right now, but I'm trying to corrupt this little kid.
No.
He is legal. But yes, I'm trying to corrupt
So
him.
if you want to corrupt him and he's saying, no, please don't, then I'm going to have to disguise it as something else, which means I'll have to download the video, put something else around it, which would make him interested, then splice in scenes of horse fucker, especially the money shot, where the horse just jizzes all over her and fucking you see it seeping out of her every orifice.
If you can Photoshop the face to look like Gene Simmons of Kiss, that would be even funnier.
You know what he could do? He could just wrap them around scenes of Disney movies.
Oh, I could do Disney. I always thought Snow White and the Seven Dwarves was code for something. I want to see that porno.
Oh, God, it's funny.
Snow White, the cocaine fiend.
Like the song goes, Elliot. Someday her prince will come.
Yes, someday, but he's taking forever because he just got home from work. So she's unsatisfied. So she dumps him and leaves him for a yuppie in a Porsche.
Huh?
No, I don't know. I don't know what I said. Okay, I have no idea what I said. I've become Jim.
Oh no.
Yeah, that would. No. It's that would be like a nightmare. You wake up and you turn into Jim. Ah, my life is over.
And then you just realized, hey, it is pretty cool. And that is why. And then you just trail off the sentence there and don't even bother finishing it because you're off to the next one.
Time cube.
I was born to read that.
Yes, Satan gave you life so you can read Time Cube. We're gonna incorporate that into fucking the game.
Yes, I already have the character drawn up who is worshipping Time Cube.
Yay! Oh god, isn't I?
They come from the future, which is somewhere in the past.
That sounds like something Space Ghost would say.
It's also congruent with Time Cube.
Yes, it is. Well, I remember I was just looking at Rational Wiki and I saw something on the internet page called Time Cube, so I looked it up. So I clicked on it because I was bored and I read it. I read the article and I was just like, "This can't be real." And I sent it to Eric and I was like, "Dude, this is real." And then I had Jim look it up, and unfortunately, or fortunately, I created a monster. So if anyone wants to know why Jim's extra weird and saying things about educated stupid, it was my
I blame
fault.
his parents.
Yeah.
She blames my parents. She's got it right.
Yeah, but you wouldn't have known about Time Cube if it wasn't for me, so.
Yes, but
I'm
I was like
sure
this
he would have
level
found
of
it.
Time Cube.
I don't think so.
If not, I would have written it.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, and then he would have found out that it existed after you've written the whole thing.
This has happened to me before. Whenever we were dreaming up the band Mottler, me and my buddies were thinking about, yeah, we're gonna fucking spray fake blood everywhere, fake jizz, we're gonna fucking spray fake drugs, it'll be fucking awesome because no one's done it before. We saw Guar. God damn it, they stole our idea probably years before we even had it.
I've felt that way before. I've felt that way a couple times, like a band who did something. I can't remember who it was, and I said something. It was fans. I was watching Mystery Science Theater, and I said, here's what we're gonna do. They didn't get a chance to riff over every bad movie, so I'm gonna get. I can't really do it. I can do it for the dialogue, but I'm gonna get some friends in. We're going to riff over movies, as in a Mystery Science Theater, style. Public domain bad movies. And we're gonna post them online, but we're gonna do it. Oh look, there's something called Mystery Fandom Theater 3000 who does exactly what I wanted to do. Fucking stupid, and plus all the people like Charlie Brooker who were doing basically what I was doing, but before I ever knew who they exist, before they ever knew they existed. I would say they influenced me without them knowing or me knowing who they are.
Martha.
Fuck them. Who was that band that I said didn't really influence me because I was into them, into what they were doing before I ever knew they existed? I can't remember who it was. But there was a certain big, well-known metal band who is very influential, but I only really got into them like this year. And even though I was doing something akin to what they were doing, I just never really given them the time of day. I can't remember who they were though. Eric, tell me who they were.
I have no idea.
Oh, fuck you then.
There is a fish that looks like a giant penis combined with a leech, and then just has these spiky prongs going all out like fucking wow, in fan shapes. It's like fucking crazy.
That's an awesome fish.
And it's all blue, so it's like the blue baller.
That's a good fish. That's a good. Oh, I'm sorry. It wasn't a band. It was Clive Barker.
Oh yeah, Clive Barker, Hellraiser.
I had read his stuff and I was like, oh yeah, this is kind of what I was into. But I can't say he really influenced anything because I had been doing it before I ever heard of him. So fuck you, Clive. You didn't influence me.
Jared Fogle, the guy, Subway guy, sentenced
Yeah, we
to
know.
50+ years.
Yeah.
Damn, for wanting to fuck children.
Yeah, apparently.
Did he actually do it, or did he just want to?
I think he just had
Both.
the pull. Oh, he actually did it? Okay.
Uh-huh.
Oh. Ooh, look, I'm so alert and I know what's going on. Fucking hate people who know what's going on and I don't. How dare you think you're smarter than me?
That's all she has to say about that. Waited for like 10 seconds of silence just to get.
Yes, my ego is damaged. I must now kill Eric with fire.
Old farts watch TV. What can I say?
Whatever. What?
Oh, and Dr. Phil.
She thinks she's better than us.
No.
Oh. Well, if
She wants me to whip that ass.
Nope.
Whip that ass.
I like that. Nope. And Jim starts crying.
Profusely.
Cry, Jim, cry.
Thank you.
Time Cube, the way of the past, present, and future.
With 4 simultaneous days.
With 4 simultaneous days and someone said, okay, we'll send an assassin. Who do you want to kill? Because I can kill any of you as long as it's not me. Who likes life the least?
I'm actually kind of enjoying it a bit. Looking at these Snatch.
Shut up. You're so weird.
Normal.
That's me normally.
What are you saying, man?
I'm saying the cat will lick its own testicles at 5:30, and that will be the sign of the rebellion for the rectal orifice of the baby in the nightie of gowns and sodomy and assassins. Lots and lots of assassins. It'll be the timeless tale of Red Ninja versus Blue Ninja, made flesh, incarnate for our brains, in a fram of a sham, and a gecko eating itself. It's puking out its own guts through its ass into its mouth.
I think we need to talk to Guar and get you a narration job.
I need more drugs. I wish I had them.
Me too. I realized something. I was just looking at your videos because I'm a stalker weirdo.
Mm-hmm.
Last one you did was the nighttime hangout. The one where I thought we'd be on for like an hour and then I'd go to sleep because I was really tired. And we were on for 7 hours.
Yes.
That's because he never shuts up.
Yeah. And if you only knew how tired I was when we started, I know it was relatively early, but I hadn't like slept. So if you only knew how tired I was when we started, I was like, okay, we'll probably just be an hour, and then 7 hours later, guys, I gotta go. Yeah. No, see, he shut up now. I'm the one who's talking. Yes, between me and Jim, I'm surprised anyone can get a word in edgewise. Because I've often been known as someone who never shuts up. So
9 naked dead bitches.
9 dead naked bitches, undead naked bitches.
With Batman.
Zombie sex orgy with chainsaws. The men have dicks replaced with chainsaws, and the women have axes in place of their tits.
Axe titties. Beautiful. With spider toilet paper.
With spider toilet paper and wombat tampons.
And treasure chests filled with skid-marked underwear.
And
That would be your drawers.
people wearing human ears around their necks to signify that they are part of the death cult of the which is an ancient Egyptian god whose name cannot be spelt because it is just a noise.
Mm-hmm. Oh, by the way, I have
What?
no idea what I'm about to say.
What? Say it.
You guys are just having fun. This is fun to
Travis,
watch and listen to. What?
say what you have to say.
I'm just saying this is fun to listen to.
You sound like you need drugs.
Yes. You need at least an 8-ball of Coke, 16 hits of LSD, and a pound of pot. Now. All of it.
At once. Just mix it all up and just go.
Then we'll see how you react.
And then take 8 months of Ambien. Like Seth Putnam did. Have you ever actually heard the list of the shit he did to get in that coma? Seth Putnam from the band Anal Cunt. He was in a coma. Eric, look it up. I think he was trying to kill himself.
Well, of course, you probably realized that trying to kill yourself was gay.
That was lame. He did like a bunch of whiskey, a bunch of drugs, and then polished it off with like a couple months of Ambien.
Hold on, it says that he ingested a cocktail of crack cocaine, heroin, alcohol, and 2 months worth of Ambien sleeping pills. And then it said, Anal Cunt's 1997 album I Like It When You Die contained the track You're in a Coma. Putnam's reaction to the resulting irony of being in a coma was published in the Boston Phoenix. Actually, it turned out it was just as gay as the song I wrote 9 years ago. Being in a coma was just as fucking stupid as I wrote it was.
See, the fact that there's no Seth Putnam anymore, there's no Dave Brockie, there's no G.G. Allen, there's basically almost all of my punk metal heroes are dead, except for maybe Biafra. And the fact that we have fucking Justin Bieber and the Backstreet Boys and fucking, all these fucking shitty and Gene Simmons, Bank Machine, this is proof that there is no God.
Or that there is a God and he just wanted to have kick-ass music.
Well, yeah, but they'd be all going to hell anyway.
Who's to say that God is the one actually that is God? What's to say that Satan is not more powerful?
But still, this is proof that if there is a God, he is not someone I like because he takes away the good people and leaves Gene Simmons and Vince Neil. And he didn't kill the Def Leppard guy. He just cut his arm off. I like Lars. He wanted to use the Def Leppard snare, and his response was, "Well, the guy's in the hospital. He's not going to need it." But yeah. So fuck you, God. Bring back Dave Brockie, and we will support you. As long as he's riding on a skeleton horse that's on fire and ejaculating on the heads of people, while Techno Destructo says, "Guar must die, Guar must die."
This sounds appealing.
Doesn't it? Doesn't it?
Yes, this is the way the future must be under my reign.
Well, Jim,
Elect me, God.
No.
Okay. I'd vote for him. Who else is there to vote for?
I think I'm the only one running for God, so
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah,
I shot my hopes high,
what, Eric?
you should challenge him.
What?
You should run for God.
I am no god. Besides, I don't really want to. I mean, if anyone's going to challenge, it's Jinx.
Okay.
But, I wouldn't want that because then I have to take sides.
Well, I'm reading one of Anal Cunt's albums on Wikipedia, and they got R2-D2 from Star Wars to play the bass.
No, they didn't. There is no bass.
No, it says personnel R2-D2 on bass, and I just thought that's fucking funny.
Yeah, it's funny because there is no bass player, so.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Which you can actually hear. But Jim, now that the Cosmic Control Tape is in my grasp, this band will play everything I want perfectly the first time through. And while I was on the toilet last night, I thought of this little ditty. I thought you guys might like to play it for me. Because I am Techno Destructo, and I can outfight, outfuck any lame-ass motherfucking rock stars, because I am Techno Destructo.
Mm-hmm. Guar will serve the master,
Or Guar will die. I'm a megaton buffing with the microchip brains. When it comes to taking life, I am the cosmic leech. I make World War III seem someday at the beach. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, I haven't listened to that song in months. I need to do that again.
Yes, we should all listen to Hello, the entire album.
And then the live version of Have You Seen Me from The Road Behind.
The Road Behind, oh yeah.
Have you no morals? Have you no sense of decency?
Have
you
you
seen
seen
my?
my?
And yet the other two are like, what the fuck are they talking about?
No, she knows what I'm talking about. It's my mating call.
Huh?
Eric,
The
it's
moment I
like
said mating, she took interest. That's how horny she is.
Not really.
it's like you and Kiss fans, you know? You guys have like a secret code. That's us and us Bohabs.
We really don't. We just see someone wearing a Kiss shirt and we're like, hey, you're a fan too.
No, that's not what we do.
No, I'm
That's
talking about how you say that Kiss fans have our own secret code and mating code or whatever.
yeah,
I'm saying that's not the case, as far as I know.
that's really sad. Because, Guar fans, the way to test if you're a Guar, because, if someone wears a Guar shirt, I have to test and see if they are a real Guar fan. So I say things like, what do I say? Fuck, my brain stopped. The portal potty. And if they make a response, then I say you are a Guar. It's like what you would do with Kiss if you cared. You would be like, you would say something from their album that's obscure, and they'd be like, oh yeah,
I'd
like
basically say any song that wasn't Rock and Roll All Night, Detroit Rock City, or best. And if they got it, then I know they're.
well, I was telling Jim the earlier today. Someone asked who the hell was I, and I responded with, how inquisitive and delighted you've inquired who the hell I am. Allow me to elucidate, perhaps pontificate. And he's like, yeah, you're a Guar fan. I'm like, yeah, he gets it. Or, I'd respond with, I'm the fucking Largle. I'm the ghost of Minus Muggle. I destroyed your life. And if they get
I
it,
raped your
your
wife,
wife. I am Wargul.
and
I
I'm
am
uncool.
cool. That is like one of my favorite songs ever. And that, like I said, reading the book, you get to like if you read the book and then listen to the song afterwards, you notice that he actually had a lot of things mapped out. Like he actually had the plot mapped out rather well, about the things he did. But yeah, there's a code for Bohabs, basically.
Yes.
And if you don't respond, then you're a poser, and we have to either educate you or beat you.
Or sometimes both.
Yes, because you ain't shit until you learn how to rock. Eric's favorite song for Guar would have to be maybe Rock and Roll Party Town.
No, preschool prostitute.
Oh, that's a good one. That reminds me, there was this thing you were
Sex
doing
cow.
where there was this wrestling game my buddy got back in the day that we modded the hell out of. We
Nice.
spray painted the word AIDS on chairs. We started beating people with it, and all you had to do is hit the tab button to make random explosions happen and shit. And like we were playing preschool prostitute. When that song hit on, we're beating the shit out of each other. That's when we started making these mods. While we're beating the shit out of each other, like we should have like AIDS-infected chairs and.
My friend had a baseball game, for like PlayStation, which he or not play, but whatever, but which he modded, based on an old George Carlin joke, to where basically random mines were planted in the stadium. So it was, I mean, because I find baseball boring as fuck. So but it was funny because like you'd be just kind of walking, boom. Like players would die, there'd be blood everywhere. Oh shit, we need new people. Yeah, he would do that, and he would do like the ball would be like a baby skull.
Oh God. This is actually a good test to see who is cool on my friends list. They got this app going around that tells you what your favorite words to use on Facebook are.
I used mine, but I didn't see what it said. It wouldn't show me what it said.
It was a picture that they fucked you.
Faggots.
What you should have done was just hit share,
I did.
and no one told. I didn't see it on your thing.
It's yeah, I did. I fucking hit share.
I did it on mine too.
Yeah, I fucking did it.
So
After I saw
I,
you.
I saw Elliot.
see, I make fun of the blind kid a lot, but I
Eric,
also cater to you a lot.
profile. Tell me what words I used now.
Okay. I guarantee one of them is Jinx.
I haven't said the word cunt recently. Fuck Ahmad. Fuck Ahmad. Fuck Ahmad today.
Oh no, yours is just. Wait, let's see.
Okay,
Okay, that.
Elliot.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Your most used words on Facebook are metal, like, I'm just, album, fuck, music, you're great, evil, shit, hate, death.
What?
Surprisingly,
Death, fuck, music, album 1, shit, even, time, still, fun, new, black.
I haven't. Well, I usually just share albums, so I don't really talk about Jinx. But if we were talking about fucking messages, yeah, yeah.
well, yeah.
That's somewhat good, I guess. I'll take it.
You guys are gonna laugh at some of the words I've used on my...
Yes, let's see it.
You want me to read mine?
Yes.
Okay.
And then Jim has to read his in that weird, evil, echoey voice.
Elliot, Jim, I'm guessing the third person is Jim's girlfriend. Prepare to die laughing. Halloween, horror, HHN, maze, Universal, fun, tram, Disneyland, Hollywood, movies, Christmas, Star Wars, Disney.
Yeah, mine's pretty, because like I said, all I do is really share albums. So
Bad kids, fuck good customer. Your political correctness made dead millennials. I'm asshole God. Shit on people. Give hell like people need one piss.
speak the time cube. That looks exactly like, maybe it's a little less foul language, but that looks exactly like something that would say time cube.
I actually wrote this out so that you could fucking see it.
I saw it on the chat, yeah. Yeah, I saw it on the chat, and then I saw it on I saw it on the newsfeed, and that's why I fucking did it, and I was like, it's not fucking telling me! Fuck you!
It's discriminating against the blind kid. Burn it! Burn it!
Burn it with fire! My favorite word, the words I use mostly are fuck, shit, cunt, jinx, metal, grindcore, kill, death, mutilate, eviscerate, torture, guar, Satan. Satan laughing spreads his wings. Pantera actually did an okay cover of Electric Funeral. I thought they were going to butcher it, but they actually did it okay. I know this won't interest any of you three, but for any racing fans, any fans of sports car racing, I'd like to say that my favorite driver in sports car racing, Christina Nielsen, is now racing a Ferrari this year.
Wonderful. Christina
So
Nielsen, cool.
hopefully she'll do better than what she did this last year, which was finishing second 4 times and finishing second in the championship. Which is, well, whatever. Which is pretty damn good for your first year. So, I mean, I saw an interview with her. She's like, "Yeah, I really was just focusing on Rookie of the Year. I wasn't really focusing on winning a championship." So, but yeah, hopefully this year things will work out. So now back to things everyone else is interested in, not just me. Hey, until I get a racing show going.
Well, it looks like my one buddy, who's a member of like 12 I Hate John Cena groups, is now going after John Cena fans.
Okay. I have nothing against John Cena or his fans. I am in a group called Bob Dylan Sucks My Ass.
Okay, that sounds like a wonderful group to be in. You enjoy that.
Yeah, my friend was in a group, and I was like, "Ooh, that's a fun group. I think I'm gonna join that one." And
God.
Eric, what?
There's a picture of what Metallica currently looks like. It is
What-
sad and
What do they currently look like? Describe.
Has-beens.
No shit.
It looks like Hetfield's trying for this one biker from Sons of Anarchy kind of look, but he looks constantly constipated, so it doesn't really pull off at all.
I always thought that's what Hetfield was trying to be like, some sort of tough biker guy.
Well, he's got a bunch of tattoos, but like his fucking, and he looks like he's been on fucking the hard drugs for too long. He's too damn skinny.
James was always fucking. Have you ever seen early pictures of Metallica where Hetfield, from what they tell me, obviously, is this like real thin dude with like poofy hair?
Yeah.
It's funny how much he changed from this like teenage metal guy talking about Metal Militia to in the 90s he tried to go for this biker look or whatever. Kirk Hammett, if you ever heard an interview with Kirk Hammett, he sounds like a brain-damaged surfer. Every time I hear Kirk Hammett talk, it's just, he's the guitarist, obviously.
Actually, he looks like it. Lars looks like a balding fucking shop teacher that doesn't know how to teach.
And the bassist probably just looks like, what the fuck am I doing here?
Actually, yeah, he looks the most out of place.
Yeah, but whenever listening to Kirk Hammett on like some kind of monster, he's just like go off and meditate and I'm just like, he wasn't that smart to begin with, was he? He just doesn't sound smart to me. I don't know. And plus his guitar soloing style, I'd never been a fan of.
Mr. Hammett, step away from the wah-wah pedal.
Yes, Kerry King made good use of the wah-wah pedal. You don't. I always said Mustaine was the best songwriter Metallica had. Look what fucking he looks like. I'm surprised Death Magnetic was honestly as strong as it was, considering where the group was at. I mean, it's not my favorite album by a long shot, but I'm actually stunned that it had moments of good in it. That's my opinion, at least. Don't give a shit if you disagree. Back to listen to your fucking baby metal.
Tinkle.
Baby raping metal. That's what Guar is.
Baby rape metal.
Chihuahua metal.
With chimichangas. I'm Gesundheit.
Ha.
No, curse you for sneezing. Curse you. We don't bless, we only curse.
Well,
Okay.
blesses.
Satan bless you. Satan loves me. Yes, I know. For the Dark Lord told me so. And then he told me that Eric was going to be raped by a jackhammer wielding midget.
Jackhammer wielding midgets are the glory of our civilization.
Well, I thought you were going to say, how can Eric be raped by a midget? He's a midget.
Midgets can rape midgets.
Midgets raping midgets. Midgets raping midgets. That's a new song now from Guar.
Midget launcher.
Midget launcher.
That's how we make the chainsaw launcher. What we do is we give a bunch of miniature chainsaws to midgets, and then we launch the midget. This way they get some guidance.
Wait, you are truly horrible. Yeah, thank you.
What, did someone actually say that?
I've
I'd
been
be
called,
happy if they did.
according to Mr. Anarchist guy who says he'll be the producer and then doesn't show up. That's why he's like, I could be a co-host. I'm like, yeah, but you need to be here for every episode. According to him, I've been called a monster.
That's glorious.
Yes, I was like, yes, you've made my day. Apparently, you've been called evil, and they don't know why we have you on the show. Jim.
Really?
Yeah.
They
And I'm
don't
like,
know why I'm here.
He
Why
doesn't
am
know
I
why
here?
he's here.
I know why he's here.
Please enlighten me.
Because
His
if he
parents had
wasn't,
sex.
yeah, if he wasn't here, what else would he be doing?
Lord knows.
I'd be in jail serving 16 life sentences.
They would bring you back to life as a baby just to make you serve another sentence. You'd be like, ah, shit. Finally, after the 16th time, you would just die, having spent 1,600 years. I mean, when you got clever in the 14th one, you just kill yourself when you were like an infant. So you just like get that life sentence over with.
I always wanted to do the scene where, like, some guy finally created a test tube baby, and it was carried to term inside the Sinta womb. And he's sitting there saying, yes, yes, I have created magic. And the baby just crawls straight over to a crack pipe and starts smoking. He's like, no, I created a crackhead.
Guar cereal, what?
Yeah, exactly.
With the
Free
sugar
crack pipe.
replaced by cocaine.
Yes.
Cocaine! I'm going to do an impression of Axl Rose. I'm Dr. Roxo, the rock and roll clown. I do cocaine. Oh, that wasn't Axl Rose?
No.
I can't tell the difference.
Well, does Dr. Roxo get angry and storm off after only 2 songs?
No, but he's got more talent. I say Axl Rose.
National Teabagging Championships.
Notice how Jim's just silenced me with that simple.
I know, but what were you going to say about Axl Rose, Elliot?
He needs to be beaten.
He was by his plastic surgeon.
Ah. Wait, what?
He was beaten by his plastic surgeon.
Oh, I didn't know that. Christian anarchist, okay.
Actually, I have to get going right now. How long is this thing going to be on for?
I don't know.
So
Till
if
I
I come
decide.
back at like 7:30, 8 o'clock, you guys will still be yammering away?
Maybe. If not,
Oh,
we'll talk about goats.
okay, go.
Hello, Christian anarchist.
Shalom Aleichem.
Uh, so you're a Christian and an anarchist.
Somewhat.
I am partly one and not the other. You have to guess which one I am and am not.
I'm guessing anarchist.
Kind of. I have some kind of anarchist tendencies, sort of. Basically, I just believe, well, it's a complex system of beliefs.
Not bad.
Yeah. Wait. I'm sorry. I was distracted by something. Jim has distracted me.
Aren't we all?
Yeah, true.
It was the goat porn.
Porn for goats. See, that's what people, when people say, like, cat porn, they're like, oh, humans having sex with cats. I'm like, no, this is porn for cats.
Yeah, just like race car driving.
Race car driving is porn for cats?
You ever see one swat at the TV?
No, my cats don't really watch racing.
I've seen it. I've seen them go completely ape shit over cars going on off the TV like, they're some sort of toy.
My cats don't really watch racing. They're political cats, though.
Our cats are assholes.
Aren't all cats assholes, though?
Pretty much.
The white one likes licking my armpits.
Okay.
She's got issues.
One of them likes biting me. And we met a cat at the campsite we were at who liked biting very aggressively. But he was cute. But anyway, we actually had some topics, and then we just erased. Oh, we were talking about, because Anarcha is in here to interrupt. We were going to talk about positive things religion's actually given us.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Jim.
Now I have to get back into that fucking mindset. Cigarette time.
Smoke up.
Shouldn't be too hard.
It's healthy for it. No. Well, I mean, from a point of view of back in the day, nobody knew what anything was. They had to have an explanation for it.
Well, of
Also,
course, my perspective of their deal on that is, I personally believe that what the apostles received, and of course what the Jewish people received back then, was an honest revelation from God. Now, this is a supernatural part, and that's just my perspective and my belief. As far as can we still hold to this view, considering what progress we've made through science today and philosophy, I think it's still reasonable and rational to still hold to that perspective of a creator God within the realms of our understanding of modern science.
okay, could you elaborate on that one?
Alright. Well, one thing's for sure, that most of the teachings that came from people like Jesus, for example, were very moral and very good. That's one deal. But the other thing would be, for example, the creation story, which has been a problem for some people in the debate today. Some people assume that it is a 6,000-year-old Earth, if they're reading the Bible in that perspective, that was made in 6 24-hour period days. However, this is not the case in my perspective, and in probably a majority of other people's perspectives. Most people don't even know that the young Earth creationist model didn't even exist until like the 15 or 1600s. back then people thought it was much older than that, even without evolution being brought up in the first place. The early church fathers thought that the days were a representation of a certain long period of time, or 1,000 years, because the Bible says a day to the Lord, which is what the key issue is 1,000 years, and 1,000 years to the Lord is like a day. So there's that model that people have taken, or some have taken, because the word that is used, day, in Hebrew, yom, can mean all kinds of various things. So we have to look at context and how it's understood in that culture. And a majority of these intelligent people that are Jewish or Christian hold to the view that it is an old Earth. Whether it be by old Earth creationism, intelligent design, or theistic evolution, there are three main points that hold to what I consider a more rational approach to this. So that's one part.
I mean, just looking at it from just a bare bones point of view, 6,000 years just doesn't seem long enough for the Earth to 6 to 10,000 years just doesn't seem that long for the Earth to exist.
Mm.
And I'm just, Jim, do you have anything to say on any?
Yeah, this was something I went through years ago, stating that it was all fucking perspective on that thing, because there are certain things which sync up if you really take a more poetic look at things, such as the day where God created the fish, would sync up with when the Ice Age ended, and the resurgence of fish reaching the surface would have synced up if you were to take, more figurative measures with it.
I mean, I've yeah, I don't know.
I mean, there's a bit of stretching there, which would really take more of like someone trying to interpret it as more of a poetic sense as opposed to being literal, even to the 1 day per 1,000 years sense.
I mean, I've always been out as an atheist, so like since I was born. So I've always kind of, I mean, I have read the Bible, and I never read it as an atheist. I've read it as basically I said, if I'm going to critique something, I need to know what I'm critiquing, not as an enemy of any religion or anything, but just if I'm going to say I believe in this or disbelieve in something, I have to know what I disbelieve in. I can't just I have to dig deeper. So I did read the Bible, not as someone looking for things to criticize, but just someone reading it just as a book and seeing what I could get from it. So yeah, I have read it, and I have weighed all the options. I've explored many different religions. Pretty much name a religion, I've pretty much fucking explored it. So not always to the same amount of minute detail, because let's face it, I've got other things to do, like just listen to metal, but still. But as far as my point of view is, one of the things that, because we were talking about positive things that religion has given,
mostly from a evolutionary psychology kind of prospect.
And and
it was watered down at that, but still, it was interesting.
And then we had people come in and hear the word religion and jump on the
Well, what happened was he pretty much just said religion sucks, and then he went off on a tangent about which social media was better.
Yeah, which really we don't care about. Sorry. And then, well, I was trying to say that one of the things that like I said, in the old days, this is way before Christianity, before Judaism, before everything, was back in the old days, the early human man, whatever, didn't have an explanation for anything that went on because they didn't understand science at all. So they would say, well, what's that noise when it rains violently? Well, that's God with his hammer. That's Thor's hammer. Explaining the world around them so they feel more comfortable in it. You know, Granted, as science has taught us more, those explanations have gone out the window, in my opinion. But and yes, religion has taught us about morals and things. Some of us don't need religion to tell us not to kill or to tell us basic things, but some people do need um, something to tell them not to do something. So yes, in that sense, it's helped. Jim, do you have to add? I'm
There's
trying
been
to. Yeah.
there's the of application of giving a purpose to someone's life, because most of us really need to find something greater than ourselves to latch on to in order to find what the heck we're going to do through life. And this ranges anything from religion to like even political idealism and all that stuff.
Did you just say what the heck?
Huh?
Did you say what the heck?
I
Mr.
might
Captain
have.
McSwear a lot.
I
Um,
probably did. Probably
Crazy.
did say what the heck. I don't know.
Scare me. I'm just speaking for myself here, and I basically took one look at life and said, oh, no meaning in life, okay, and moved on. I didn't need a purpose, but yes, most people do need some sort of purpose, because the idea that the concept, in my view, that humans are worthless and purposeless. Some people don't like that, and I understand that some people don't like that. Not every, not everyone can agree with that view. Most people in here don't agree with that view.
And then there was also the element of social cohesion,
Yes.
having a shared common bond through the teachings of, whatever it was.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah. People. I mean, that's. You even talk to atheists, and they'll even say they miss talking to people in church or whatever. Some atheists. I never did the whole church thing. We did, but it's funny. The Lindenwood family is we do something. Maybe we'll have a few words, then leave. We're not a social lot. We've never been a social lot, which makes what I'm doing pretty much an anathema to everything I've learned. Because I'm the guy who will not just because I'm blind, but mainly, but unless someone approaches me at like a concert and talks to me, I'm not going to talk to anyone.
Yeah, I know that feeling.
And
It's mostly because, well, for me, it's mostly because I've learned that what most people say is just going to be lacking in any sort of substance.
Well, that's why I try to go to concerts with bands I like, because I figure their fans are at least a little bit better.
Yeah, but then I bumped into people at concerts that are just as vapid as anyone else.
Yeah, true. I mean, I was gonna say my hopes haven't been dashed, but oh yeah, they have a long time ago. I pretty much accept the fact that there are stupid people everywhere, and there are smart people everywhere. I mean, I have smart friends who pretty much believe the exact opposite that I believe in, like everything. Like if we talked about 10 subjects, we would have diverging views. And yeah, I consider them smart. It's just we came to different conclusions. The idea that everyone's going to come to the same conclusion based on intelligence is absurd, because you have people who think differently. Not just different IQ levels, but fundamentally think differently and have different values.
Well, people think differently because we each have different experiences, regardless of how many we share.
Yes, for example, I don't know. I'm not sure if you've woken up at night, if you've blacked out, woken up on some girl's lawn picking glass out of your head.
Someone's doing what to your head?
Well, I was just talking about shared experiences, different experiences. I'm not sure if you've ever blacked out after taking an undisclosed amount of substances, woken up on a girl's lawn picking glass out of your head.
No, I've not done that. I've
Oh.
woken up on neighbors' lawns.
Oh, no, I woke up on some girl's lawn picking glass out of my head. Hurt like hell.
Sounds like it.
Sounds like what?
Sounds like it would have, yeah.
Yeah, it did. But I like that story because it's fun. It's a fun story.
No, there was one interesting thing that I saw. Oh, he left. Oh well. Anyways.
Yeah, I don't really think he was going to add anything. I mean, he tried. He said something, and he could have jumped it. See, the thing about this show, people, you can jump in. You don't have to. I mean, if we're talking about something meaningful, it is advisable to wait. But if you hear a pause, you can jump in. We're not going to fucking tear your head off. I don't know why. I think they're waiting for an introduction or something. Or waiting for me to say you can talk. I don't know.
It's like people have lost the art of conversation entirely. It's like you wait for the damn pauses, then you fill it if you want to fucking keep going with the conversation. If not, then you just skulk in the background.
I think a lot of people seem to expect me to say, "Okay, you can talk now," and that's not the way I fucking do it. I mean, I'm a little more. I mean, I don't like it. People like jump in and start talking about whatever as we're talking, but at the same time, if you hear a pause and you would like to say something, it's advisable you know what we're talking about. But I'm not going to deny your right to say something, even if you make an idiot out of yourself. So yes, people, you can talk. I'm not going to bite. Anyway, what were you saying?
Well, just to wrap that part up, I do like to listen before I fucking respond. So that's why when we get more people in, I like to fucking sit there, listen to what they have to say, develop an idea of where to go from there, and if I have anything to input, go with it.
And then you talk for 5 hours and no one can get a word in edgewise. What?
Exactly. Well, there was an interesting conversation that was going on, and I think the guy missed the point entirely because, oh my God, he's defending religion. But he was talking about, come on, we got to step up the game. How come fucking religious people are fucking donating more money and time to charities than us atheists and free thinkers and all this? I'm like, dude, it's because whenever you fuck up, your concept of punishment only lasts one lifetime. Okay, that is the maximum allotted time for any punishment for anything you do. From a Christian's perspective, the punishment for fucking up can be eternity, an infinite amount of time. So that right there says, do not fuck up at any cost, or else everything for all eternity is going to be fucked for you.
Well, I always thought that was kind of a selfish belief anyway. Why are you giving to the charity? Because I don't want to go to hell. Oh, so you're not doing it out of the fucking kindness of your heart. You're just doing it to save your own ass.
Now, yeah, it is a selfish belief, but okay, that's pretty much where it all comes from, That's why they give more to charity. They don't want to fucking spend that eternity there. And the atheists that I've met through my time in different homeless shelters, they give more to charity. I bumped into a couple, one about 6 months ago, another one about a year ago. And they got their lives back together after I last saw them in a fucking homeless shelter. And they were given to charity. And I sit there and it's like, it would have to be also the concept of need. They were in that position. They know what the need is. Therefore, now that they're in a better place in life, they're going to be more likely to donate to it. Whereas most atheists haven't suffered fucking homelessness here in the West.
I mean, I haven't suffered it, but I've seen it because I've known friends who were homeless. I have lived in like squats and hotels when we took vacations because it was cheaper than the cheapest motel, and that was fucking no fun. So I have an understanding, even though I haven't experienced the full thing. But I mean,
Yeah.
um, yeah, I know most people like. I know my friend does like soup kitchen things, just because he knows people who have suffered. And so I think that is something that does galvanize you if you've known people who suffered or you've suffered yourself. I think that does definitely galvanize you more than it's like you hear about people who couldn't give a shit about like burn victims until they were burned, and also they start donate money to burn charities or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
You
not
know
saying they
someone
couldn't.
that's
I'm not,
died
I'm
of
not saying
cancer and you donate to cancer then.
I'm not saying they couldn't give a shit, but you know what I mean. They were they weren't really donating to this particular cause until
After something happened that made them experience it or know someone who experienced it they actually cared about.
yeah. Because let's face it, if you didn't do that and you just donated to every fucking thing, you'd be broke because
Mm-hmm.
there's so many fucking diseases and treatments and homeless and all that shit. I'm just gonna donate nukes to everyone and see what happens.
No, that is a plan I could get behind. I still want to see guns for the poor become a thing. If we arm all the poor people who can't afford firearms, things will happen for, I don't know, probably maybe for the better, maybe for the worse. I don't know, but it'll be one hell of a ride.
Yep, and we'll all document it on PTR.
And hell, you give a gun to a homeless person, he's either going to rob a place or sell the gun. Or maybe use it to protect his shit.
I just
Whatever he
wonder,
thinks he's got in his shopping cart.
like, how many friends or relationships you've had, and you say this stuff, and all they can think of is, "Why am I with this person? Why am I with this person again?" Because I've had that happen many times.
Fuck. My girlfriend's usually understood because I didn't like fucking go out and date anyone too vapid or just fucking airheaded or just head stuck up their own ass trying to claim the moral high ground.
Oh,
So
Jim.
they kind of just fucking accepted the fact that I had these fucking rants. Now they've asked me that in jest, usually as a prelude to come on, fuck me, baby, or they're trying to fucking just joke around and punch me and shit, which is fun.
You have way higher standards than I used to have. I have them now, but at the time, a couple of years ago, yeah, I dated people who I
No,
said stuff on a 2 level, and they left.
no, I will say that I've had a few one night stands that I attempted to pursue as relationships, but they fucking just left me outright after that. After I tried to pursue it, because it's like, oh my god, look what the fuck he's saying.
I
So there was
remember.
no middle ground where they actually said, "Why am I with you?" It was either they were able to either tolerate it or enjoyed it. Usually they enjoyed it, or they were so freaked out that after we fucked, they just never wanted to see me again.
You've had better luck than I have, because yeah, mine was usually before this version of me, which is actually probably even more poisonous than the last version of me, which says a lot. I would say things like that I find death interesting, and that I'm interested in Satanism, and they'd be like, "I can't talk to you anymore." I'd feel like, "Oh, come on, I haven't even got to the anal rape yet." So you have higher standards than I do. Then
Anal
again, that was
genital
never.
rape.
was never really what someone described me. My friend described me as because I was never really a sex addict. Like I would fuck occasionally, but it was never like a huge thing between for me. Somebody said about me, if you take sex out of the sex, drugs, and rock and roll thing, that's pretty much him.
You see, I was more into the drugs and rock and roll myself. It's just sex came with the fucking territory. It's
Yeah, but
not
I never
something I
like.
was always trolling for. The funny part was I was usually looking for a relationship.
Yep.
That's why I would pursue a one night stand for potential relationships. I say, well, we like each other enough to fuck once. Why not give it a shoot? And then it's like, oh well.
That's great logic. Yeah. No, yeah, I was always interested in more of a relationship. I did try the one night stand only circuit. I tried it and discovered it wasn't really for me. I mean, I was never really the rock star type, you know? Like, I've never really had dreams of like, I want 20 women giving me a blowjob at once. I'm like, not for me. I'm not certainly going to not judge people for it, but
Yeah.
it was never really my thing.
The only time that like it was like a one night stand or a multiple, night stand, so to speak, was like whenever it was friends that fuck kind of thing. We were friends. We knew that there would be nothing romantic attached to it. We were just fucking because, well, it's good to fuck.
I never had that. Usually the friends usually found me repulsive, so which is okay because I could usually get them to buy me beer, so I didn't
Now,
really care.
ironically, that's only happened a few times in my life. That's like, and every other time it was like one night stand. I'd try to pursue it, and they ended up not liking me.
Someone asked me, dude, you're not attractive at all. You're fat and ugly. How the hell do you get pussy? I'm like, because I have something you don't have. It's called a brain.
Yes, and when you use the brain in the correct manner, and the stars align. Sometimes the girl even goes so far as to get you drunk so that she can have her way with you. And then she realizes it was a fucking mistake the next day whenever she realized you were talking about necrobestiality. As if it was Tuesday instead of something ultra disgusting.
I once woke up and I knew a girl for maybe 3 weeks. And she's like, I don't think I can talk to you anymore. I was like, what? What happened? And she's like, do you even know what you were talking about? And I was like, no, I thought I blacked out. And she's like, you were talking about fucking me in a pool of sludge while tentacle zombies raped me and raped you. And like, I was just on and on with these things that I reportedly said. I was like, I don't remember any of this.
But it does sound like something I would say.
I was like, yeah, okay, that sounds like something I would say. Something about raping you with tentacle zombies, but I don't remember saying it. I remember being in bed, and then I remember I thought I fell asleep, but apparently I stayed awake for 3 hours, droning on about something that, I had problems.
We all have problems. That's why we have beer.
More beer.
Oh, God, that reminds me of the fucking homeless shelter. Oh, God. Just this one phrase this guy liked saying because of the 12 steps according to Jesus.
Jeebus.
If the use is not known, then abuse will follow. So what use does alcohol have? Do you know what use it has?
Yes.
Huh? Do you?
Yes.
You don't. Therefore, abuse will follow. Don't drink. I know what use it has.
But yeah, I was gonna say I know clearly what use it has. To make people like me not kill people like him. Or to make
I was thinking more along the lines of antiseptic, painkiller.
Well, I know, but that's what I mean. To kill the pain caused by people like him.
And super duper mood enhancer.
Super duper
Sleeping aid. And of course, driver's assistant.
Headache inducer.
That only happened a
I've
couple
never,
times.
never actually had a hangover. Considering the amount I've drank, I'm surprised.
I've only had one actual hangover. I've had some mild throbbing to the head, but that was cured by drinking some water or more beer.
I usually have a mild throbbing of the head. I get through Advil like fuck.
You need more beer.
I need beer to begin with, and I need injections of heroin delivered to my dorsal fin.
I fucking hate heroin just because it makes me not think. I like to think.
Yeah, I did that. Crack was fun though.
Crack, I didn't
No,
really care. It didn't last
actually,
long
no.
enough.
The first time it was hell because my mouth went dry, my just everything just died, and I found myself crawling to the bathroom. And then as soon as I laid down on the porcelain, everything stopped, and it was the most amazing euphoria ever. The first time you do crack, it is a harrowing experience.
I have to disagree. It wasn't harrowing. It was just like doing fucking coke, but it didn't really last as long as snorting a line of coke would.
You must have got some shitty crack then, because like every experience I've heard is like that.
And I didn't get that, man. It was just like, this is just like fucking coke, and it was fun and all, but like for the amount I did, I should have been high for a little bit longer.
Well, yeah, it's
but
actually.
No, I was on fucking pass out time way before it should have been.
I've actually read 3 books by musicians. I've read Dave Brocky's unfinished book, Anvil's book, and Mustaine's book, and they actually all described crack the same way I did. It's just weird that there's 3 musicians, and I was like, oh yeah, I remember those experiences.
And the guy said the crack was the shit. It was only cut twice.
Yeah, like I said, he must have gotten some bad shit. Or some, like, really weak shit.
But I'm not really going to fucking go after it again just because, I'm not really into coke.
That's why, not because you're, like, smarter and want to be sober, just because.
I'm not really into coke. If pot was legal or here where I'm at, I would do it. No fucking problem. LSD was legal where I'm at. I might do it once in a blue moon. Just because I don't want to return to that. I have too many responsibilities to actually blow everything off to go for a week where I trip one day, take a day off, trip another, take a day off, trip the next day, then double dose so I could complete the week.
Someone's watching TV in the background.
No, that's World of Warcraft.
Oh, man. World of Warcraft sucks.
Yeah, she decided to leave to play Warcraft because we were talking about shit that she didn't want to jump in on because, Christian dude. And it's not that she's like against religion or anything like that. It's just the fact that she just didn't want to devote the brain power.
Well, I didn't really get what he was trying to say anyway because he seemed to have jumped to like 3 subjects. So.
No, I understood what he was talking about, but that's because of my history.
Oh, I understood what he was talking about, but he said something and then he said something else, and then he went on that topic. So.
Then he posted a PDF link.
I really hope it's animal porn.
Nah, it's just religion, self-control, Bolton.
Because
I saved it to my hard drive. I'll read it later, but
because
just glancing it over, it looked like shit you may or may not be interested in because it just looks like typical religious jargon. But I'll go over it just to make sure.
Probably something. Well, yeah, go over and tell me if it's good. Probably something I've read before, and probably something I would respond to with, because I don't have self-control. I mean, I know that my self-control is weak, but as far as it goes, it would be the same with or without religion. But I know that I can have self-control without religion. I'm fully aware of that because I've done it. But what was I gonna say? I was gonna say something. I was gonna say something, and then I stopped, and then I said something else. Fuck. Yeah. Yeah. So save up your money and come over here. So whenever pot's legal over here, you can fucking come and get some.
Yeah, woohoo, it'll be one hell of a party.
You like fucking show up on my. I told you about that fucking dream I had, right? The fucking dream I had where I went into another room of the house, which I don't remember the room being there, my real house, and you and fucking Scott were watching horror movies, and you were like, it's finally you show up. I'm like, how the fuck did you get in my house?
You're blind. You don't need to know.
It was just funny. You were like, oh, finally, dude. We were waiting for it. I was like, what the fuck are you doing here? And like my whole family was like, oh, hi, how are you guys doing? I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? Oh, they're old friends. I was like, bullshit. It was odd. Stay out of my house.
No. I'm a criminal bastard, motherfucker.
Yes, I know. The people who like have records for breaking and entering, those people are cool. The one who don't, they're actually even cooler because that doesn't necessarily mean
I don't have one. I don't have that particular record, no. Even though police did show up a couple times, I was never charged.
Well, yeah, my friend was never charged, even though he was
the best time was whenever we were fucking trespassing on this abandoned fucking factory, and they had this mobile home right next to it, and we started cleaning it. This was like a fucking house of filth scenario. There was fucking papers everywhere. We were cleaning the shit out of it so that we could have a fucking party pad, because we wanted to party there, and the place is abandoned. This all be cool. No one's gonna care. And the cops show up and say, we're not going to arrest you for trespassing if you put all the garbage you just cleaned out of that house back into it.
okay. I would have been like, are you sure you just don't want us to throw it away?
No, we had to put it all back in because it was private property, even though the cop could clearly see it was a fucking hoarder's fucking garbage pile.
What I would have done was I would have waited and like put some of it back in. The cop sees us, and then we just like.
Well, after about an hour, he eventually said, "Okay, you could stop now. That's good enough." Because he didn't realize there was that much shit we had removed.
If I was a cop, would I stand there and what I would have said was, yeah, so like people are being raped and murdered and burglaries, and you're watching us put trash back in the house. Do you really think this is all you have to do in this world?
Yes. That cop apparently did.
Yeah,
So
right?
we're going to learn our lessons to not trespass. And the funny thing is, we turned the factory itself into our party pad.
Oh, so he did something even worse.
Yeah. It was fucking great. This was not our doing. Okay, literally, I'm not even trying to fucking, but someone decided to burn the factory down one day. And the reason it was, you could tell it wasn't our doing, because we wanted to go on a fucking bloodbath, fucking just hunt the guy down and murder his family in front of him, and then fucking stick sharp objects up his rectum, because we wanted that fucker gone from history for burning down our party pad.
Yeah.
But the news footage was there were over 6,000 swastikas spray painted inside it and 300 anarchy symbols. Guess which one I did?
Swastika?
No, I was doing the anarchy symbols. My friends were the ones doing the swastikas.
You were like, hey, dude, that's our artwork.
We were watching it and we heard like just the sheer numbers, like 6,000. Hey, at least they got 300 anarchy symbols up, and I was the only one working on the anarchy symbols. And there was a team of like 4 or 5 guys doing the swastikas.
I think it would have been funny if you were like looking at pictures and like, oh, I remember that one. I did that on Tuesday. Oh, I remember that. Oh, I did that one when I was really drunk.
What we did was we cleared our way up to the fucking main office, which was like on the 3rd floor, and we spray painted on the door, "fuck room." I was the only one that got laid in that room, by the way. Even though we had it all done up nice so that we could party and have sex there, I was the only one that had sex in that room. Yes, and it was not during a party either.
Huh. I'm still the only one of you who ever got laid on a altar in church.
Yes, you fucking bastard. I'm going to have to do that sometime. Honey, we're going to break into a church and have sex on the altar.
No.
She says no. I have to work my magic.
Tell her she has no sense of adventure.
You have no sense of adventure. She doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah, well, it's fun.
What the hell happened?
The bathroom is fixed.
Okay, good. Now you can get up, get another energy drink, and take a piss.
I can. I don't know. Are you going to be here for a while, or are you going to leave, or?
I'll be here for a little bit. I'll fucking find something to bullshit about. Just let me.
All right, I'm going to consider this a break for about 2 minutes or so. I'm going to get another energy drink, and yes, sweet. This is such good news because I am tired and my bladder is full.
Shot. So go for it. I'll just recite something I talked about before in another episode, but it needs to be resaid. Mother's gift of shotgun leaves 2 wounded.
I'm going to
read this story.
Yes,
so go ahead, take your piss. I'll read it.
Yes, and I'll re-listen to it when I get back after the show.
Okay, from the Post Gazette, Friday, March 5th, 1999, by Guinea Koopas and Ernie Hoffman, Post Gazette staff writers. Mary Markowitz went shopping for a gun Wednesday, a gift for her 20-year-old son, Chris Lewis. Within hours, that same 12-gauge shotgun was in the hands of state police, who says Lewis used it to randomly shoot 2 of his neighbors at a trailer park where he had lived with his mother in Hempfield, Pennsylvania. Marcos bought the gun even though her son had been undergoing mental health counseling since he was 2. Chris said he was going to go target shooting. I didn't think he would use it in a trailer court to hunt for people, Marcos said yesterday. State police said Lewis came out of his trailer in Placid Manor Trailer Park at about 8 p.m., wearing an orange hunting jacket and an ammo belt, brandished the gun, then opened fire on his neighbors, striking 2 of them. David Ruffner, 38, was shot in the chest, and Harry Kunkel, 65, who lived in the park and was visiting Ruffner, was shot in the back. Both men were to be reported in good condition last night at UPMC Presbyterian in Oakland. Lewis, who, according to his mother, had been in a halfway house just last month, was arraigned yesterday morning on 2 charges of attempted homicide, 4 charges of aggravated assault, 2 of reckless endangerment, and 4 counts of simple assault. District Justice Mark Monsoor set a $200,000 straight cash bond, and Lewis went directly to Westmoreland County Prison. Police can find no motive for the shootings, but Lewis's mother said she believes that her son thought it was a war game. A videotape of the World War II drama Kelly's Heroes, starring Clint Eastwood, was found in the family's VCR after the shooting. Chris loved that movie and used to watch it with his dad, said Mary Marcos, 43, yesterday. Chris Lewis's father, Victor Marcos, died of bone cancer at the age of 56 just 8 months ago. Mary Lewis and Victor Marcos married October 16, 1997, 2 months after she filed for an $8,000 judgment against him for child support. The grieving mother and son moved from the family's home on Jeanette's north side to the trailer park 5 months ago. Mary Marcos said last week Chris burned photos of his ailing father. He only destroyed those which showed his dad in the last stages of cancer, Mary Marcos said. She said her son was a loner who missed his dad and recently spent most of his time sleeping. Westmoreland County Courthouse records indicate that Lewis first underwent counseling when he was 2. He was under care of the Children's Development Center at Westmoreland Regional Hospital Comprehensive Counseling Center from August 1980 until July 1983. I know that place. I was institutionalized there once. Anyways, in September 1980, he was diagnosed as developmentally delayed. He attended special education classes in both Penn Trafford and Jeanette school systems, failed the 12th grade in Jeanette, and did not return to school, according to courthouse records. Chris Lewis was arrested by Jeanette police twice in 1997. On April 1st of that year, he was charged with theft, receiving stolen property, and driving without a license after he stole a car and crashed it into a utility pole. Now, that was Unity Township for a second. I'm getting ahead of myself. Blah. On April 28th, he was charged with criminal trespass for entering a woman's home without her permission. All of the charges were dismissed September 17th, 1997, by common pleas Judge John E. Blahovic. I can't pronounce that name. Who a month earlier had ruled that Lewis was incompetent to stand trial. Blahovic's ruling resulted from a report by Westmoreland Mental Health, in whose custody Lewis had been committed under a court order. Dr. Donald P. Brenneman, a psychiatrist, diagnosed Lewis August 7th of 1997 with borderline intelligence and a psychosis. Diane H. Muka, a psychologist, also examined Lewis on August 8th, 1997, and found him to be acutely psychotic at the present time. The rest of his mental health records were impounded by Judge Guilford M. McCallica. Mary Marcos said her son had spent time in a halfway house last month and that his medication had been changed recently. On Wednesday, Marcos and her son went to Baldwin's on Main Street, Irwin, where she, using some of the money from her son's Social Security disability check, paid $129 for a 12-gauge shotgun. No one answered the phone at Baldwin's, but Marcos, who has no criminal record, said she passed the computerized background check, now required for those buying rifles and shotguns. The check conducted through the Pennsylvania Instant Check System, which allows state police to quickly check criminal history information and other state and federal databases to determine if an applicant is eligible to buy a firearm. Both the State Uniform Firearms Act and the Federal Brady Act ban of sale of guns to those of certain offenses. It is illegal to give a gun to a person who has been committed under the State Mental Health Act. After buying the gun, the mother and son returned to the mobile home. Chris went to his room, and his mother went to a coin-operated laundry. She returned home in a few hours to find yellow police tape surrounding her home. After the shooting, neighbors said Lewis went back inside the trailer and changed his clothing. He returned outdoors and attempted to join several neighbors who were trying to aid the injured men. Neighbors subdued Lewis until police arrived. Just to interject here, the story I heard, he was actually claiming he was going to help find the person who did it, even though he was the one who did it.
Nice.
Anyways, Glenn Weiss said he was watching his 10-year-old grandson when he heard shots outside. Weiss immediately turned off the lights and told the boy to get down on the floor. I didn't know what was going on, Weiss said. Another neighbor, Nancy Eash, told police she heard shots and looked out her front window and saw a man in an orange jacket shooting at trailers. Police said they found an orange hunting jacket, vest, and ammo belt in Lewis's bedroom closet after he admitted to the shootings. Wednesday's was the second shooting in less than 3 years at the modest trailer park off Route 30 near Adamsburg. In March 1996, resident Beverly Beadle, 59, was fatally shot by a neighbor who also worked as a handyman in the park. David Woodrow, the man accused of the killing, committed suicide a few weeks later. Beverly Beadle's husband, Craig E. Beadle, filed a wrongful death suit against the trailer park's owners in February 1998 in Westmoreland County Common Pleas Court. That suit is pending. Keep in mind, this is written back in 1999.
Yeah.
And I'm done.
All right. I didn't want to interrupt because I never told the story.
Well, I never read the whole article. I know I've said the story, but this is the only article I could find of it. And there were earlier articles I used to have bookmarked on my old computer, which fried. I used to have the newspaper clippings, but then I went homeless.
But yeah, now we finally heard the entire story. Now, they said that he was a loner, but he used to have friends, apparently.
Yeah, until his mother forced us out of his life. We probably would have kept him sane, and well, not sane, but at least stable to the point where he wouldn't be shooting up people in trailer parks and carjacking people, or breaking into someone's house thinking that his father was going to come home, only to see that it wasn't his home anymore whenever the lady that actually owned the apartment came home, and he said, "Oops, I'm sorry," and walked off.
I'm telling you, if it weren't for my friends, I'd probably be in the, you would here. If it weren't for my friends, you would be reading. Okay, you'd be reading in the fucking international paper or national paper about, blind man goes on killing spree, or tries to. I'd be like, wow, that's comical, and your alternate self would be like, oh, I know that kid. He didn't have friends to fucking tell him that maybe sometimes it's okay to like fucking stop and not go crazy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna say that. What?
And the two thing, and the reason he was fucking the first court case where he was shipped out, where the charges were dismissed on September 17th, 1997.
Mm-hmm.
The entire reason that happened was because he set fire to his bed while in a holding cell.
Huh.
That's why he was shipped immediately out for psychiatric counseling.
Yeah, that'll happen. No, that's when you do something like that, that's usually the result. But I'm not saying they told me to not be psychopathic, or that they say but they say, look, there are times you need to learn how to control your psychopathy, and if anything, I've become more venomous because of them. I mean, before that, it was kind of before that, if you can imagine a rabid dog, angry
Mhm.
but with really nowhere to go, just snapping at you left and right. And now, you know, it's like they took the rabid dog, put a little bit of reason into it, and
See, my
spanked it
friends,
into a fucking,
whenever whenever I was younger, my friends would always ask me, "Do you want the jail time?" And that usually made me stop because I didn't want the jail time. So that was my main thing to instill in people when I got older is to ask themselves, is the jail time worth it?
see, they would ask me, and I would say, you do realize I went on with you on a fucking drug, you know, deal, and that you threatened to stab someone. You're asking me if I want the jail time. Maybe it's yourself. And they go, that's not the point. And I go, fuck you.
Exactly. That is not the point. The point is, do you want it? Just the fact that I would want the jail time because I felt it would be commensurate with what the fuck happened to me does not mean you would view what you're doing worthwhile of a hefty stay in prison.
True, I didn't really want to go to prison because I felt I couldn't really influence people and start an army and or get a death cult going in prison.
Yeah. That's the
Really,
fun stuff you could do outside prison. That was another thing I did too. Whenever someone said, "Well, yeah, are you sure? Because you want to do more acid at my place, right?"
well, yeah, there was a fucking girl I knew from Italy who knew I fucking liked her, but like teased me about it for the longest time. So finally we, fucked. But she was like, you can't fuck me in prison. I'm like, not even for conjugal visits.
Nope. Because those are mostly just saved for the women and people on death row.
Well, just do something really bad then. And she's like, or you could just like not do it. I'm like, fuck you. Must you always know how to
Interject
get?
reason. I don't want this reason in my head right now. I would rather be going psycho. That would make me really happy. But
Yeah,
then
but
you're telling me that I can't get laid if I go psycho on these fucking group of people that pissed me off because they're going about their lives in a fucking normal fashion. Wait a minute. Am I the one that's going crazy here? Oh, yeah. I already know I am. Fuck it. Oh, fuck.
yeah, she knew how to control me.
Oh, man.
I still think she was put up to it by Puke, who never could control me as well as a nice
The
looking.
wielder of pussy.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Pussy controls. And she knew she knew she had a weapon and she used it.
Mm-hmm.
There's
And
nothing
for
wrong with that.
$5.95.
No. No, she usually make me pay her in like beer or drugs.
Beer, drugs, beer, drugs.
We're still in touch. She's moved to Northern California now,
Oh, cool.
but she still sends me messages. You're not going to kill anyone, are you? I'm like, you'll see.
Yes, if things actually turn out the way I think they will, it's a good possibility. If they actually turn out the other way, then I'll be God and people will kill for me.
Yes,
Mm.
but apparently she's moving back here. So, because that's the thing that happened after the fucking Puke gang broke up after he died. Everyone just kind of moved away because most of us had fucking trouble with the law. So they all just kind of moved away. But now the core are kind of starting to move back and kind of starting to get back in touch, which is really cool. But the posers have all left. It only took
Well,
40. It was a weird thing because they would move out to kind of escape the fucking people and their fucking exes who wanted to kill them because they were fucking crazy, and now they're all moving back over here and like, oh hey, we haven't seen you in 4 years, so
Who knows?
who
Might go
knows?
on PTR to do more crazy shit.
Who knows? Maybe the streets will run red with blood.
Yep, that kind of shit happens.
I got a new rock star. Apparently they're ordering pasta. Well, they're ordering pizza, but I was like, I've had enough pizza. So they're like, oh, they have pasta. I'm like, shit, yeah.
So you know they and them too.
I know many different theys and thems, some of which are in my head.
The ones in your head are always the best.
Yeah, well, you know.
They're the ones that always give the good advice about life, like smash them in the face.
Yeah, how come everybody who hears voices says they say kill? How come nobody hears a voice that says pull your pecker out on the subway?
Actually, they said that to me on the bus, not the subway, 'cause there's no real subway around here.
Oh, duh. Okay, I'm sorry, mister. I'm fucking specific. How come they never said pull your pecker out on the public transportation system?
There we go, and they did. And,
And you're like, and you're like, why are you oddly specific?
that.
They're like, do as we say, bitch. We own you. Okay.
They have also told me to fart in someone's face, which I did gleefully. Then I got my ass kicked.
And you enjoy that gleefully. They told me to check out the band Coven. You know, his fucking voice that says, yo, bitch, check out the band Coven. I said, the thrash metal band? They said, no, the psychedelic band. And I was like, but I don't want to. They're like, fuck you. I will come to your house and I will rape you with a cat of nine tails if you don't check them out. So I checked them out. I guess Coven, the thrash band, has actually had to change their name because they were around in the 80s under the name Coven, but the psychedelic band basically told them, yeah, we were Coven before you were born. So they actually changed their name today. They went 30 years as Coven, and they changed their name like this year.
That's fucking great,
isn't it? I love that. Yeah, they released 3 albums as Coven like in the 80s with nobody telling them, and then this year or last year, Jinx was like, we were Coven before you were. We have a good 15 years, 15, 20 years on you. And finally they changed the name. I'm just like, not that I'm going to disagree with anything you do, but I mean, they were Coven for 30 years. Do you think everyone kind of knows the difference now? But I'm not complaining because nowadays when I say Coven, everyone knows what it means rather than, thinking it means the death metal band, which is okay. They're an okay band. They had a song called Fucking a Nun. And McDonald Land Massacre.
Sounds delicious. Lots of roasting children. Chipotle flavored.
Chipotle flavored children
babies.
rinds. Children rinds. And you wonder why we can't get a sponsorship for the show.
Yes, we keep promoting cannibalism.
Well, I keep asking fucking companies that I support on the show: Rockstar, Monster, Red Bull, fucking Chicken and a Biscuit, Baby and a Biscuit. But Nabisco doesn't seem to want to sponsor us.
Bras for big boobs versus bras for small boobs. And all the big boob ones look boring, and all the small boob ones got different colors and frills on them.
Yeah, but the big boob ones have good stuff inside, so.
Yes, I know. That's nice to suckle.
Yes, it is.
I'm going to do some of that later. Anyway.
Okay, thank you for telling me.
She said, no, I'm not. So we'll see about this war of wits.
Will Jim get to fulfill his desires, or will something. Whenever somebody said
Or will
pussy,
she keep playing Warcraft until she has to go to work tomorrow?
whenever somebody said pussy whipped, I actually thought of a vagina with brandishing a whip.
Vagina carrying a whip. I actually know a girl that performed that trick.
Nice.
Well, hold on a second. I gotta hear more clearly what that was. Huh? No, say it again.
Say it again.
Even Elliot sings "Say It Again."
One-time show. Sorry.
One-time show.
Whatever. No idea what that means. So. It means I'm crazy. Meow.
Meow, and everyone died.
And cat porn.
Oh crap! Can you grab my headphones?
Hold on one sec. She needs headphones.
Oh, headphones. Everyone sucks and everyone should die. This is the PTR public service announcement brought to you by Masturbation with Coat Hangers. Fun for the whole family.
The
Coat
International Masturbation with Coat Hangers Association.
There's actually a band called Coat Hanger Abortion, but I can't remember what genre they play. Not like I have to guess. It's usually either death metal or grindcore with a band like that. I mean, we're called Coat Hanger Abortion. We're a classic rock band.
Yeah.
Yeah. I did a show once. I did not a show, but a presentation for school once. It was called Buzz Lightyear's Coming to Rape Your Dogs.
That sounds great.
It was my friend did Photoshop pictures of Buzz Lightyear raping dogs. Oh, I know. Okay, so I think I told this story earlier, but not when you were the Monday show, which sucks. But we did this thing where it was like a musical appreciation thing. We had to do two songs that are slow, too medium, and too fast. So people would bring in like a slow song, be like some rap song, and the medium would be like some, when it's a fast. Their version of fast was, maybe like some rock song with a faster beat. So I thought, okay, they're going to listen to my songs, so I'm going to basically, rather than having it like two songs of the same tempo that are slow, I'm going to slowly. So the first song was a song by, like I could have gone, done Funeral Doom, but I thought that would be overkill. Besides, we didn't have that much time in the class. So we did the two songs that were slow. I did a Sleep song and a Black Sabbath song, Lord of This World, because it's my favorite Sabbath song. The medium speed songs, I decided to skip forward and do Metal Militia by Metallica. Yeah, medium. Remember, I said medium here. And that's medium in my book. So I did Metal Militia by Metallica, which is very medium. And I did, I think it was, I want to say it was, God, I'm trying to fucking think this far back. Oh, Third of the Storm by Hellhammer. And they're like, those are fast. I said medium. That's not fast. It was like, shh. Elliot knows what Elliot's doing. And the fast song was Corporation Pullin' by Terrorizer, which has the drummer from Morbid Angel on. So, it's blast beats, Corporation Pullin'. Much faster. And then the last song I did was Napalm Death's Conservative Shithead. Full on grindcore fast. Basically, it makes Metallica sound slow. That's why I decided to put yeah.
I can see where you were going with that.
Yeah. So it was like because they were like, sir, that or young man, because I called everyone young man or young lady for some reason. Young man, that those songs aren't medium. They're fast. I'm like, shh, the Elliot knows what he's doing, and you're going to be sorry you talked. They actually refused to grade me on that one.
Yeah, because they could not quantify.
Yeah, true. And then I did that. Well, also I did a bonus song, which was Eric Clapton committed suicide because his father sucks by Anal Cunt. Or I'm sorry, Connor Clapton committed suicide because his father sucks. Eric's the father, obviously, because he was an Eric Clapton fan. So, and he heard enough of the lyrics. It was like out. So I got thrown out of that class. Eric Clapton sucks. Ah! Yeah.
I'm just reminded of my one buddy. He was in this art class. They're like, okay, well, you got to make an advertisement. So he drew up an advertisement for what he called the Devil's Whore. No, his teacher was all feminist. He's saying, well, don't you find it offensive that he said this to every single girl in the class? And every single girl in the class said, no, I fucking say whore all the time. This is back before it became the trendy thing to, like, be offended at this shit.
I did one
Like,
where
the
I had.
teacher was the only one offended by it. Not a single woman in the class was.
I did one where I had to. It was for a project, and I had to design a military recruiting poster. Okay, you know my view on the military. I don't really think it's that fucking, hidden. What I think. So I went, okay, if you're gonna have me designing the military, so I did like total full blown war is sexy, and I had like a soldier like riddled with bullet holes, but like living surrounded by like naked girls ready to suck him off.
Great.
And I had like enabled to get like the new recruits. I had like people racing go karts, and it was a huge poster, so I could basically I just had a bunch of people fucking go ape shit, and I had the soldier riddled with bullet holes, disfigured with like 10 girls surrounding him, like ready to like, and then the people riding go karts, because that's what they show you in the fucking they don't show you people dying, they show you all the I had like people like get drinking free beer and things like basically, and the guy said the guy looked at it and goes, that's just wrong on so many levels. I'm like, dude, you have me doing a military recruiting poster. Everyone knows I hate war and they hate the army. Well, I like war if it kills people, but everyone knows I don't like the army, so you already knew.
I was all about trying to join the army, but I failed. Well, actually, I tried joining the Marines and I failed the fucking psych test. Big mystery there. But when I was in fucking school, this was grade school, the art project was like, do an army recruitment poster to show your patriotism. And me, long before you got in the medal, the thing was kill people and get away with it. That was my theme. And the teacher gave me an A for creativity. Keep in mind, this is before everyone became ultra sensitive.
Yeah.
And she sent a note home saying your son's got a fucking dark sense of humor, pretty much. But
really?
That wasn't me being humorous. It was me being what I want to be. I wanted to kill people and get away with it.
See, well, I mean, I'm pretty sure you can gather what I did. I went for the basically making fun of the army.
Yeah.
Lying, and shit. And my slogan, I wanted to be as non-subtle as possible because I figured most kids are too stupid to understand sarcasm. So literally, my slogan was, "If you join war, you will get women to suck you off. If you join the army, you will get women." And he's like, they allow women in the army too. I was like, yeah, but I just don't give a shit. I was doing what I was doing, and I didn't really think about it because I just, because everyone was, talking about, the American soldier male, and I was just like, well, okay, if you want to appeal to hyper masculinity, I can give you that. So I did the most unsubtle piece of shit in the world. I wouldn't say I'm really proud of it because it wasn't subtle. It was just basically me just being an asshole.
Mm-hmm. I
But it was
mean, with
fun.
me, I was just a fucking kid.
Yeah. I was gonna say something before I had to get an energy drink. You were talking about stealing and not getting caught. My friend, every day he would go through the school and he would write down a list of what things people wanted. And the next day he'd get them and he'd sell it to them for pretty cheap actually. And one guy just because he didn't really believe that he was actually stealing said, "I want a big screen TV." The next day, "Hey Jeff, come down to my truck. I got something for you, man." What? Just come down to the truck. What the fuck is that? Happy birthday.
That's
Here's
fucking
your
beautiful.
here's your big screen TV. Where'd you get it? Really? Yeah. He somehow stole an entire big screen TV.
Well, there was this. What happened was, okay.
No, better. He charged $15 for it. The guy took it home.
This is someone that a friend of mine knew back in the day. And what happened was, this guy and this guy's friend were walking up the train tracks looking to do some vandalism, and there was a boxcar stopped there. So they fucking, broke out the bolt cutters and popped the lock.
Yeah.
Inside there was a sea of plasma screen TVs. Guess who had an entire room that was nothing more than a giant TV? That guy.
He never got caught?
He didn't get caught for that. And the funny part was he did pay for a splicer so that like all the TVs would show the same image, just as ridiculously huge as it would be across like 3 walls.
Yeah, fucking people over to the house. How did you pay for that? Pay?
My friend never told me this person's name, which I respected, and I'm not telling this friend's name or their living status.
No, because they're probably like doing well for themselves.
Mm-hmm. Or dead, and don't want their family to remember them badly.
See, when I'm dead, I want my family to remember me badly. I want my family to remember that's that kid who did all sorts of shit. But yeah, I love that he sold it to him for $15 just as a fuck you. He wasn't really out. I mean, he was making money either way.
Yeah.
So why not sell everything for really cheap? Because you're making money either way. So right, it's like he sold the fucking, and I think he still has it. I don't think he's actually been caught. But yeah, I got a bunch of like records and shit. I used to get like, I used to be like, well, I don't really want anything. And he's like, well, do you want me to get like some chips or something? I'm like, yeah, sure, steal some chips for me.
You see, back when I was in fucking high school and shit, when I go on dates with girls and even, current girlfriend, I'd walk into Spencer's and shop with jewelry as a gift for them.
Nice.
And then I'd fill out credit card applications to get more gifts.
And then your
Even though I never got a credit card out of the deal, I did get a lot of free gifts.
And then your friend filled out a credit card application for Charles Manson.
And Charles Manson got the credit card.
Nice.
With his occupation listed as prophet.
I wonder what did he actually get it?
He actually got it. I think he still has it to this day.
Did
he
write you or anything, or?
He didn't never ever fucking used it because he knew using it would be like fucking fraud and a half.
But did he ever write you or anything, or what?
Charles Manson? No.
Yeah. Oh.
No, my buddy put down his address for it.
Oh,
And
no,
just used all of Charles Manson's other information that he saw
think that'd
on
be
a
awesome
credit card application.
Oh no, I think that'd be awesome if you put on Charlie's address. Or, oh, you got a credit card from some anonymous fans. Why can't people think ahead like I can?
We probably have gotten a fucking autograph out of it.
Yeah, right? Yeah. I've actually heard Charles Manson's music. It's not that good.
No, not really.
I remember my parents being freaked out that I was going to like Charles Manson's music. I'm like, it's lame blues rock weird thing. It's just not my thing. G.G. Allen did a good cover of Garbage Dump though. That was disgusting.
As always. If
I might have to go in a couple minutes because I'm going to go eat dinner.
Okay, Khan, do you have anything to add to this conversation?
But I'll tell you when
Nope.
I'm going to go. It won't be for like 10 minutes maybe. I mean, I figure we've been doing this for 6 hours, so.
Yeah, we're gonna have to get going eventually.
Yep, and if you want to do a D&D hangout, Saturday I am going to a race,
So
but
Sunday.
Well, I mean, I'll be back. Probably about
Just
11.
leave a message if I'm online. I'll get back to you.
All right. But yeah, I'll be out in about 10 minutes maybe because I gotta go eat pasta. But until then, we could talk about goats. Because I'm actually looking into having a fucking pet goat.
And they're still making different kinds of. Oh my god. There's a fucking butt plug that has dangly, like, fucking earring looking things coming from it. Like
What does that have to do with a goat?
It's butt plug accessorization to make your ass look beautiful, I guess, while someone's pounding you from behind.
My question is, why is he looking at butt plugs?
I don't know. Maybe he wants to stick a butt plug up his butt because it ain't going up mine.
This is just what's on my feed. These are the friends I have.
Yeah, I feel lame because I only post music.
It's that one friend.
No, that's not her.
Oh, I thought they were gonna say Scott. I was like, if Scott posted that, that'd be hilarious. He doesn't really seem the type.
Yeah, he doesn't. He's got family stuff he posts.
Yeah, and I'm like, oh well, you know, whatever. Post something better. Your post does not entertain me. You will die.
Girl with autism, age 6, writes letter to mom, threatening prostitution.
There are so many things wrong with that.
I know. It is the world we live in.
This is the world we live in. God, you know, I used to make fun of bands who wrote too much about reality, but I can kind of see their point now. Like metal bands who write too much about the horrors of reality, because I like Satan and shit. But I can see their point now.
Yes, it's totally worthwhile. The horrors that actually happen are worse than those we imagine.
True, but the ones we imagine are pretty cool.
Yeah, they're fine.
And if you disagree, I will gouge your eyes out and replace them with knives. You will have knives for eyes.
Cool.
I'm still trying to get Jim to watch Edward Penis Hands. That is what I'm
Calendar
trying to do.
uses topless models to sell coffins.
Oh god. What is this world coming to?
I think I
Oh.
have a better chance of getting him to watch Willy Wanker than you getting him to watch Edward Penis Hands.
I don't know. It is definitely something you have to see.
Well, Willy Wanker has midgets in it.
Ooh,
Yeah, but
midgets.
Edward Penis Hands has a guy with dicks for hands eating.
I'd pay to see that.
I'm pretty sure the movie's free online. Look it up.
Probably.
Look it up. Edward Penis Hands.
And now
Willy
for the
Wanker.
history lesson of the day. This day in history, November 20th, 1945, the Nuremberg trials began.
Did you
And
just
none of us
seriously?
were alive.
Did you say Nuremberg?
Yeah.
Nuremberg. You
Nuremberg,
fucking-
okay.
Nuremberg.
Nuremberg, okay.
That
I haven't had my fucking German-speaking racist friends correct my pronunciation of German words in a long time.
You do not enunciate.
I'm neither German. Well, I am German somewhat, but I neither speak German. I am not a racist. I don't care what that idiot said. And I'm not your friend. I am not a racist. I don't care what that cracker said. And I hate you. I didn't know that's when the Nuremberg trials began, huh? Of course, they didn't catch Mengele. He died in 1978. He had a stroke. He had a stroke in a swimming pool and drowned.
A century after Shackleton's ill-fated expedition, descendants of one of the crew members hoped to complete the family's unfinished business and trek to the South Pole, while
And
another
eat his
adventurer with ties to the voyage continues a historic solo crossing of Antarctica.
Oh, I thought it was. I hope he was one of the descendants who got eaten. Wasn't that the one where they ate each other?
I don't think they did.
There was one
They might have.
Antarctic. There was one where they ate each other.
I'll have to double check. That's probably it. Hold on a second. Let me go back to the article because
Okay.
I'm just being goofy.
I do know it's the expedition that I think it was in 90 or 2000, they found the whiskey that they buried.
Why would you bury whiskey, you idiots?
Because it's so cold in Antarctica, you have to bury the whiskey because it will basically freeze and explode.
No, they didn't find it. Guar found it, remember? Guar must have found the whiskey.
I don't know.
I see nothing about cannibalism in this article.
It was one of the explorations where they got lost and had to eat each other.
I thought that was in the Alps or something.
That was in the Donner Party.
Donner Party was American Crossing.
That was California. I know. We've been to Donner Lake and we watched a movie about it. And then I looked it up 15 years later because I wanted to. I didn't really remember it, but we've been to Donner Lake. It was. I don't really remember it being anything special. Tahoe's much better. But yeah, there was one Antarctic crossing that did involve cannibalism. I can't remember which one it is. I'll have to look it up later. Anything involving cannibalism.
Yes, cannibalism.
Early hours, open road. What? The other white meat?
The other white meat. And black meat. And red meat.
I have that Cannibal Corpse song, Shredded Humans, in my head now.
Yes, that is.
That was the first song I ever read. The first lyrics I ever read, way before I heard the music, and I was just like, these lyrics are evil. Oh, I think the pasta's here.
All right. Well, we'll let you go eat.
Hang on, well, I gotta end the show first.
Okay, well, have fun.
You're doing this
the fuck off.
7-something hours, so, or 6 hours, so.
Happy editing.
Yeah, so I'll talk to you guys on chat.
Okie doke. Catch you later.
And this has been Political Trendy Radio, episode 42 for the 20th of November 2015. Monday we will be live, but okay, Fuji, okay. Okay. Sorry for the interruption. My food's here. So this has been Political Trendy Radio, episode 42 for the 20th of November, 2015. Now, Monday I'll be here. Friday I won't, and I don't think the next Monday I will. But we may do a special show on Wednesday, not a numbered show, because we care about you. We love you. No, we don't. We hate you. You can email me at elllindamood@gmail.com, facebook.com/political trendy radio, facebook.com/FUS grindcore. Twitter, as always, is PT Radio 666 for Jim, for his girlfriend, Princess Punk Princess, uh, for Wolf King, for Eric, and for the Christian anarchist. I've been Elliot Lindemood. The goat is now going to eat some pasta. And stop the broadcast. Stop.